the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
It is 8 minutes now past the hour. Thank you all so much for tuning into the kickoff hour. I am Speedy alongside Greg Burgess, Michael Helms, and intern Blazing Silverman. He's getting show prep ready. He's also screening your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us an hour from now for the main show. Today, we'll have Meet Could Spin, Bible Study Live today, noon Central, and we'll check in with James Spann. We'll get a tropical system hurricane update. I understand that Florida is always has already been given some evacuation notices for Florida. When it comes to that system coming in, we'll get an update from James Spann today. And also we've got an Artemis update, I believe, on Space Bros. So all of that today, plus your phone calls, as I said, at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Over to my left, it's Greg Burgess, and to my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Welcome back to you, sir.
Yeah, thanks for covering for me. Just had a family member that had a little outpatient surgery, but it's kind of funny because all surgeries are no big deal unless it's you. You know that saying.
Yeah.
It's just a minor surgery unless it's you that has to,
Go
get
through
there
it.
and get in a gown and all this kind of stuff. And these outpatient surgical centers now, where you bypass the hospital, they do that to save money and speed things up. It's a different experience. I've had a number of my kids do that, and the latest one, JC, no big deal, but he had to get a bone spur, I don't know how else to say it, that had developed on top of his right hand. Then every time he would hit, the tendons would roll over it. It was really, really painful. He's been playing with it for about a year and a half now. And then we have a break, and the only recovery is just the incision healing. There's no, there's no, hey, you got to have therapy. And, it's just literally, it's just the incision has to heal. That's it. But it's still a big deal, and you still got to go through it. And, man, the way they get you in and out of there, let me just tell you, friends, it's good on the front end because you get there, you sit down, and they call you back before you know it, you're in a gown, and you're getting whistled back for the surgery. Yes. I love that. On the back end, I'd probably like just a little bit more instructional time instead of leaning up against my truck in the parking deck, and they're pushing you out of the way, and other trucks are behind you. There's people coming out all stumbling. Looks looks like French Quarters on Friday night. Everybody's stumbling around. Here's the instructions, sir, and okay. All right. So what do I do? Hey, Daddy, how you doing? It's like, hey, son, love you too, buddy. You doing okay? I feel good. I'm like, okay, well, great. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. And they're trying to read instructions too because they're pushing them out. There's only like 3 nurses or assistants that are doing this, and so they're looking at the instructions. Okay, I see what he had. Okay, here's pain med, and you keep it elevated and ice it 20 minutes every hour for 2 days. See you later. Hold on, ma'am. Do what? Okay, pull on up.
That's a nightmare for you because you do ask a lot of questions, and that's good. I should ask more.
Yeah, well, it's not necessarily that. It's more that I don't pay attention. So it's like, no, wait, stop. Repeat that. What did you say? Because if I don't do it, the book of blame comes out at home.
Oh, sure.
And Terry says, now what did they say about everything? Yeah. And I look at her like.
They went over everything on this sheet.
Yeah, you got the sheet.
Here's the pamphlet, and here, and we have
it says it has instructions on it.
It does, and we have a bunch of boxes checked.
But you want to hear it from them,
right? We do, and I do know this pharmacy. They had already called something in. I think we got to go get it. That was about it.
Well, I'm glad everything went well.
Yeah. But thank y'all for that. And I hate it. I haven't had to step away, but
well, I missed you. I missed you tremendously,
you did.
And I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Because I had to have a little procedure of my own, and I needed you to do it.
What?
I had a little friend come back on my hand.
Yeah, a throwback to a show many years
cyst?
ago.
Yep. Who got to hit it with the book?
Well, I ended up doing it yesterday with a tennis racket.
Did you?
Yep.
Did it work?
It worked.
How about that?
Oh, man.
I really needed
about
you
doing it with
today.
tennis racket.
I
I'd
really
love
needed
to get
you
in that
yesterday.
book and hitting you.
Was going to let you do it this morning, but I couldn't stand it any longer.
It worked last time.
Yeah, it did. And I can't remember.
We on air, remember?
Yeah.
God,
I hit him
It
hard.
was at
I
least
had
10
more
years
hair
ago.
then.
God, it was a lot of fun hitting you.
I know. I knew you got joy in it. And I wanted you to do it again yesterday. And I couldn't remember, was it right hand and it had come back up?
I think
or
it was
this
left
a new
and then
one?
it was right.
Was this a new one that come up? But I took care of it yesterday.
Now, so
Sitting
you know
in
that
carpool-
gangling cyst, you know how it gave you that big hump?
Yes.
Or whatever.
Oh,
That's
it was-
kind of what JC had, but it was the bone.
And it
Did
just
you try to
stayed
hit
okay.
JC
it
with
stayed
a
up.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So it
Yes.
wasn't a cyst
Yeah.
or anything. It was just that's what it was, and it was just below the wrist, in between the knuckle on his
Okay.
right hand. So every time he would come through here, hit, and then kind of come over and come around top, those tendons would roll over that,
Ugh.
and it hurt. I mean, bad. I mean, to the point where we're wrapping wrist, and
You
he's
didn't,
trying.
you
He's
didn't
trying
try
to.
a book?
I wish. Well, I don't think I didn't when I first saw that
You thought,
a couple of years
I know
ago,
what
because
that is.
he's been with it for a little bit, and you never slow down enough to do it. It's
Yeah.
like, okay, we all finished the fall season. This is a really quick, you just recovery, like 2 weeks, let the incision heal, and you're back at it.
Yeah.
To get ready for the season, because really for baseball now, this is preseason. I know a lot of you
Yeah.
are going into the holidays, but because baseball season's moved up to the end of January, 1st of February, this is their preseason. And so you got to work hard.
Yeah.
A lot of Christmas breaks are won and lost just on how you prepare. So it never went down. But the first time I saw it, I thought of you. I said, "Let me see that
Oh,
thing.
gangland.
Let me hit it."
Yeah.
Dad, it's
Hey, it
not.
was-
Dad, it's not a cyst.
It was large. It was large. It was a rise. I mean, the rise was high. And I was sitting in carpool.
And it did go away.
No, I banged it away.
How did you make yourself go? Just I'm going to hit it,
I was
and
sitting
without moving your hand.
I was sitting in carpool line yesterday, and I looked at it, and I'm like, I can't just I can't wait till tomorrow for Speedy to hit this. I've got to take care of it.
Greg,
And
you
I
didn't
had
wanna do
just
it,
picked
Greg?
up.
Nah.
I had just picked up like 4 tennis rackets that had been
I don't like stuff
restrung,
like that.
and I reached in and grabbed one, and I held it like the edge of the frame, and I thought I could actually just do this right here with the frame.
Did you go,
And so I was sitting right here, and so then I put my hand
Start
down. I
crying.
couldn't remember if we put my hand on a table and did it, or I held it there and just you did it. I couldn't remember that. So I
you had
set
it
it.
on, you had to have it on the hard side.
That's what I did. Is I set it on the
don't want it to
console
give.
of the truck, and I just banged it,
I remember
and it went away.
But so-
it was-
when we,
I would
when we
move
did
my
on the show
hand.
that day. I'll be honest. I think I'm the one that actually brought up
You
hitting it
did.
with a book.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was going to work.
yeah.
But it did.
And I got several emails from people yesterday saying, "Oh yeah, hit it with a book." They had never heard that we had done it before, and they just heard I had ganglion. I nearly say it every time. It's cyst, not assist.
Assist?
Ganglion cyst, and so
Or assist.
yeah, I needed your
I would like to.
assistance.
Yeah, really. I would have loved that.
But I
he
hey
loves stuff like
knocked it, and I thought, well, that didn't work, and all of a sudden it did, and I was like, wow, so it's gone.
Let it
My luck-
Speedy hit it anyway.
maybe I need to look at
Just
it.
in
My
case
luck
it's
is I would
thinking
put
about
my
coming
hand there to
back.
hit it, and I would miss the cyst, and I would just like hit my knuckle,
Break your finger.
Yeah, and be like, ah.
yeah,
Well, I'm glad you worked that out, though.
yeah. So it's
Funny
gone.
moment yesterday on the way home. You know how you love anytime you have a family member, friend, or whatever, and I'm putting quote, you're the driver. You know what I mean? You're the driver, and they would send your patient or your loved one, and then they would give you update. He's in surgery or whatever. And, hey, it's
in
time to
recovery.
pick him up. And when he comes stumbling out, because, they got to get you out quick.
Sure.
I mean, you lay there for 5 Mississippi, and all right, get on up. Let's go.
Get up. Headed toward the
He
door.
comes stumbling out talking crazy, and he wanted to have food because, he couldn't eat and all this kind of stuff. So finally it's over. By then it's almost lunch. It is lunch. And he's like, man, this place right around the corner from where this facility was is one of his favorite places to go. He said, could we run over there and get something to eat? I'm like, yeah, sure. So I go in and get him something to eat. I come back, and I said, hey, man, what are you doing? I'm just hanging out with Coach. I said, really? What did you say? I can't remember. And I said, well, you probably ought to stop calling people if you can't remember the conversation.
Yeah, wait
Because there's no
till this
telling.
afternoon.
So I've got a couple of his buddies, 2 of his coaches, and 1 of his roommates that he talked to that I really need to contact today and go, hey, what did he say? Just for comedic value alone.
True.
So there's that. And I didn't pay attention because it said for your diet to slowly get them back into real food. And
Yeah.
I bought him the biggest plate of breakfast that
Probably should have just had a pack of crackers.
probably.
Yeah.
But he's okay. But I got in trouble because that was the first box that was checked. And it's probably something they told me and I wasn't paying attention.
Usually they give you a pack of crackers and Sprite or something.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you've thought about protecting your home with security, but you've been waiting for the right time, you want to listen up. Right now, listeners of this show can get 40% off Simply Safe's award-winning home security system. We use and trust Simply Safe to protect our home and family because at Simply Safe, your safety is the only thing that matters. Get 40% off your order when you visit simplysafebubba.com today. Customize the perfect system in just a few minutes. That's simplysafebubba.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com.
Folks in Dalton, Georgia, our friends at WizKid Clean Pods make smarter cleaning products where you bring the water and their cleaning pods bring the clean. A lot of you are already loving their glass cleaners, their bathroom cleaners, floor cleaners, and the very popular pet cleanup Urine Blast. These cleaners defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime, which reduces cleaning frequency and saves you time. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. cleanpods.com/Bubba.
Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com. Fall is the tastiest time of year, and HelloFresh makes it easy to savor all the season has to offer with 35 weekly recipes and fresh ingredients delivered right to your door. Not only does HelloFresh spice up your cooking routine while saving you time with fewer trips to the store, it saves you money too. HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping or takeout. Get 65% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com. If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa, and folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble, and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Knock out holiday gift shopping early and snag some of the best deals of the season on Raycon. Raycon's wireless earbuds, headphones, and speakers offer premium sound, a comfortable fit, and up to 54 hours of battery life, perfect for anyone on your gift list. Just go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and use the code EARLY YBF to get 20% off site-wide, or save even bigger and get 30% off Raycon's holiday bundles. That code is EARLY YBF at buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com. Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com.
the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
23 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for checking in with the kickoff hour here as we're live. It's me, Speedy, Greg, there's Helmsy, Blazing Silverman, and Rick Bubba Adler join us right after top of the hour for the main show. All right, so I do have to ask Greg about something. You heard all kinds of stories yesterday about polling places having trouble with the midterms on taking ballots and, hey, y'all hang on and drop it in this box 3, and I ain't doing – I mean, it was just a lot of drama. Matter of fact, in Arizona, they were in a huge handle.
We played that clip.
Yeah. Did you see in Houston what happened?
Nope.
No.
Houston city worker is found dead in the basket of a cherry picker after being electrocuted outside the midterms polling station that was forced to shut down because of this. An unidentified city worker was apparently installing some lighting inside the park when he was killed as a result of the incident. He was electrocuted around noon. It cut power to the polling place, causing it to be closed. He was found dead in a cherry picker basket that was extended near a floodlight. And what in the world could have happened there, Greg?
I don't know. He got a hold of something. That's one way to stop voting, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, they had to actually shut
That's
the whole thing
drastic.
down. Yeah. It says voters were rerouted to another polling facility.
And it's cherry picker.
But, yeah, I'm talking about baskets up. I'm up there working, and all of a sudden I'm electrocuted. And the power was restored to the polling station around 2 p.m., but did not reopen. The police and the medical examiner are investigating the incident to see exactly what happened. It's obvious that something went wrong because he was electrocuted, and that was the cause of death.
Wow.
I just thought about
So
you.
shut the old voting machine down, and everybody's standing there waiting.
It's a bad situation right there, my friend. Is it just lackadaisical? I'm in a hurry, probably, because he had to know what he was doing. But it said a city. He didn't say a power company employee. It said a city worker.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
A lot of these cities have their own utilities.
Yeah.
No, yeah, that'll
not
do
good,
it.
is it?
That'll do it.
Also, I know how you.
At first, they were trying to figure out why the power's out. And they're like,
I know how you love chicken. You've talked about your love for chicken. Have you seen this, guys? Chicken Man eats 40 rotisserie chickens in 40 days.
That's ridiculous. Why did he want to do that?
I don't know. He's from Philadelphia. I wonder
For
if
40 days, every day he ate a whole chicken.
Yeah, has a new. It says Philadelphia has a new legend. A guy who goes by the name Chicken Man.
Chicken Man.
Because he was.
Well, I mean, if anybody's going to be called Chicken Man, it'd definitely be him after that.
He was dialed in. He ate entire rotisserie
40
chickens
days.
for 40 days straight.
Think about that.
A lot of protein.
Crowds even surrounded him on his last bird.
I bet he won't even look at a rotisserie chicken.
Yeah, I love this statement.
I wonder how he did it. Did he mix with different sauces? Did he have different like? Did I do breakfast
And
with
you're
that?
dealing with bones. You know what I'm talking about?
Did I-
You're trying to eat it off the bone. How much is it officially ate? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Who made that call? I mean, has the bone got to look like an ant?
And did he eat anything else, or was it just?
No,
I go through the day.
Right. I want to know how big the chicken was.
Right. Did I have me a chicken breakfast and
With
a
the
chicken
old-
lunch?
Yeah.
And a chicken snack and then a chicken dinner.
Well, crowds surrounded him on the last bird, chanting, "Eat that chicken! Eat that chicken!"
So he announced publicly, "I'm going to eat 40 chickens."
yeah.
So we kept up with it.
Yep, and he documented his feat right down to the last bones, it says. And they go on and have some fun with the World Series and all this. But it says Chicken Man really brought it home. He said he lost 16 pounds over those 40 days. He said he got so sick of chicken, he started chewing it into pieces before washing it down. But he said basically I drank the chicken because I chew
it up the tiny pieces and then.
Yeah, he said when the bones were
That's
picked
kinda
clean,
gross.
Chicken Man held them up triumphantly to basically say, "Look, I'm finishing."
Here they are.
Yeah.
Here's the rib cage.
40
days.
Yep. Well, I just know your love
You
for
got
chicken.
40 days. I
Eat
love
that
chicken, but
chicken.
I'm gonna tell you this: I don't love chicken that much.
Yeah.
I will say this: my least favorite is the rotisserie chicken.
You know,
Ooh, I
Terry,
love a good rotisserie.
I like parts of it, but it's a little slimy.
Amanda
at
stops at
times.
Publix and buys theirs all the time.
Little
let me tell you
slimy at
something.
times.
Whole
Terry
Foods has a good one,
it's funny
too.
you said that.
I'll
Terry,
eat it, but it's not my favorite.
Terry basically called it. Hey, I'm grabbing a rotisserie chicken.
Yeah.
How about we pull it apart and all this kind of stuff and make a salad out of it?
We
Do you
do
ever
that. We do sandwiches out of it.
Do you
Kids
ever wonder
love a
how
good
long it's been
barbecue
sitting
sandwich.
there?
Just hey, barbecue plate.
Yeah, not the best
Just a
for
chick-
you, but
Do-
it's
do you-
still.
But do
What
you
is it?
worry about how long it's been sitting there?
No, Greg.
At the
No,
a
if
lot
it's
of them, like
Greg.
at Walmart, they'll set them out on that little.
Hey,
little
we said
table.
Publix. We're shopping is a pleasure.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
they'll
They
set
keep
'em out
theirs
on
in
that
the
little
heat
table,
pad.
and I don't know how long it's been there.
Greg, if it was bad, they'd remove it.
Yeah,
don't know.
when Terry
Okay.
brought it home, it was still hot.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
regulations.
Well, yeah, they got a
against
heat
all
lamp
that.
on it.
So that's your concern.
whole
That's why
thing-
you have
that whole
not
rotisserie
had joy
chicken thing
in
kinda
rotisserie
grosses me
chicken.
out. It kind of grosses me out.
Okay, well there it is.
Interesting.
It does. It's
Well,
not
I know
my
your
favorite.
love for chicken, and that's why I brought this up.
like
but is there
boneless
anything
chicken
that I'm talking about a snack because this was a whole chicken.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there
and
anything
what we
that y'all
usually
could
get,
eat for
by
40
the way,
days?
at Publix, I think it's just a half, isn't it? I don't think
don't-
it's a whole.
You can get a whole.
No. Is there anything y'all
Walmart's
could
got
eat
a
for
whole.
40 days
I could
straight?
probably go chicken. I just had to do different
For 40
sauces,
days
change it up.
Well, yeah, I could probably do like say grilled chicken breast or even fried chicken breast. I could probably do that. Not a rotisserie chicken, absolutely not.
No.
And I could eat lasagna 40 days.
You could.
Yeah.
Like a plat. I mean, because it's going to have. We're not talking snack here. Because
I could eat lasagna 40 days in a row, just a square.
You think?
Oh, absolutely.
But no, it's got to be more than a square. It's got like.
That's
big-
all you're eating for
It's
40
got to be
days.
like half a pan.
No, every day I eat other stuff too.
No,
right?
you don't, Greg.
Do I not?
Not in our rules.
Well, I eat, okay, 3 squares. And some bread, garlic bread.
Okay.
So you're going to put on 40 pounds.
Yeah.
From pumpkin spice to apple cider, fall is the tastiest time of year, and HelloFresh makes it deliciously easy to savor all that the season has to offer. With mouth-watering recipes delivered to your door, right now you can treat yourself to gourmet meals and pick up some cooking skills along the way with their new limited-time Harvest Dinner Series, complete with easy-to-follow videos, and HelloFresh Market makes hosting your next tailgate or party easier than ever with fall flavors. A rotating selection of fall-inspired brunch kits, dessert boards, and more available for a limited time this season. With more than 35 weekly recipes to choose from and the ingredients delivered right to your door, HelloFresh helps spice up the cooking routine with fewer trips to the store, and it even saves you money too. HelloFresh is actually 25% cheaper than grocery shopping. Sign up today for 65% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code BUBBA, HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
There's nothing worse than the mall in the months leading up to the holidays. You got children screaming and take forever to find parking. The list goes on and on. Now, right now, you can shop early, skip the stress, and snag some of the best deals of the season on something everyone will love. Premium audio products from Raycon. Raycon's wireless earbuds, headphones, and speakers offer premium sound, useful features, and almost custom, comfortable fit, and up to 54 hours of battery life. And they start at half the price of other premium audio brands. Plus, Raycon makes gifting easy with holiday gift guides for everyone in your life. Or knock that list out all at once and get 30% off by shopping Raycon's holiday bundles. Just go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and use the code EARLYYBF to get 20% off site-wide. That's 20% off and save even bigger and get 30% off Raycon's exclusive holiday bundles. That's code EARLYYBF at buyraycon.com/Bubba. or rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but thanks to CarShield, you don't have to worry about how much it will cost to fix your car when it breaks down. Their price will never go up, and they help handle everything. Here's why we love them. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck on the side of the road. Every protection plan comes with coast-to-coast roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options at no extra cost. So as long as your car is covered, no matter how old it is, you're protected from the rising cost of parts and repairs. Get coverage today. Go to carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888 to save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba or call 800-391-8888.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour, as well as Adler. Don't forget today it's the Bible study live at noon Central today. And that is something I know a lot of you look forward to each Wednesday live with Rick, and that will happen at noon Central. The wheel of meat could spin. You never know. We have been doing it on Fridays, but last week we didn't. We moved it around a little bit, so be looking for that. Could possibly happen today. We'll check in with Span in about an hour and a half as well, get an update on that system forecasted to impact Florida. So be looking for that. And it's affected the Artemis launch, and we'll update that as well today. All right, so we could go a couple of different ways. Let's just look real quick. Yesterday, I'm sitting here, and, it's wall-to-wall, political coverage, and man, we got drama everywhere, and polling places closing and all this kind of stuff. And on my phone, notification, ESPN College Football Rankings show is on. And I was like, oh, wow, let me flip over and check that out. No real big surprises, really, when it comes to earlier in the week, Monday, we talked about the AP poll, and how that would reflect to the college football rankings. The top four is pretty much what we thought. Georgia's 1, Ohio State 2, Michigan 3, and now TCU is at 4. And your first one-loss team is Tennessee at 5. There's Oregon at 6. LSU has moved up 3 slots to 7. USC 1 slot to 8, and then there's Alabama. They fell 3 slots to 9. Clemson fell 6 slots to 10, and then Ole Miss is at 11, tied. They're at 11. UCLA 12, Utah 13, Penn State 14. North Carolina is at 15. Kentucky's jumped in. They weren't ranked. They're at 24. So did Florida State and Washington as well. And Notre Dame, who wasn't ranked, just jumped all the way up to 20. That's your college football rankings. That was talked about last night. And, of course, Georgia's at Mississippi State. Then, if you look at Ohio State, they're playing Indiana. Michigan is playing Nebraska. TCU is playing – they're at Texas, actually. Yeah. So that should be pretty interesting to see how that plays out. But there's a couple of the teams, though, that you are normally seeing Oregon's sitting right there. They kind of control their own destiny. I mean, the Ohio State-Michigan deal, that's going to work itself out on Thanksgiving weekend they play. So you would think, you know, the loser is probably going to kind of get pushed out, but you never know
how close it is.
Yeah, but there's TCU hanging around. They got a little respect. But
now,
yeah,
so I saw where Gary Patterson is on the staff at Texas, and here comes his old team that he pretty much built, rolling in there. You know, used to hear his names tied to a lot of jobs.
Yeah.
You know, I don't follow TCU that much. When did they drop so bad that he got fired? I don't remember why he got. I know.
Was it a mutual agreement or did he get fired? I can't remember either. I
know he had a lot of success there.
Yeah.
I've got my own LSU, and here's why I say that. This is where it gets weird for the college football playoff committee. If LSU if Georgia wins out, okay, and LSU beats them in the SEC championship
with two losses,
you have to send the SEC champion. So would Georgia drop down to number 4 and get that 4th spot?
Yeah.
Because Michigan, Ohio State, unless something
Especially
crazy happens, one of those will get one spot, and then you've got TCU if they can hold on. But I think they'll probably get beat in the next 3 weeks. I'm gonna just throw that out there. They've got Texas, Baylor.
Once that happens, they're done.
Yeah, they've got Texas, Baylor, and Iowa State left. And so one of those will beat them, I think.
I wonder, too, because we were talking off air about Oregon. I don't follow the Pac as much as I should. I just don't. They're out of mind, out of sight, out of mind. But if I was looking at it right, I mean, USC and UCLA are on one side and then Oregon's on the other. So, you know, the winner of that's going to probably play Oregon, I would think, in the Pac-12 championship game.
Yeah.
And then the winner of that, if it's Oregon, I mean, wouldn't they get in?
I think so. I think,
maybe even, but then
they
you
got the loss to Georgia, but it's ugly. I know Georgia's
is.
number 1, but they didn't just lose; they got drilled.
First game of the year.
But back to your scenario. Let's say LSU makes it to Atlanta and plays Georgia and beats them.
Yeah.
And then Georgia's there with one loss, and Oregon wins the Pac-12, and they're there with one loss, but Georgia beat the crap out of Oregon. Who gets that?
I think
slot?
you give it to LSU because they beat Georgia. They pulled it off because Oregon didn't.
No, I'm not talking about LSU. LSU's in.
Okay,
if they win it all.
Yeah.
I'm saying if they beat Georgia,
okay,
and then Georgia's with one loss, and Oregon's with one loss, but
Georgia.
Oregon won the Pac-12.
I mean,
but Georgia beat
head-to-head.
Georgia beat the crap out of it.
I go Georgia because it's head-to-head.
Yeah, that'll
you
be
have
interesting.
to.
And then there's also a scenario where just please listen to me. If LSU was to lose one of the two SEC games they have left, which is Texas A&M and Arkansas, that gives them 3 losses. And Alabama beats Ole Miss. They win that head. There is a path that Alabama makes it 100%. To Atlanta.
Yeah, you're right.
So, but I mean, again, LSU can control their own destiny if they win out. But if they slip, then the door is open for Alabama to get there. So anyway, we'll see how that plays out. But really the top 4, there was no surprise, but only the second college football poll ranking. So there's a lot that's going to kind of be adjusted and move around.
I think LSU controls their own destiny, gets there. Obviously, Georgia controls their own destiny. But if LSU slips and Alabama wins out, then they're in.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Tennessee's going. They should be not lose.
Yeah,
I hate to mojo on because they got Vandy, Missouri, and South Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
You know, there they sit.
Yeah, and I heard an argument last night for them, and they're sitting there right there pretty strong.
Yeah. With that one loss to GA.
Yeah, so you never know. I mean, so look, it's kind of like deer hunting. When you think you can figure out the deer.
All right, let me ask you this scenario.
You know, you think you can't. You can't figure. I can't figure out college football.
No,
I mean, it's just
what
when
do you
you
do
think
with
you
this?
got something's going to be a surprise here, y'all.
What do you do with this? Okay, and I may get confused in all this, but just hang with me. All right, LSU loses. Okay, Alabama wins out, so they've got 2 losses. Okay, they go on and beat Georgia.
Right.
Okay. With 2 losses, they've beat them. You got to put them in because they're the SEC champion. Now Georgia only has 1 loss to the SEC champion,
right?
So they're in. So now what do you do with Tennessee, who has 1 loss?
It's a mess. That's why that Tennessee Georgia game, everyone's talking about how important it was. But let's put it this way, and I don't think that this will happen. But you know, Michigan and Ohio State, either one of them, they're known to slip up.
Yeah.
And you know, Could something happen to where one of them lose outside with their matchup on Thanksgiving weekend?
Based off their schedule, probably not.
I agree. I agree, but you never know there.
Indiana and Maryland is who Ohio State has, and then Nebraska and Illinois is who Michigan has. They don't have.
Illinois played good.
They have. When you look at their
Bielema.
schedules, they're very like Michigan doesn't appear that they've played hardly anybody.
Yeah.
Ohio State either. I don't know how good or bad Penn State is.
I know.
They've kind of been middle of the pack.
Well, they play a great first half. They did against Ohio State and Michigan, and ended up getting beat.
And Ohio State does have, I know it's the first game of the year, and I know they hadn't been as good as they have been, but they just knocked off Clemson. Ohio State did beat Notre Dame. So I would consider that probably a decent win.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's going to be interesting.
The only
how it all
decent
plays
win
out.
Michigan has is Penn State.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know where they were ranked at that time, but anyway. Hey, gonna be fun.
So there's the Pac-12. They're sitting at 6-8. So I mean, I don't know what'll happen there. USC is 8-1, and Oregon's 8-1, but there's UCLA at 8-1. They're at 12th. So you know how everybody loves the Pac. So if they win
I'd like
out,
to see them in just to see what I'd love to see Bo Nix end up in the college football
that'd be
playoff
great.
after the year he's had.
Yeah.
a lot will be yet to be decided.
Utah may slip up and beat them.
It's possible. They're pretty good.
Yeah, Oregon, and they got number 25 Washington next. Oregon does.
Washington.
Washington.
They got Washington, Utah, and then the Beavers.
Yeah, and Arkansas started
Fighting
off as a
Beavers.
big scare, and they have seemed to have fallen off a little
Yeah, I
bit.
know.
But LSU is at Arkansas.
Arkansas can beat them. They probably shouldn't, but it could happen.
Yeah. So we'll see how it plays out. But there's your latest college football poll for this week, and that's week 11. Hard to believe we're already there at week 11, y'all.
It is.
And we'll blink, and it'll be a good night. It's already Happy New Year. We just don't know it. It's just going to fly by. But let's try to enjoy it. Like today, we're live right now, so let's enjoy today.
Live, always live.
15 minutes till top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you have certain chronic conditions, such as
heart disease,
asthma,
diabetes, and you're 19 years of age or older,
52,
36.
42, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I'm going to ask my doctor
About getting vaccinated.
With Prevnar 20.
Today on Hey Culligan, soft water, cleaner environment. What do you say, Greg?
Hey, Culligan, are you saying if I have a Culligan high-efficiency water softener, I'm also helping the environment?
It sounds like you're saying it, Greg, and yes, you are, because with the Culligan high-efficiency water softener, you'll use less detergent, soap, and harsh chemicals, and that's good for the planet.
Now you're saying it.
You bet I am, Greg. Soft water and a cleaner environment is already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Provember is back at Lowe's, and so are the savings. Power the possibilities with savings on the DeWalt tools you trust to get the job done. Like the DeWalt 16-piece reciprocating saw blade set was $29.98, now $19.98. And the DeWalt 14-piece assorted drill bit set was $16.98, now $9.98. These deals are tough to beat, and so are the tools. It always pays to be a pro at Lowe's. Offer ends 12/28 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
My friend and I are taking a trip to Mexico this year, but neither of us speak Spanish. So we downloaded Babbel and started learning Spanish fast.
Want to start getting conversational in another language in as little as 3 weeks? Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons were designed by language experts to be the most efficient and effective way to learn a new language.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
Babbel's interactive lessons are created by real language teachers and voiced by real native speakers using a modern conversation-based method. So in no time, you can start speaking confidently about real-life topics in another language.
Nosotras vamos a México en 2 días y ahora hablamos español.
Gracias, Babbel.
Sí, muchas gracias.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at babbel.com. Just go to babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's babbel.com. BABBEL.com.
Well, if we're being totally honest, we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day, but if you're like us, we don't always have the time or energy to make that happen. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you'll have more energy, you'll feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that when we take our next physical, the doctor compares our old lab work to the new lab work, and he says, hey, keep doing what you're doing. This wonderful product is powered with a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. So join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. That's fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code Bubba at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes past, or excuse me, 10 minutes until top of the hour. Let me freak a lot of you out. This portion of the show brought to you by ReliefFactor.com. If you suffer from inflammation, maybe it's the aches and pains of just getting older, trying to do better, whatever the case, ReliefFactor.com. That's where you need to go. 3-week quick start pack is only $19.95. And we've just heard so many of you contact us and say, hey, it is really working for me. Even some staff members that suffer from the aches and pains of inflammation have also been taking it, and it works for them as well. Check them out right now at ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Quick start pack. It's a 3-week supply, just $19.95. Or you can always go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsors button. Dang the luck, y'all. This would be me, and I know it would be y'all because that's just the way it works. SAT scores, right? Let's just say let's say we did. Let's dream a little bit. Let's claim we were real smart and we did good.
Oh, okay.
All right.
We can imagine that, I guess.
And then the SATs, the tests get blown off a UPS truck onto the interstate. And
there goes my grade.
And there's SAT tests all over the place, and they can't find some of them. And so 55 high schoolers in West Texas look to be they have to take it over because the paper exams blew off a UPS truck after they were picked up at an El Paso high school. and they took the exams on October the 27th. In a statement, the El Paso Independent School District said counselors will work with students who want to take the ACT exam with a waiver. In turn, they will be allowed to retake the test with no fee. But my luck would be I did real well.
It ain't the fee I'm worried about.
Yeah, and then for some reason they lose it, and then I don't do well.
Yeah, because a lot of things I'm guessing at I haven't even guessed right.
Right.
But, we were talking about it earlier, and evidently this is the case. But in today's time, you would think that they would have the scores or the tests somewhere under some, stored on some server. Or, we're depending on a piece of paper, and that's it. Yeah. If it blows away, we don't have your test.
What you're saying is SAT exams shouldn't be lost in transit.
Yeah, you would think if it fell off, but we got it backed up on the computer there.
Yeah, it just seems like we're so advanced in this country in so many ways, especially since Election Day was yesterday. That's one day where we seem to be way behind. I just don't understand some of the polling places and how some states do things, but
we were discussing that earlier too. It's funny, you take that ballot and you stick it in that where we live at the way it's different everywhere, and that machine sucks it up. You have no idea what it read, what it sees. You don't know.
No, you don't.
You don't. You don't. Whenever Florida had that 2000 debacle, hanging chads and all this kind of stuff, they really tried to revamp a lot of things. And did you see how quick they had their results in last night? And I know they're on the East Coast and stuff, but Florida, now the Republicans did really well, and so there was just landslide victories. But it's just weird how some states have it going on and their results come out so quickly, and others are like, well, it might take a couple of days.
I know.
It's like, what? What are we doing?
Everybody's got their different way of.
Yeah.
I see where
I think I ought to be able, and this gets back to we're in 2022, okay? I should be able to look into some kind of screen. If you don't want to, I'd have to do this. But I would be okay with them just putting it up there. When I vote, it shows you who I voted for. And that way I'm looking to see, there's my vote. That's who I voted for. Right there. Okay. There it is, right there. Hey, everybody.
Right there.
My vote counted.
Michael Helms, that's who he voted for.
Then I can go home and I can log in, and I have my name and all that there. I can log in. I got an account because that's what everybody else does in anything else we do.
Sure.
And then I can go in. Here's my voting history. I can look right there. There it is. There's my voting history. There it is. That's who I voted for today. It actually matches up with what I was pointing at on the screen.
Yeah.
Why can't we get that right?
I know. Like I say, we don't know. You send that
you
thing.
You throw it in. We've scribbled on some dots, and who knows what the computer does.
Yeah.
It's so untrustworthy.
I see where Philo Beto O'Rourke lost his third election in a row. Is he ever going to just maybe hand it?
I don't know.
Maybe learn a trade.
He's Connor O'Roy. If you watch Succession, that's exactly who he is.
He can't win. He's ran for everything, and Beto, you might want to think of maybe a different career path. Just saying.
Yeah.
Ain't working out for you. Remember, he was like a big star there for a while.
Sure.
I'm the guy with the cool, funny name. Everybody wants me.
But to your point, how many times do you have to run and lose before you just go, like, that's it?
Oh, yeah.
That'll do it.
Yeah.
I'm out.
He's always talking trash, and he's sharp.
Oh, yeah.
Beat again.
I'll tell you what he is. He's delusional.
That's what he is.
Completely delusional.
And whoever keeps donating to him, my goodness.
They must just have endless pit of money.
Oh, Beto. Didn't happen again, buddy.
And look, we're gonna say most of this for the main show, but for the life of me, I don't understand some districts and some states. I don't know how y'all keep reelecting some of these people, and I know it's easy for me to say I don't understand it. I don't. For the life of me, especially those, really high crime, inflation
nothing
through
good.
the roof,
nothing's being improved.
Markets. You look at like in Cleveland and Cincinnati and Detroit and stuff. They're just, those counties are as blue as blue could be. And I'm like, how in the world can that happen? You live there, right?
Do you know what the scary, sad thing about?
How does that keep happening?
Well, do you know what the scary, sad thing about all of what you just said is? They can't believe you voted the way you did.
But what I'm saying is there's stats here.
They can't believe you didn't vote for Beto.
Look at rent. Look at in these big cities. You can't walk the streets without getting mugged or robbed. Is that okay with y'all?
Yeah.
You just say, okay, yeah, I'm fine. Give me another.
Well,
I don't understand it. I really, truly don't. That's just
because Big Stacy got beat again. She didn't.
Yeah.
She's not claiming right now that it was ripped off.
Boy,
but
she'll figure it out.
Some of the people will talk about voter suppression and all
Yeah.
that in Georgia. But yeah, she actually congratulated Kemp on winning.
Yeah.
But
and in Georgia,
that won't last.
if you get more than 50%, it's good day.
Yeah.
But less than 50, it's a runoff, and that's where it looks like Herschel's going, right?
Herschel.
We'll have to figure that out.
about
But
that?
anyway, that's about it on the politics side of things. We'll leave that to the main show. But I'm just baffled. I'm just talking to the TV last night, and I was in and out. I didn't just sit down and watch it all night. But I was going, how does that? What do they do? Like Whitmer in Michigan, the type of governor she is, and y'all just reelect her?
Unreal.
What the heck? I don't get that.
Well, I told you.
That's bizarro.
I know. Well, they think we're a bunch of idiots.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, but yeah,
Can
but
y'all believe
we
the
actually
South
have
is voting
stats
the
to back
way-
up some
the
of our
way
stuff.
well, they'll throw numbers at you that are not true, that they'll believe that they're in the right.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
And I can't get frustrated, so I just have to.
I'm like you. Listen, last night I thought I got home around 7-ish, and I thought I'm gonna grab me a shower. Hey, I've got some sushi in there that I hadn't eaten today.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get that right here. I'm gonna turn on the election results and just kind of catch up, see what's going on out there. So I halfway know what everybody's talking about in the morning. I gave it 3.5 minutes and I was out.
Yeah,
it's like
it's
I'm
just,
going to do something else.
just
This
get
is
so
stupid.
like Dr. Oz. I don't know him personally, but you have him versus Fetterman, and y'all reelect. I mean, I say reelect. He was the Attorney General? I don't know. But anyway, y'all. So he's going to be Senator Fetterman.
Yeah.
Did you see you hear his acceptance speech?
I'm sure.
One.
Inverted a few words here.
Did it?
I'm like, what? So that's y'all really put him in?
Yeah, he's in.
Really?
Hoodie and all.
Thank you. And family and Eagles gonna beat the Eagles. And we and did it. Senate. Phillies. Super Bowl.
And
World Series.
Right. And there's people going,
yeah. That's right.
Thank you, hoodie.
Thank you. Got a new hoodie.
Rick and Bubba.
This kind of guy asked us for puppy leave. You know what? Yeah.
It'd
be fine with me if we eradicated man buns.
I heard what you heard too. I don't know why.
You know, I'd be fine with me if we just declared man buns are over and they are over starting today.
I give you that.
I'd outlaw them if I could.
Yeah.
If I was king.
I was king.
I mean, so anyway.
Paternity leave.
Paternity. There's 4 companies that actually offer this. And there's companies that sympathize with this transition for a puppy into a new home. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with saying there's a transition for a puppy. That's all real, but that's your problem. That's not the problem of your company. Can you imagine?
This one company here gives you 10 hours of paid leave when you get a puppy.
10 hours.
And then after that, you can actually bring it to work with you.
Excuse me? I wish my company competed with that company. I bet we wear them out. I bet we'll drive them right into out of business.
This one here gives you a full week of paid leave when you get the puppy. That's another one.
Well, but there was a day when there would have been nobody that would have they would have had so much self-worth and common sense, they would never go to their company and ever ask for that. It'd never be discussed. People say, you got to be kidding. I'm not asking my boss about puppy leave. Are you kidding me?
Rick and Bubba.
Coming in. All right. Bubba would like to have confirmation. We all know there are dogs that are designed to detect seizures, diabetes. The thing that Bubba's added today that we're looking for confirmation on, that the dog actually lets you fall on them.
What do you call them?
Well, I don't know. First of all, is there a dog that actually lets you fall on them?
I know there is.
You know there is?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because people tell you about it all the time?
Yeah, I've had several conversations lately about it.
Rick, several.
You realize the word several means many.
Several.
Yeah.
Several. I stand by that.
I just don't see how it comes up that many times.
You know what I think they should be called? A crash dog.
All right, let's go. And then we have this.
Do you like that name, Crash Dog?
That's
I
good.
thought y'all give me more.
Somebody said you can get one at mypoodle.com. But anyway, the other thing is this. The other thing was this thing about puppy leave, where people are taking leave of absence from work, like a
paid leave,
like a paid leave for a puppy's adjustment.
Yeah.
Marie in Dothan, Alabama. Marie, go ahead. Welcome to the program. How are you?
I'm fine. How are y'all?
Fantastic.
Great.
So, my job I have before now, my boss man, actually, another male, took like a full week of leave, went out of state, I believe, to get a new dog, a new puppy, and the time it took to train him and all of this stuff, and get used to him being at the house and all of this stuff, he took a full week off work.
Well,
the new puppy.
Wouldn't you be training the dog? You're going to be there all the time?
Look, I don't know. I love the guy completely,
Yes.
Man's best friend, Rick.
Patty.
That's what they call him.
Patty.
Crash dog.
I even let him fall on you.
I love when Charlie Brown says to Snoopy when he's mocking him, man's a best friend. They move out and Snoopy's leading the booze.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's back there behind everybody. Man's a best friend. Patty. Oh, Charlie Brown. God love him.
I know.
Oh, Patty,
blockhead.
you are a blockhead, but you did get a nice tree. Patty, what's going on? Can anybody confirm there's dogs that let you fall on them?
Called seizure dogs.
Well, I can't.
I know they're
confirm
seizure
that
dogs.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I can't confirm that there's dogs that let you fall on them. But what I was thinking about, I mean, y'all are laughing and it's funny, but the diabetic alert dogs are a serious thing. They're very expensive, but they are trained to sense the breath of type 1 diabetics. I have a daughter that's a type 1 diabetic.
No, that's here we go again. That's not anything we're talking about. What we're saying is we know there's these dogs. We know they're important. Bubba said they let you fall on them.
That's what makes it fun.
And we're trying to figure out whether a dog lets you fall on them. And I don't think dogs let you fall on them.
I'm telling you. That's what they had.
I don't see how that could happen.
Think about the dog.
But I don't think
I've never seen it. I'm just going by what people tell me.
Everybody's talking about
This seizure dog is funny.
You
You got the lady on the floor, and her head's like bouncing up and down on the floor, and the dog gets up under it like a pillow.
Yeah. So now
So there's a fall version of that, I guess.
I've
never seen one.
I don't think
that's the difference between letting a dog completely fall on you.
These people told me that.
Bubba,
I don't care.
There's not dogs that let you completely fall on them. I just don't think that's right.
Y'all are wrong.
What I mean,
call these people you talk to.
Service dogs, seizure dogs, all that we know.
Can you give me one of the several people that told you that we can get them on?
I'll have to track them.
Do you think?
Well, wait a minute. There's got to be 5 or 6.
Bubba, what
you said several.
Bubba, what I'm saying, do you think it's possible that what they were talking about is what you're looking at here? It's not I'm standing up and I fall on
that one's pretty funny too. I'd never seen
that's
that.
incredible. But do you think maybe that's what they're talking
about? Have you seen them?
You're already on the ground.
Where
then it comes
somebody's
over.
head's hitting the ground and they burr up under you.
I don't know. I don't
see you being able to train a dog to do that.
I mean, it's just funny to see it happen because I've never seen a dog do that.
I'm just thinking a dog couldn't survive their owner falling on them.
How about this? Let's say I'm a dog. I'm a dog. I'm like, I'm not letting that guy follow me all the time.
I'm just
now that one's sliding under there when you're already on the ground. Now you're banging your head on the floor to keep. It's 6 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show, a brand new hour, begins with our national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. As a brand new hour begins, Speedy is back. The real Greg Burgess and Helmsy, they've already given you a kickoff hour. And now Adler settles in to his spot. And I be Rick. I'm settled into mine. And across the way, we're missing one. Somebody signal the tunnel and start the fog. The Silver Tongue one. The man with a golden voice. Professional lunch eaters, man of the year. The inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare. And the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Wash away my shame. Middle, some Far East mystic crap. Ooh, yeah. Bubba, you know, today we're going to run a pretty tough list of you can't have this. I mean, you can't have nothing.
You can't have nothing today.
I mean, some people thought we have things we can't have.
Well, let me try to give you this update right out of the gate, okay? Because I know a lot of you went to bed and things were close, and they're still close in a lot of ways. And depending on what outlet you're watching, they're calling these races just a little bit different. Mm-hmm. But here is what we think we know at this point, according to the USA Today.
Yeah. Oh.
In the Senate, you need 51 seats to be in control. Right now, the Democrats have 48, the Republicans have 47, and 5 of them are still in play, too close to call.
So there you go.
And you'll probably have recounts, lawsuits,
yep,
and maybe even a runoff somewhere along the line in that. Now, over in the House, you need 218 to have control of the House. According to USA Today, they have the Democrats at 172 and the Republicans at 199. That's 64 races still in play. Now, as we glance up this morning, CNBC is saying the Republicans have 220, which will put them in control, and the Demos at 215. So it looks like, if everything plays out according to the experts, that the Republicans will take the House by a thin majority. The Senate is just too close to call right now.
Right.
And prior to this, remember, it was 50-50. And the VP got to break a lot of the ties. So we're going to have a very divided government, however you look at it. So, you know, a lot of the races, though, we'll have to talk about it. It's interesting how some of these things fall, and some of it is just absolutely a head-scratcher. You know, you're like, what in the world are you thinking?
Yeah,
but the people have spoken.
They have, and I think we can, like I say, we can unpack some of this. Some of it is it's the state of things, and the current state of the country, and we'll talk about that. We'll unpack that more. College football rankings from Tuesday night are out. If we played today, these would be the 4 that would play. We have that. Georgia at number 1, Ohio State at number 2, Michigan at 3, TCU at 4.
And then Tennessee is the highest-ranked one-loss team at number 5, followed by Oregon.
And the Oregon Ducks right behind that, led by Heisman hopeful Bo Nix.
I know it.
So that what was funny though? Well, what was funny is to hear yesterday some of the discussion on that. People don't really know what to do with the fact that Georgia beat them by 46 points.
Yeah.
And so everybody,
I mean, a complete
everybody is
shelling.
I know it was the first game, and I got all that, but 46 is a big number.
That's a big one.
That's a big number, and you wonder if you're sitting there going, I want to throw them in there and watch them get shellacked by Ohio State or Georgia.
I know Oregon. I know Oregon is pushing the line that it was the first game.
No,
and a lot has changed.
But 46 points.
But I'm the first game for Georgia too.
But I'm gonna tell you, I think if they played again, the results would be very close. Same score.
Yeah. So anyway, 46 is a big number. And but Oregon's having a great season other than that one game, and Bo Nix is having a great year. So
good for them.
And good for them. So we'll try to unpack all this. May hear from Dickie Nabmeyer today. We put out feelers yesterday. We usually wait till Thursday after a loss because then he can start looking ahead to what's next.
I feel like Dip and Dan was kind of calling him out yesterday.
Well, and that may bring him back today. I was going to say that. I think because of Dip and Dan's call yesterday, I think the odds of us getting him today are pretty high. So we'll look at that. The Willamette is still in play. So that could happen at any point. We certainly want your phone calls and your feedback today as we unpack it. And like I say, and the Bubba's got a, Space Bros. You lost a Space Bro.
Space Bros down.
You tried to replace him with two potential Space Bros because if you lose Adler, he can only be replaced by two.
Right.
And now that's coming unraveled a little bit again.
It's unraveled.
It's over. Isn't it? Yeah.
Yep. I got my shirt on.
I don't know whether to be.
I had a shirt made to go. You like that?
Well, I'm looking at your shirt, and I don't know whether to say good for him or for my heart to break.
I got my NASA patch on, my meatball, and then I've got my Artemis patch.
Because I'm going to tell you how it feels to me.
Artemis patch?
Yeah, can I tell you how that feels to me? It feels to me like one of my kids is all dressed up, for us to go to the Barney show or something,
right?
Or to go see Power Rangers, and they're wearing the red Power Ranger outfit, and I have to tell them we ain't going,
right?
Right. And that part feels that part feels hurtful.
Rick, I'm chasing rockets. I know the risk, and for me personally, it's almost overwhelming to actually see one.
So you want to come back and just you want to start there and work our way back?
We can.
I mean, Jeff Cook's dead. I mean, we got all kinds of.
I know.
I mean, today it's a salad and it's got all kinds of stuff thrown in.
Yeah, it really is. It's not even just a garden salad.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Fall is the tastiest time. From banging and licking your face, absolutely. But I'm just talking about I'm standing up and the dog runs over me and lets me
That's
follow
what
him.
people told me they had. I don't know.
Did you? Is it possible maybe you misunderstood what they said?
No, I didn't misunderstand.
That's not possible.
Wow.
Let's go to Josh.
Dog, how big
and
it
you
is,
may be right. I'm just saying I've never heard that part before.
Yeah,
Josh in Huntsville.
We all know there's dogs that help with diabetes.
Yeah, and we also know we know all that serious. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Service
is there a
dogs,
dog?
really amazing.
Is there a dog that lets a person who passes out fall on them?
That's it. If they are, I bet they're pretty big.
Let's go to Huntsville. Josh?
Hey, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Somebody help me out here.
Bubba's 100% correct. I saw a documentary on this, and it was pretty impressive. The training that goes into this, what they do is they take the dog and the owner, they spend about 8 hours a day, and they put the dog in a ring, and the owner just does elbow drops from the top rope.
I knew it. All of us.
We knew you were late to say
Until the dog gets you. Look, I watched Bubba's face. He never got excited. He was like, I know this is going.
I was waiting on the screen. I was going to say the dog said, don't be mad with me.
Yeah, James in Huntsville. James staying in Huntsville. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, it all started with Otis on Andy Griffith.
And
that's all I got.
What? So did that happen on that?
Did he have a dog or something?
Did he fall on a dog
He had a
drunk?
dog I think he brought in a goat or a dog or something.
The goat that.
And he fell on it?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
I remember the goat that ate the dynamite, and they had to.
Yes, I remember that.
Nitroglycerin.
There I am doing it.
So I remember him riding a bull into town or a cow or whatever he was on.
Guys, again, I know there's dogs for anxiety. I know there's dogs for seizures. I know there's dogs for diabetes. I know there's dogs for all sorts of things. We're looking for confirmation that there's a dog that lets you faint and fall on it.
At least 4 people told Bubba during the holidays.
Right. So
probably 3, sure enough.
Sure enough.
The odds of you knowing 3 people who know someone who has a dog that breaks their fall are off the chart. You know,
I've Googled dogs that let you fall on them, and I just can't find it.
Is it?
I'm trying to find footage.
Rick, during the holidays, everywhere I went, people were talking about it.
It seemed like a hot topic.
Let's go to Brandon and Trustful. Brandon, welcome to the show. How are you?
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Hope all of y'all fall and hit your head.
Well, I
Hey,
won't
my-
because I got a dog that'll stop.
Yeah.
My brother Brian is a big one, like y'all, man's man, full beard. He took off a week when he got a new chocolate lab, and we gave him all heck for it. Now, he did take vacation. This wasn't.
Yeah, well,
wasn't some type of
now at least he did have the vacation. The company didn't afford him puppy leave, but to take time, you could have done a lot of things, and it was for that.
And he did. He skipped the rest of the family, went down to the beach. He stayed at home to get the dog used to being at home. And I swear, if he could have bought one of those bras that some of the man bud wearing guys wear to help breastfeeding,
yes,
he would have noticed that dog.
Now, was this dog going to be just a pet or a hunting dog?
Pet. Just a pet.
Oh, my gosh.
I was gonna say,
he is a good one.
we got a little area that we can work there.
If you have footage of dogs letting people fall on them, Bubba at rickandbubba.com.
Or if you told Bubba this during the break.
Here's some of the headlines that are out there today. The House is going to vote on that program, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, on whether to keep it rolling or to say goodbye to it. And this, of course, is a surveillance program that collects Americans' email, text messages, other electronic communication without a warrant. And we did this because we were, are in war and we have a war on terror. And in 2008, this was done to increase the government's ability to stop foreign terrorists in the wake of the 9/11 attacks. They've credited the law with foiling terrorist plots. But as you know, the other end of the spectrum, and I understand that too, critics fear the government can use the data to go after Americans that have nothing to do with terrorism.
Well, since it has saved lives and prevented, disasters, I feel like it's probably a good program to keep moving forward with the proper oversight.
Here we go, 21 minutes. Thank you, Johnny Donovan. Past the hour. Bubba, it really sort of pains me to even play this, but you got your shirt on.
Earth below us,
Oh, Bubba. So first of all, you got your Space Bros together. Yeah, we've tried Artemis once, nothing. Space Bros tried again. We go through the discomfort of Adler having to back out. Then you recover from that. You get back on your feet. You're all ready for it. Clients and salespeople wanting stuff from us on Monday. You're saying, "Hey, sorry, won't be here. I'll be watching, a midnight rocket launch," and then.
Well, Rick, we just, if we didn't have bad luck, we'd have no luck at all.
If it weren't for bad luck, I'd have no luck at all. Gloom, despair, and agony on me.
Little hee-haw reference there.
Yes, sir. Sang that yesterday.
NASA is battening down the hatches of its new big moon rocket, the Artemis 1 launch of the Space Launch System. They are dealing with Hurricane Nicole, which is expected to hit Cape Canaveral, and its targeted liftoff time has now been postponed by 2 days. It was supposed to go Sunday night. Now they've moved it back to middle of the week, the 16th. And a lot of this was done. They decided not to roll Artemis back to the vehicle assembly building. They said, look, we should be able to stand this level of a hurricane. But a lot of the employees there needed to go home and take care of their house and their families. Yeah. And then they're going to have to come back and run some tests on the rocket again to be sure that it's didn't get any damage that they didn't expect. The rocket stands 32 stories tall, Rick, and right now currently has a cost a little over $4 billion. So they want to be sure everything's right before they light the fuse on that. But it's just been bad timing with Artemis. They just can't seem to hit the window. And we were looking forward to a Florida weekend. We were going to take in the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Center complex, which I don't know if you've been to that lately.
Bubba.
It is unbelievable how they've built that up.
You think I've ever been there?
Well, I know, Rick. You wouldn't know if you drove by it.
Right, yeah.
I don't know if Rick's been there lately.
Years ago when we went, it literally was a few rockets out there on a concrete pad, and now it's like Disney World. I mean, it's unbelievable.
So you're probably excited about it.
Oh, I was, and I was excited for the guys going that had not seen that before. They also have one of the shuttles hanging there.
So I know that Hunter was going. Who else was in? And if we don't need to say, that's fine. But
well, it's Hunter was going, and we had our pilot going,
right,
and I had some other folks going.
Bobby Dooley.
Did Dynamic Dooley make the cut?
Well, I had some other folks going.
Okay.
And
if it weren't for bad luck, I'd have no luck at all. Gloom, despair, and agony on me.
So anyway, that being pushed back is going to take us out because some of us got to work for a living, Rick. And
well, if you want to go, you go.
That's so funny.
You know, if you want to go middle of the week, you can go. I don't care.
You're talking about 2 days then at best.
So what?
So
if you want to go see a rocket, go see a rocket.
It's all been canceled now. Hotel rooms are canceled. Flights are canceled. Everybody's canceled.
You go if you want to go.
Canceled.
Everybody's canceled.
Everybody's canceled.
Bubba, you go.
It's just not meant to be, Rick. I'm not going to fight against that tide too much.
Yeah. And the next,
we've had some great trips down there, and I've been there for some of the best canceled flights that they've had.
Look, in the next 7 weeks, you're only going to be off 20 days. So just grab one of those and go. Maybe come and do a best of show.
They got to be launching one. There's really you can't see anything if you go and they're not doing anything. Matter of fact, they won't even let you in.
What I'm saying is, go ahead and go with the new launch date if you want to.
Well, we've already stood down. It's okay.
You just don't have the energy to build it again.
Well, I just don't. I can't. I can't. And I got other things already planned. And that's,
it's over, right? Is that what you're saying?
Done.
It's over, Burgess.
It's over. It's over. Park it.
Well, at least we won't not have you on Monday now.
Yeah, we'll be here.
I'm just trying to find some silver lining.
Right. We'll try again at some point. When they have it over the weekend, that really helps us out because that way we may only have to miss 1 day on either side, but. It's it's on the bucket list there. I saw one shuttle launch, probably the greatest thing I've ever seen. But I mean, I'd like to see another one.
Of course, this was going to be unlike anything you've ever seen.
Oh yeah, this is going to be the biggest rocket ever.
Sure.
I think we're going to have to wait till they get a little more routine on this one.
Can I tell you something?
This one's killing me.
It may help you a little bit. There's no way they're going to launch it on Wednesday.
Well, and they may not.
Right.
May not.
Now, in the meantime...
The odds would say is we don't really have any good numbers to go by.
Well, in the meantime, SpaceX has launched 4.
Oh, right.
But anyway,
I really would like to see that Falcon Heavy with the 2 boosters coming back down.
That's pretty amazing.
Do you think if we gave Elon Artemis, he could get off the ground?
Oh no!
Well, I mean, is that not the not the rocket in the room?
People are going
to. Is that not the rocket in the room?
People are going to tattle on Bubba.
Right.
No, you're comparing 2 different things.
Well, remember, I don't mean to get you upset. I'm asking a question.
Well, no, they had their problems too getting started. Now, once they got it dialed in, it was ready to go. And Artemis will be the same too.
Of course, NASA been around a long time.
We gotta have quit having hurricanes
Right.
and all that business. So get all of our pipes tightened up.
I just don't like seeing you getting built up like this and then tore back down.
Yeah, well, it's me neither, Rick. Honestly, but you know what? I'm just glad to be here.
It's like
on the big picture of things.
How many times have
So
you booked and canceled?
watching a game of Jenga or something.
How many times have you booked and canceled a flight?
Oh, back to the shuttle. We actually, the one we saw go off, I think we had 3 or 4 scrubs in that.
Mm-hmm. There'll be a scrub.
Oh,
but I just don't. That's
Scrubby dub.
And I understand.
Scrubby
Look,
dub
safety first. Hear me loud and clear. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, when you try to market the space program like we want to market it, people's trips to go see these things, they have a lot of things they have to do and to cancel and reschedule and cancel and come back and try again. And it's happened even to you. They finally go, forget it. I can't put the energy in it again. I can't put together what it takes to get there.
When they build an 85,000 seat stadium horseshoe shape, maybe they'll be able to have other things like band competitions or something.
Band competitions.
And then if you have a rocket launch, it's kind of icing on the cake.
I'm going to plan my trip to see a band competition.
Well,
and I'm going to say, here's the good news,
a
bad
concert.
news.
How about a concert?
Yeah,
how about you're going to get to watch the Rolling Stones?
Yeah, something big. Yeah.
And at the very end, we're going to have the countdown. Will be down about 5 minutes.
I think that's the way to go. Because I don't think I can tell my group good news, bad news. Bad news, no rocket launch. Good news, we see Battle of the Bands. I just don't think that's it. We got to have
Rick,
a big.
I love a good band competition.
But I need to have a big name there that I go. I'm still at the concert.
Right.
Yeah, I don't want to see Jesse and the Jammers.
JD and the Jammers.
JD, I couldn't remember what it was. You all right, buddy? I mean, you okay?
I'm good, Rick. I'm good.
Adler,
this is just part of chasing rockets.
Adler, do you feel bad that you had to spend some bad capital when really if you'd just hung on, you wouldn't have had to go anyway?
Yes, absolutely. I could have held true to my Space Bros oath.
You'd have just waited it out.
Oath of loyalty and brotherhood. I could have just shut up and if I had just waited.
You could have been all sad today and everything.
Yes. I mean, oh, man. Aaron really was excited for me to go.
Rick, I think what I need to do is just get me like a camper down there at Cocoa Beach somewhere.
Well, you got
just
one.
Ride down there.
Yeah, you got one. We'll be back bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, the FISA court, it's actually a court. You have to go and a judge okays it, but it's a secret court. They don't let all the info out.
Right, and there's no warrant required for the surveillance. And we did find out that the government was using this in ways that had nothing to do with terrorism. I mean, that was revealed.
Well, you assume, that they would be if you believe all that Eric Snowden said, yes.
So
that was a good movie, by the way. Did you watch that?
I did.
And he snuck out his information he had downloaded on a Rubik's Cube that he threw to the guard and then walked through the machine.
That's one of those things, Bubba.
Is that real?
Well, that's one of those things that when I'm watching it, Greg Burgess has ruined it for me because I thought there ain't no way he did that.
Well, I think him getting that data out is the key. I mean, that's the linchpin of the whole movie. So wouldn't they have that factually correct? Or
I would think so, but again, that's just the way Greg's mind plays on everybody here when it comes to movies.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, Greg.
If y'all want to be naive, that's with you.
But how accurate was that?
I don't know. It's a sharp little move.
What movie
though.
is it?
Snowden.
Is it called? Isn't it called Snowden?
Yeah,
it's a good movie.
It is a good movie.
I mean,
the kid off Third Rock was the star of it. The one
I don't watch Third Rock, so I don't know.
Third Rock.
Yeah, it was the TV series.
Third Rock from the Sun?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Wasn't he one of the little brothers?
Yeah.
It
It
was a good movie. I want to watch it again. It's one of those I want to watch again because I'm not sure I got it all.
Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things, you obviously, it's easy to say you don't want to give up freedoms out of fear if you really don't have anything to fear. It's different when there really is something to fear. And I understand, even the founders and Ben Franklin had said, that you don't ever let the government convince you that you need to give up your freedoms for safety, because then you'll never get it back. And I understand that too. And the government always does use scare tactics to try to grab a little ground. They've been doing that for a long time.
Well, and all of the principles, with our forefathers was really set up before there was a concept of limited war. In those days, if somebody was a handful to you, declare war and you go wipe them out.
Right.
Right.
It's a tougher deal.
Yep.
And I see both sides of it. I certainly do.
Oh, I do too.
Yeah. And
I really, the government eavesdropping. I just don't have that many things that are that interesting. I don't think. I've never really been paranoid about it because
no, and
I got a few phone calls I wish they'd return for me, but
and all that is really certainly true. But we do know that the government politically has tried to destroy people. With the IRS, with the
absolutely,
and that they'll load up and go after you.
For political reasons, if the wrong group is in charge,
right? And we know Tea Party people suddenly they were getting audited all the time and upside down and
couldn't get tax free status on various organizations.
Yeah, I mean, if we're all for taking the government and backing it up completely and get it right back inside the Constitution, I'd be in.
Yeah.
But we're not going to do that. So I don't know,
Well, we could do that, but we would sacrifice innocent people in terrorist attacks.
Well, to me, it would be worth it if we get back inside the Constitution for the life we'd all be allowed to live. But what I'm saying is we ain't going back inside the Constitution, so this ain't that big a deal.
Well, it's a tough question and a tough line that we've never really had to deal with before.
Right.
Usually it was bad guys, good guys, and good guys win, bad guys must be done away with. But you get into this area of the tools we need to be in touch. And again, it comes a lot of it because of our open borders and how easy it is to come to the U.S.
Well, right. What I'm saying is if you didn't have this, but you actually did this bizarre concept, as you see all the different examples keep coming out going, walls absolutely work. And they do make an impact on you dealing with these things. Look at those who've done it and look at the numbers they can show you. It's not like it's some made up thing. It does work. So that's something that the government's supposed to be doing, and we all agree they should do it. So what you have those people going, well, they won't do what we agreed to do, but now they want to say, well, let us do this because, and back to your point, if we go back and do that, is there a need for this?
Right.
And so
it's like we got off the path. So now we're like programmed into a bunch of patches.
Right.
Because we made an error back here in our thinking.
Yeah, it's like me coming.
Everything's patchwork now.
Right. It's like you sitting there, saying, well, I'm going to go into a neighborhood and I'm going to go in here because we've all agreed we're going to have a checkpoint where not anybody can come in here. And somebody says, well, we're not going to do that, but we're going to put a guard that stays in your house with you all the time, watches what y'all do.
Right.
You'd be like, well, couldn't we solve that another way?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That doesn't say, hey, well, you won't be safe, don't you?
Rick, Mark on line 2 is going to comment on something, and Snowden did change my thought processes on this topic.
All right. This Mark Tuscaloosa, go ahead.
The gravy, please.
All right, 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Man, can they help you out? LinkedIn.com/Bubba. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes, wager on your business. Man, is this person going to burn us? Or are they going to be a detriment? Or are they going to be, something that's going to be an asset? Well, let me tell you how you can take some of that anxiety away, and you can do that by using LinkedIn.com/Bubba. They'll get with you and get some screening questions, and then you let everybody know, hey, we're hiring. They use the screening questions to break it down to the only most qualified, so you don't waste your time interviewing people that really didn't even have the basic qualifications. You use their purple hashtag hiring frame on your LinkedIn profile, and that spreads the word that you're hiring, and then they help you weed out those that really aren't qualified, and you only interview the best of the best. So go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Use that URL, and we'll let you post your job for free. Also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. I did say free, and we'll help you and your business be more successful by making wise hires. So yesterday.
These are the days of America.
All right, so confusion. We saw all sorts of things yesterday, and we're still trying to hash out which party will get control of the House and the Senate. Right now it looks like the Republicans will get control of the House. The Senate is a push. Nobody knows. It could go either way. Is that pretty accurate?
Yes, I believe that is where we sit today.
Was it a red wave? No, and we'll talk about that. Can the Republicans come out with a little more power? Looks like it, but not a lot. So we're not talking about some sort of major change, but we are talking about some change. And then you got into yesterday, Arizona, right out of the gate. We played that for you when people talking about that the machines weren't working. We've got some sound bites from that. So in Arizona, we'll start with 3A, B, and C, and then Greg will talk about even something that happened to him when he tried to go vote yesterday, and they got it worked out, but it was just interesting that there was some confusion. But so here is the beginning when we get the reports of the machines not working at Central Christian Church in is it Mesa, Arizona? So here we go.
Yeah, we're trying to get that fixed.
So no machines at this center are working at all. Okay, and this is the what station is this?
You see the menu?
Okay, this is the Central Christian Church, and none of the machines are working, and they are telling us that we have to leave. And so this is now happening here at this voting station also. At Central Christian, they're not letting you vote. You have to go to a different spot.
And thank you, Karen. So now, but there's that is an update.
And that was late in the day after all the other news had broke about all the other quagmires that were happening at polling places.
And Scottsdale, Arizona. Here we go again. Now this, I know some of these are long. Adler, do we need to probably not do the whole thing? Yeah. But Scottsdale, Arizona, machines are down. Here's a couple of voters describing their problems. So.
I don't believe we are at this location and their voting machines are not working properly. They don't count the ballots. You go in to register, they give you a ballot, which takes like 20 minutes, which is ridiculous. You go in, you do your voting, you go in, you give it into the machine, and it won't take it. It says misread ballot.
So, and then 3C. We have a poll worker describing problems in Arizona, and you're going to hear a phrase "nothing's working." And Arizona, is one of the places when you look at 2,000 mules and all of that they were saying, "Look, I'm telling you, there was manipulation that went on, and this doesn't look good." If you're someone saying, "Quit acting like Arizona's got some sort of problem going on," here's the poll worker describing in a nutshell what was going on in Arizona yesterday.
So I put my ballot in, but it got misread, but then what was happening?
You put it in there.
Yeah.
And tonight, a Republican and a Democrat will sit and go through all of the misread ballots all over the county and count them. And it will get counted.
Okay. And then both machines were not working. Yeah.
No, nothing's working in the last half hour.
So there you go.
Nothing.
And that's
Nothing.
That's crazy comforting.
And that's actually created a lawsuit because they were. I think Carrie Lake. She asked for a judge to extend voting locations because of these problems, and the judge turned them down. But in Pennsylvania, a judge granted polling places staying up until 10 p.m. because they ran out of paper ballots in Pennsylvania.
Well, and if you want to know, Carrie Lake, let's go ahead and do 4 because since that's brought up, she is the last I saw she was losing, but this is the kind of thing that she is not in good standing with the left, and she or the press. They don't. There would definitely be people in Arizona that would want her to be, like people that we would agree with, and others who don't. Because listen to what she said.
She came from the press too.
Yeah. Listen. Yeah, I saw her when she said, "Hey, I was there. Yeah. I know what we do."
Yeah.
And listen to what she said if she were to win. Now she thinks she's pretty confident she's going to win. Right now, doesn't like she's going to, barring something happening, but it could. But listen to what she was saying as she was voting yesterday.
Carrie, who are you? Chris Van Fleet from CBS News. I want to just follow up on his question, if I may. If Donald Trump announces, as expected, to be president, and you win the governorship of Arizona, you're likely to be talked about as a VP candidate. Do you plan to serve your entire term in Arizona, or are you open to being the VP?
Are you new covering this race? Because we've talked about this before. We've talked about this. I've answered these questions. I am going to not only be the governor of Arizona for 4 years, I'm going to do 2 terms. I'm going to be your worst freaking nightmare for 8 years. And we will reform the media as well. We're going to make you guys into journalists again. So get ready. It's going to be a fun 8 years. I can't wait to be working with you guys.
So, but unfortunately, if
She's pistol, ain't she?
Yeah.
if that fires you up, unfortunately, she's not leading right now.
Yeah, here's the numbers in Arizona, but it looks like only 63% of votes are in, but she is down by about 1%.
Yeah, so
well, it really matters where those votes that are not
precincts.
tabulated in yet. Are they in the metro areas or are they in suburbia? Because it's really falling pretty clear on this. I mean, if you look at any of these maps, the big cities are going Democrat, and the rest of the entire states are going.
And I want to take that on in a minute because I think that's something we need to talk about. But also,
and that is the one consistent thing you can find across the country.
Well, when you look at what's going on there in Arizona, and it being that close, see all these other videos we played for you. That's why you're going to have lawsuits and stuff like that, because when something like the gubernatorial race is that close, this stuff, if I went there and I couldn't vote, the machines weren't working, all that's going to be a big deal.
Can I ask y'all a question? Do y'all think that, because she didn't, but that Katie Hobbs, who she's running against, who is currently the Secretary of State for Arizona, should have recused herself?
Well,
from the Secretary of State if she's running for governor?
That was brought up, and she took a pass on recusing herself.
Well, this is not the first time this has happened. If I'm not mistaken, wasn't Brian Kemp the Secretary of State in Georgia?
He might have been.
Ran? I think
you're right.
I think it is possible to run and not have to step down. Now, some people would say you should do it anyway, but to me, if you step down, that's probably going to complicate the election even more, because most of these people are in charge of. If you're the Secretary of State, I would hope that you would not cheat for yourself. I don't even know that you could.
Right.
But I understand the transparency of that. But if you have the person that's running that office step down, it more than likely would complicate and confuse the election process even more. You know what I'm saying? So it would be better to have the person that is in that office to be there. But, yeah, it does look like it could be a conflict of interest. I understand that point of view, too.
Yeah, should you be able to supervise the election that you're running in? That just seems so crazy. It's like being the pitcher and the umpire.
Yeah, but Bubba's point is valid. Then if you're not going to do it, then now we're giving it to somebody that wasn't elected to do that. You know, so
you have to go to your deputy or whoever's second in charge.
It could even make it more suspect because people are never going to be happy. If you don't recuse yourself, they say, "See there, that's not good." Then if you do, they go, "Well, my goodness, you abandoned it." Now we can't trust the person that did it.
I'm pretty sure their offices are capable of running it. I would just think stepping back and saying, "I'm not going to be in charge of it."
Here's the thing: we need to decide on that topic, like we do a lot of others, how we feel about it. And then it's the same if it's a Democrat or Republican.
I agree 100%.
We can't say it was okay in Georgia for Brian Kemp to do it, and that this is a conflict of interest.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm so done with that aspect.
Yeah,
of
this home team stuff has got to change. I don't know. I can't remember the Kemp thing, but I agree with Bubba.
I think he was Secretary of State.
And I know y'all do too. We can't say that Republicans get to do one thing, but Democrats can't.
Yeah.
Because then you sound like a Democrat.
Most definitely.
But
I just don't know what he did. Did he recuse himself or did he stay in it?
No,
I really don't know.
And he was criticized for it by Stacey Abrams.
Got it.
Right.
Best I remember.
He probably should have. If that's
by the way, is Stacey Abrams ever going to take a hint? But anyway,
maybe her and Beto O'Rourke need to run for something together.
Yes, Fido Beto was just
Fido Beto. Let me ask you: he was a congressman one time, I think, in Texas, but he loses every race he runs in, and he's in Texas, and one of his big points is, "I want to take your guns away." I mean, just he.
That may be hurting him.
And Rick, he still gets 47% of the vote.
Who does he think he is, Fetterman?
I know.
Yeah. All right, we'll come back. Greg did have some issue yesterday that was interesting, and your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Morning.
Hey.
Hey, I just want to get your thoughts on, a lot of my coworkers, we all have laptop computers, and they put tape over their webcam.
Yep.
Because they say the government can turn it on and people can spy on you through your webcam. What's your thoughts on that?
I will tell you, my computer's at home. I put a piece of paper with tape over the camera, and then if I want to use it, I pull it off.
I don't own my laptop that I carry around.
I've heard they can do it through your TVs as well.
Oh yeah, especially smart TVs.
I heard they can do it through Alexa.
They
Well, yeah, there's a lot of them say that.
activate your smartphone.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, I know they can do that. I know they can do it is possible to do.
Yeah.
So you think they do? And I know there's usually a light that comes on when your webcam turns on, and
Well,
so do they
that's
disable
because the
that,
light's
or-
told to come on when the webcam comes on. You can also tell it not to come on.
Right.
Yeah. The thing about it,
That's a 1 or a 0 in the right hole there.
My first thought is, you can see everything I'm doing. I pay my taxes. I abide by the law. I'm not doing anything. You go, and I certainly understand that point of view. But the problem is, we know that political power is so sought after and so important that people have been killed for it.
Yeah.
And when you're in the line of work that we're in, and you're openly opposing certain administrations and certain parties and the way they do things, we do know they try to make life miserable for people who have a platform that they can speak their mind, and it causes people to say, okay, yeah, it gets movements going and things like that. Now, there was a time you didn't fear all that, but now the people in our line of work will tell you. Now, we're not big enough for them to care about yet, but and we hope it kind of stays that way. But the Hannitys of the world and the Limbaughs of the world and all that, they get the IRS is after them all the time.
Get audited every year.
I mean, all
every
the
year.
time. I mean, they try to make their life miserable.
And I used to get it wasn't that complete audit, but it was a partial one where
Right.
they would it seemed like when a certain administration was in, I would always get audited every year.
I'm just saying, when you look at somebody's playbook and it's always been in play, and I'm not one of these paranoid, always looking for a conspiracy, but I do know how to look at things that really happen, and I know for a fact, and I've said it in this microphone because I believe it, I do know that the government is the master of using fear to get a reach into an area where the Constitution says they're not supposed to be.
Right.
They do it with climate. They do it. They do it with education.
They do it with disease.
They do it with disease. They do it through the EMA. They absolutely do it. So it's legitimate for people to say, but they'll misuse this. They won't just do it to keep us from being attacked by terrorists. And I'm not willing to give that up. Let's go back to the border and do what they're supposed to do. There's a way for us to be safer without compromising our freedom here. Now, I'm not saying that that's where I've landed. I kind of score what day of the week it is. Yeah. But I certainly understand both points of view.
I hate to say it, I didn't come in here to talk about that, but I kind of feel like they did that with the Patriot Act after 9/11. But that's just I'm not very educated on that. It just feels that way to me. Something I do know about Snowden using the Rubik's Cube to get that little SD chip and get his information out of the NSA labs. Snowden has said that he didn't use a Rubik's Cube, but he used something similar, but he did not say exactly how he did it.
But he tossed it to a guard
similar
to look at while he walked through the machine, knowing the guard would hand it back to him.
But it wasn't a Rubik's Cube.
It wasn't a Rubik's Cube,
but it was something like that.
Something similar.
Does it bother you that it wasn't a Rubik's Cube?
Yeah, absolutely. Why can't we just use what he used?
Well, I guess we don't know.
Movie.
He never told anybody.
Or they don't want that trick out because they're afraid other people will do it.
You know what they do? They put one out there you can't really do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh, 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. We'll get your phone calls in. So, Greg, what happened yesterday when you went to vote?
It wasn't no big deal.
I know it wasn't, but it was
like
odd.
a fraud thing.
No, it wasn't fraud, but it was odd.
No, and the workers there got it. Bubba's sister-in-law, by the way, took care of it.
I started to say you had some experts helping you out.
That's right. But I go up there, and you know how you give them your ID, and they look and they say, "Well, you hadn't voted in a while." You know, I guess so long if you're registered and you don't vote, you have to. It expires, I guess. Yeah. And I said, "No, I've voted whatever the last election was, and I've been here several times." But for some reason, it showed me living at my old address.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
And I hadn't been there in, 15 years?
All the way back
13 years.
That's
maybe.
comforting.
Yeah.
Anyway, and I was like, but y'all, I
Were
voted,
you in Arizona?
You know, when they pulled it up, that's what it said. And they were like, and I said, it's no problem. You get to vote. You just got to update your paperwork.
I guess the Russians.
Of course, I love updating paperwork.
Your Russians had the address wrong.
But that is weird. But
I thought y'all give me more on that.
They got me straightened out.
That is very strange.
And the machine did count the vote, or I guess it did. It
But
did
do they have the iPads with the little thing that holds your driver's license and scans it and all that?
I don't know. I don't know. I wasn't paying
I
attention.
tell ours is
Maybe
pretty high tech where I vote. Man, they got it together down there.
Yeah, I have the easiest voting experience I think on the planet. I never stand in line. They've got what you're talking about.
I stood in line, but they move them through pretty quick. You go in one part, out another. I mean, they're running you through there.
Yeah, mine is easy.
This hung me up.
Peasy.
Then I start thinking in my mind, have I forgot something? You know, but then I go, no, whatever the last election was, I was in here then.
Yeah.
So you mean tell me you do all this voting, have voted at this where you live now for 15 years. So how many elections would there be in 15 years that you've
Greg,
been in this
have you
house?
not been going to vote?
Yeah, I vote.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden you walk in and they've got you back at your old house.
They have me at my old house. I know. So, but I said, well, whatever the last election was, that was the last time I was in here. Which is, I mean, fine. I'm just saying it was just weird.
Well,
but they got me taken care of, and I got my vote, and the machine took it. Of course, we stick these things in the machine. We don't know where they're going. You know, and we think about that. There it goes.
Watch out, the dash.
There it goes.
Watch out, Greg Phillips. You're going to jail.
But they got me squared away. But it was, I don't know how that happened. How it had me as inactive or whatever it ruled I was.
So how long are we talking about till you run for county commission?
It can't be long.
Oh boy, I don't know, Bubba. I'm gonna have to do a study on that.
How about it was Reese's first time to vote yesterday? He's
How
finally
exciting
old
was that?
enough, and I'm like, buddy, let's go.
I
And
remember
so-
the first time I voted. It was thrilling. Because you go in with your parents in the old days when they had the curtain that closed.
Oh,
and
yeah,
click the machine.
And
They
just
pull
trying
it,
to-
and your dad would let you pull the curtain back open.
Yeah. And now the process has been really smooth where I go. It's right around the corner from the house. It couldn't be any easier. And like you guys said, I always try to get it, when it's just not like at rush hour. So we pull up and he's in his work clothes and all that. And he's like, hey, let's just meet there. So we walk in and him trying to figure it out. Now, what are we doing here? Oh, you show your ID here, which wasn't racist. So he showed his ID and then got his ballot and we sat down and worked through it. But
I bet them amendments had you two blocked.
Hey, yeah. Luckily, we had discussed those.
If I didn't know what it was talking about, I just didn't vote on it.
Yeah,
I just skipped it.
I wrote Bubba in on one of the judges. It was unopposed.
Oh, well, thank you, Rick. I appreciate that.
I've seen some ballots
win. I mean,
y'all were written in. It's pretty funny.
Can I do this though? I was what I thought was interesting. And Adler, you can see. I'm looking to see if you have it on here. Do y'all realize that from what I saw yesterday that Sonny, what's her name on The View, Hostin?
Yeah.
She's getting some blowback.
That she basically admitted she broke the law.
She sure did.
That she voted for her kid.
Yeah.
I mean, she admitted it.
She voted for what?
She took her son's absentee ballot, filled it out, and sent it in. And they said, you just broke the law.
Right.
And she was talking about how difficult it was to do it.
Yeah.
But no one stopped her and said, you're not supposed to do it.
Hello.
He's supposed to vote, not you vote for him. And
I know she's getting a lot of blowback about her white women running to raid comment. I mean, she's really getting a lot of heat about
didn't
that.
Say it. She's taking
Well, she absolutely said it. We played it.
I know.
We played it on the show.
I know.
Just like Biden didn't say we're going to shut down those plants.
Right.
No.
But no, the latest, Bubba, is
You're twisting my words.
Bubba, the latest is she wanted to tell us how easy it was, I guess, to manipulate elections. Because and then when she's talking about it, people are going, but you broke the law. You should be arrested for this.
Let me tell you, the governorship in New York, you've got a lady there that the crime is up 30%. Okay, their own numbers is up 30%. This isn't what Fox is telling you it is. It's their own internal numbers that they have to publish. And people still are electing them.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to talk about. I don't get it.
I know we got spanned at the top, but after that, I really want to unpack what's really going on in the country. And you can see it yourself, but let's discuss that next hour. Lynn's in Wetumpka. Lynn, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, y'all. It's funny y'all were talking about the amendments. I didn't fill out any of them because I don't understand any of them. So I'm like, why don't you put on there, like, if John was driving drunk and he hit Sally, should he go to jail, yes or no?
Well, let me tell you, let me give you something on that. We had an amendment a few years ago that said all the amendments had to be written on an 8th grade level.
You're right. You're right.
And we passed it. So we were reading 8th grade level explanations of what they were in that yesterday.
It didn't feel that way because I don't remember 8th grade.
Like a lawyer.
G in Fort Walton, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
I had an issue yesterday. I am in Fort Walton Beach, but the past 3 elections now, every time I go up to register, they're telling me that I've already voted by mail. My wife as well. We've never voted by mail, never had any absentee ballots or ballots sent. But every single time we have to wait, they have to call multiple clerks to find out, hey, where have you voted and when?
This happens every time you go? This happens every time you go?
Every time. It's consistent. Every time.
Are you the same name of somebody who's died already?
No, the Democrats got his stuff.
No.
You don't take Ambien.
That's what I'm
do you?
saying, Rick. He's
Right.
Greg.
You're right.
He's
You're
posing
right.
as a live person
Yeah, I
against
see-
a dead vote.
I see what you're saying. Jason in Mississippi. Jason, go.
Hey, I went yesterday evening and I experienced what one of you experienced. They told me my address was not right, that it was the one I lived at 20 years ago.
Right, there you go.
And I've been
Same
at my
thing.
I've been at my current address for 15 years, and that's the one that was on there when I voted for the president.
Yeah, me too.
So
And it was kind of weird. They was like, well, why ain't your address matching? I was like, I don't know. I voted here last time with the current address.
Wow, what do you think that is, bro? What is that
Outdated
tied-
printout.
Yeah, something, yeah. I mean,
Well, they've got some kind of database error
Yeah.
that's
Well, I
going back,
filled her
picking
out
up old names,
yeah.
old address.
Yeah. Do you think they're running the Rick and Bubba store now? I mean,
Yeah, that must be.
Yeah, I wanted y'all to know we are aware that the Rick and Bubba store is not working.
Just in time for the holidays.
Yeah, one of the
Perfect.
company that does the software has been breached. Now, there's no credit card information or anything like that that's been compromised, but our ability to run the store is shut down right now, and we're working on a
Why don't we
backup plan.
start a new store then?
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so as we sit here today, after, and there's still a lot that's still going to be decided, Bubba, but, if you're watching, you and I talked about it today before the show started, it just seems almost like you feel helpless against the tide of the country and this current administration and the destruction of the economy and the destruction of your 401k or your IRA and you feel like there's nothing you can do because not only do these politicians keep making stupid decisions, apparently there's people that keep voting for them. And so you need to take some action. There may be nothing that you can do, but you sure can prepare for it. And that's why we would say talk to our friends at Allegiance Gold right now. Allegiance Gold can help you protect your IRA or 401k with physical gold and silver. Now, if you prefer, and it will be secure, they'll send it directly to your door. If you don't want to put it in an IRA or a 401k, you can do that. They focus on educating you. They'll say, hey, here's what's going on. They customize the game plan to your situation. They don't force you into just the same plan they give everybody. And this is why they have some of the highest ratings in the entire industry. 5 stars with TrustLink, AAA rated with the Business Consumer Alliance, and an A+ from the Better Business Bureau. Would you like to get the best offer they've ever had? Well, okay, then go to protectwithrickbubba.com because it's protection. That's what you're looking for. Protectwithrickbubba.com. Get their best offer yet, up to $2,500 of free silver on a qualifying purchase when you tell them that you're part of the Rick and Bubba family. Again, that's Protect with Rick Bubba. Just put our names together. Don't put and in there. Protectwithrickbubba.com. Now, if you call them at Allegiance Gold, you just mention our name, 844-790-9191, or protectwithrickbubba.com. Started. We got a lot to do going forward. Calvin, Speedy, Wilburn is here. We also have the real great. There it is, the Wallflowers. 6th Avenue Heartache.
Yeah, boy.
But here's the thing you wonder. So if you go back to Bob Dylan, and I know they haven't been doing anything in a long, long time, the Wallflowers, which means they're probably playing somewhere not, I don't know it. But you know how, because everybody's on tour now, it never comes off. But but if they're still together, if you go back to Bob Dylan, like a Rolling Stone, all these different songs, he didn't sing. He sang.
I don't think he sung on anything, Rick. He just made weird noises.
But you could understand him. It was like, but now it's a bunch of noise. It's worse than ever. Does his son get that way too?
I'm gonna tell you the way they had.
Here he sounds. You can understand him. Yeah. It's all good.
Right. See, I'm having trouble picking out the lyrics there. It's close.
But Bubba, it's so far. But I'm saying is Bob Dylan wasn't.
You want to go to Ohio?
Bob Dylan's was not as bad then as he is now. Will he make that same progression? That's what I'm wondering.
I worry about
if he goes in his 70s or ever how old Bob is. Yeah, probably.
Rick, nobody sings a Bob Dylan song with him unless they have printed the lyrics out.
Oh well.
Nobody learns it by listening to it.
You got no idea what that is. So well, we've got a lot to do going forward. Donald Trump, away you go. So we'll talk about that a little bit.
Another day of a bulldozer in a rose garden, Rick.
This guys, you just got to be smarter than that. How can you be so brilliant in some areas and so stupid in others? It just
your point.
You don't give your opposition this kind of stuff. Now we got
he teed it up for him.
I love now when, of course, now the left's going to make statements that aren't true either.
Right,
including this is proof he is 100% racist. 100%.
Oh yeah, make America white again.
Greg, not he shouldn't have said that. That could be misconstrued. Well, there it is, and they didn't say this is not good. 100. Hey, 100. It is. There it is. It is in now. But you know what? I'm gonna tell you this. That's on you, Trump. That's just stupid. That's just stupid.
Well, you
got to be smarter than that.
A lot of people probably think it's the same thing. Just didn't say it with a hot mic and guest around.
Well, it lacks wisdom. It's just dumb. I mean, and especially picture what it's like when you're the person that works so hard to make sure that the things that will help this country, that you got him corralled, and you're like, we have really look at all the good news coming out, and you're just and you bust your tail. You don't sleep 2 or 3 hours a day, and all of a sudden you're sitting there in that meeting, and he says that, and you just go, good gosh. You can't even, and then they gonna run to the microphone.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, on the condition of anonymity. And that word is hard to say.
Anonymity.
And then they're gonna tell everybody it goes in there, and then I got to come out and be the spokesperson, knowing he said it, and then I got to
clean it up,
and then I got to go. Well, obviously the theme of what he's saying is something that we do believe in, and that's merit-based immigration, and that is something this country needs to get back to. Hey, did he say these places were? Well, I'm just saying the theme that we have is.
I get it.
Well, Rick, it's
especially when somebody from that country's.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thankful that you are with us for another hour. Speedy is back. The real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler. Look at Rick and Bubba intern Blazing Silverman. He ready to go. He's taking your phone calls, earning his degree in common sense. That now a superpower. Wednesday Bible study back today. We continue our walk through Genesis, getting to the end. We have been at this 11 months. And today, Genesis 44. A really moving, stirring moment and world history today. So be with us live at noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. If you can't watch it live, it'll be archived soon after on our YouTube channel and our podcast channel for your consumption on your own time, if you so desire. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy. Bubba.
Glad to be here.
Look who's here. Look who's
visiting. Wait a minute.
Look who's visiting.
He's a mighty good weatherman. He's the man, Rick and Bubba's biggest fan. He's the main weatherman. He's the mighty James Spann.
James Spann, welcome back to Rick and Bubba.
It's an absolute honor and privilege to be here.
The honor is ours, sir. So James, you know, Bubba's heartbroken. He was going to see Artemis, and now the
pushback has killed us.
The tropical storm and the hurricane threat has canceled it again. And you know, James, you've raised kids. We all have. You know that little disappointing thing when you have to tell one of your kids something they really look forward to has been rained out or it's not going to happen, and that sad little look they have. And I'm having to look at it right now.
I can tell Bubba's heart is cold. It's very cold.
Well,
He's troubled.
I've had to cancel more trips to Cape Canaveral than Beto O'Rourke has lost elections in Texas lately, and it's really getting bad.
Bubba, you look as disappointed as Stacey Abrams again. But anyway, so let's jump in. Where are we on Nicole?
All right, so let's look at this thing. The sun is up over the system, so we're getting a nice visible satellite image early this morning. And it's an upper-end tropical storm. And at this point, it really doesn't matter if it's going to be an upper-end tropical storm or a minimal hurricane. The impact is basically going to be the same, and that's all that matters is the impact. And this thing is pretty much approaching the northern Bahamas as we speak this morning. The top winds are currently at 70 miles an hour. And again, it might become a minimal hurricane today. It might stay a tropical storm. But again, one way or the other, the impact is basically the same. And this will be coming into the Atlantic coast of Florida. So you don't want to be, doing a major rocket launch here with an incoming tropical storm or hurricane. That's just not a good idea. And the landfall point will likely be somewhere a little below Melbourne. Late tonight, near or just after midnight. The official track brings it in as an upper-end tropical storm. And still, though, we have a hurricane warning in effect in case it does become a hurricane for the Atlantic coast of Florida. And from there, the system comes inland, and it should be north of Tampa Bay tomorrow afternoon as a tropical storm. Then it curves up to near Tallahassee by tomorrow night, and then moves up through Georgia and the Carolinas and rapidly advances northeastward on Friday. And obviously, this will bring a lot of wind and rain to the Florida Peninsula, not necessarily the Panhandle. The storm surge with Nicole, it will be 3 to 5 feet for most spots on the Atlantic coast from near West Palm Beach all the way up to Charleston. And there will be some surge over on the Gulf side around Appalachia Bay. They could see a storm surge there of 2 to 4 feet. But this will bring pretty nasty conditions to the Florida Peninsula during the day tomorrow. Places like Orlando, Tampa, Daytona Beach, all of these cities will deal with wind and rain. And understand, fellas, this will not be a system like Ian that produced just this catastrophic type damage. With this kind of system, you're going to have some storm surge damage. You'll have some power outages, maybe some trees blown down. And there could be a few isolated tornadoes in the spiral bands wrapping around this thing. But again, this is nothing like Ian, which was an upper end category 4. This is a tropical storm or a category 1. And again, it should be long gone by the time the weekend gets here. And the other thing, fellas, to mention is this is going to pull down some really cold air. The combination of the cold circulation and a very strong polar high coming in, that's going to set the stage for the coldest air so far this season.
Come on.
For much of the United States by the time the weekend gets here. So for people that were sweating, the past couple of days, temperatures way up in the 80s and, felt like summer. It's going to feel like the dead of winter this weekend. We're going to see temperatures about 20 degrees below average in many spots. And many folks listening to us across the Deep South will be below freezing by Sunday morning and Monday morning of next week. So once Nicole passes, the weather will be turning sharply colder for the cold weather fans.
All James, right. Even though Nicole is not going to be a one of the more stronger hurricanes, if it even gets to that point, is it spread out more than a lot of them are? I was hearing some talk about it last night. Just the sheer size of it side to side is pretty impressive, isn't it?
Right. This is a situation where you're going to see a larger wind radius. So you're going to have winds that could gust, say, across the Florida Peninsula of 45, 50, 55 miles an hour, all the way from Tampa Bay to Miami to Jacksonville, pretty much the entire peninsula. So, yeah, the wind radius is much larger than Ian. And again, with those really intense hurricanes, it's tightly wound and the wind radius is fairly small. This is a very spread out storm. And also there's going to be some storm surge issues as well. But again, I'm looking at the hurricane hunters are flying in this thing right now, and I would love to do that one day.
Do you really want to do
James,
that?
I can't believe you hadn't been invited to be on one of those.
It's a nasty, bad, horrible flight. I mean, you're not flying the friendly skies here. You're in a C-130.
Have you lost your mind?
Yeah.
Don't get up in that.
And what they do, they get in there and they drop the dropsons, the same packages we put up on the balloons, the weather balloons. They drop them down the bottom of the aircraft, and on the way down, they measure wind, pressure, all the parameters. These people are American heroes. They are. But what's stunning if you get into a major hurricane in the eye, all of a sudden the flight gets smooth and you look up and you see blue sky and sunshine. It's just remarkable.
Yeah, but James,
one day
all of a sudden the flight gets smooth, which means it wasn't up to that point, and it's going to get bad again when you get out of the eye. Have you ever been in a plane that's bouncing around real bad in a storm? You don't want any part of that. You don't want it.
Commercial airline flights with turbulent conditions.
No, I'm talking about that. I'm not talking about that. Have you ever been in a plane that it felt like King Kong has grabbed you in his hand and threw you? You've never been in one of those, have you?
No.
You don't want this, James. I'm telling you. Friend here talking.
James, didn't Brian Peters fly with them one time a few years ago?
He did. He went up into Hurricane Ivan back in 2004.
Well, that was a tiny little storm.
What did he say? What did he say it was like?
Well, he said never eat lunch before you fly because you'll lose it.
Oh, yeah.
In flight. They have plenty of barf bags available for the passengers up there. But it's horribly rough. And unless you're a true weather weenie, I mean, a total dweeb, a nerd, a dork, don't do it. Don't do it. But if you are in love with weather, it's the ride of a lifetime.
So, James,
it's like Disneyland.
James, if Brian Peters got on a flight, surely you can get on a flight.
Yeah, you can. Come on, James. You got more
Did you
clout.
just not want to do it?
How about this? Go to one less school and get a birthday cake and get on the plane.
No, I have friends that fly, and the flights out of Keesler Air Force Base in Biloxi, I could do that, and I'm going to try and make that happen.
James.
We have to find a hurricane that's not affecting us.
Right,
When it's affecting my area, I've got to be at work, on duty, because of flooding and tornadoes and all this. But what I need to do is find a hurricane not affecting my market.
That's true.
And hop on board down at Keesler and fly with them.
Hey, James, you could do the forecast from the plane. That would be awesome. Wouldn't it?
If you can find a cameraman that's willing to go with you, document this.
Yeah.
Because I want to see
it. Fun. You bring your camera guy. That's the whole point.
You got to
camera guy.
Hey,
here. So, in fact, I think Bubba should go with me. I think
absolutely. Well, if he goes, they'll cancel it.
You don't want me on any big time flight right now. I'm bad luck.
You ought to say he's trying not to touch the Vikings right now, like it's a hot plate. Hey, James, quickly, just a few seconds left before the break. What's the rain situation? Where's the rain going to be on this? You've told us this before.
The really big rains will be across parts of the Florida Peninsula up through Georgia and the Carolinas. We're going to see some rain amounts there,
all east,
between 2 and 4 inches on the upper end. The rain will extend into the eastern half of Alabama, where there could be 1 to 2 inches. But the really big totals, Georgia and the Carolinas. But thankfully, it's going to be moving at a pretty good clip, so we're not expecting major freshwater flooding problems. But storm surge flooding, a lot of that on the coast.
Well, I was wondering, I was doing the SPF. Some areas need some rain. I was wondering who might get some that wouldn't be damaging, but just bring a little relief on some of this no rain situation we've been on for a while. We haven't got a lot of rain in a while. James, thanks a lot.
Birmingham could see 1 to 2 inches with this. So
okay. All right, that's what I was looking for. Thanks, James. Appreciate it, buddy.
Thank you, James.
Thank you, buddy.
Have a good day.
You too. Good to talk to you. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up. 16 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
These days, every new
It's somewhat refreshing
That's classic right there.
to have your uncle as president, you know?
Yeah. Like and then you counter it with Norway.
Yeah.
Yeah, which there couldn't be a wider place.
Yeah, we need more people from Norway.
Good gosh. It's not wise.
And it doesn't help anyway either, because a lot of the right wing radio folks are saying, well, Obama called Libya this or whatever.
Well,
that doesn't make this any better.
It ain't gonna matter.
He shouldn't.
You say that all you want.
I mean, yeah. Hey, y'all. Cooper Anderson was crying on
That'd
TV.
be Anderson Cooper.
Anderson Cooper. Sorry,
Yeah, right.
Was crying
and
on
his
TV.
buddy. You know, he's got a cousin. Cooper.
He was crying on CNN, y'all.
Straight up.
Well, he remembered when he was in Haiti.
Anderson needs to cry. He needs to cry about some other things too.
And that was just grandstanding. Nobody thinks that
that's
the
my
earthquakes
point,
in
though.
Haiti weren't bad, and nobody's saying. But again, he gave him the opportunity.
Greg, just like what Seal's trying to say about Oprah.
Yeah.
You guys, I'm not going to spend any time debating the sincerity of it or even the truth of it. That's not the point. It's a stupid thing to do because you just gave them a knife to stab you with. It's stupid.
Well, we all hate coach speak, Rick. We've cut right through that, haven't we?
It's not like that he don't know that people are looking for things either. I mean, the climate here. No, it wasn't like everything was peachy keen and all of a sudden I sleep. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You should choose your words wisely, especially now for him.
Right. Well, here's another thing. Here's what gets me about him. It makes it so impossible when you realize you can't. You know how sometimes you go, I cannot change this person. Is he's already had moments that he survived. Why would you do it? You go, you know what you say? Woo, boy, that was kind of dumb. I'm not going to do that again.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, I'm going to let this blow over. I'm going to do it different.
It's not like he looks on his schedule and he doesn't see some L's.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Don't do this. You've survived. And look, the people who support him, it's not going to make a hill of beans. It goes back to the bulldozer thing. But to those who oppose him and are now can throw a little thing, and then what you're going to find is the people in his own party are going to look at something like this and go, I got to get away from this.
Rick, build that wall. Build that wall.
Just
build that wall.
Just keep saying,
Build that wall.
we need a merit-based immigration program here like we once had, and we need a wall to be able to decide who
And
we
the
want.
first qualification is if you're from some asshole country, you can't get in, right?
Oh, my God. Just so little wisdom.
Build that wall.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up. All right, so the Tanya Harding special. Anybody see it last night?
Saw the previews and stuff on it, but that's about it.
Didn't see it. I don't know why we came back to this again. I guess with the Winter Olympics coming.
That's why, Rick. And there's a movie out about her life, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You're right. There's actually an actress that's doing the. So
was this the movie they were making, or was this a documentary?
No,
about
this was an interview with her, and it talked about it. It was about
kind of a PR for the movie.
Got it. Okay, so they said last night, Truth and Lies, the Tanya Harding story that aired on NBC on Thursday night. Now, that's the movie, right?
No, there's a movie that's in theaters, I believe.
Oh, it is in theaters.
This is more.
They called the interview Truth and Lies, the Tanya Harding story.
Yeah, they're basically talking to her. I didn't get to watch it, but I think they interviewed her now, and then they, of course, showed the footage of everything that happened.
Where's O'Galooly
Talked
at
about
now?
her when she was a kid. See, her mother's portrayed in the movie not very well,
Mm-hmm.
and I think a lot of that they covered a lot of that.
Yeah.
So they said she said that she she denied that she knew anything about the plan from that her ex-husband Jeff Galooly. Bubba, I know you want to hear from him.
Yeah, where is the Galooly now? Is he still in the pen?
And then the
Is he in
friend,
the old Stony Motel?
I don't know where he is. Is he out now, Stony Lonesome?
The Lonesome Stony.
His friend Sean Eckert,
He was the guy that clubbed her.
that were behind the plot to attack Nancy Kerrigan. We remember the story. Tanya Harding. Tanya Harding says now that she was aware of it.
She knew something was going on. She didn't know what.
Yeah, she says,
Believe me, she didn't come clean. But
no, what she's saying is, of course, for me to say I didn't know just meant that that's the thing to say that is basically true. But it was my husband at the time. I was figuring out what he was doing.
Right.
And I could have stepped in, and I kind of thought to myself, well, that might not be so bad.
She claims she heard him discussing something like that. And then after it happened, it kind of dawned on her. Well, maybe that's what they were.
All right. So what did
He had one of the
funniest?
He had one of the funniest names too. I mean, that was just funny.
What did she admit to that got her banned? Because she was banned, and there's a 30 for 30 out that I guess they replayed it last week or in lieu of this coming up. And I didn't see all of it. She looks good.
I don't remember how all of it
and
went.
she's remarried now, and it goes through all that. But she was actually banned, and she admitted to something back when it actually happened.
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG's our number. And thank you for being with us today. All right, things you need to know. From themanchurch.com this week, action coming up this Saturday, your chance to see Tim Ashley from Team Man Church. He'll be speaking at Old Friendship Baptist Church in Fanger, Tennessee. It is a ticketed gathering, so they want to help cover some of the costs they've got going on with that. And if you need the details on how to be there, as they continue to go through our men's discipleship strategy, this is their next high challenge gathering, and then back into high equipping into one of our curriculum. You can see that at themanchurch.com. You'll see where it says click here for a Man Church near you under events. Also on the 13th, on Sunday night, Bay Springs Baptist, Dothan, Alabama, News Talk 103.9. Brian Gunn, the Gun is coming. He'll be speaking at their next Man Church coming up on Sunday night. And then looking to next week, Andrew Varvudas at Northside Baptist Church in Jasper, Alabama for the 17th. Scott Dawson in Lawrenceburg, Kentucky, Sand Spring Baptist Church on the 19th. So those are the ones that are coming up in November, and you can get those at themanchurch.com by clicking on events. And also, don't forget, if you haven't grabbed your tickets yet, for your men to come to our first ever Man Church Conference, February 24th and 25th, coming to our hometown, Greg, Oxford, Alabama.
Go Big O.
Bubba, near Atlanta, near Birmingham, near perfect. and boy, the city of Oxford, our hometown, they're ready to host this. They couldn't be more excited. Go ahead and get your hotels taken care of. We'll have a great time. We're going to also get you a big discount to go to Big Time Entertainment and have some fellowship with your group too, which is there in Oxford. And we've got our discipleship stuff laid out for you. We'll have a breakfast for the leaders and talk about things that we're doing. You can ask questions, and then of course we have our speakers doing their sessions. We got praise and worship with Chuck Hooten, and you can get all that information. All the tickets are reserved, so you don't have to hassle with that. Once you get them, you're in by going to themanchurch.com. You can also go to rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. That's coming next year, the 24th and 25th, but get the tickets before they're gone. If you need more than 10, you can't do it online. You need to call the box office. If it's 10 or less, you can do that online. All right, so Bubba, we have the four. If we were playing the college football playoff today, if everything ended right now, it would be Georgia 1, Ohio State 2, Michigan 3, TCU 4.
Tennessee is perched on the number 5 spot. Oregon number 6, LSU 7, USC 8, Alabama 9, Clemson 10. And then after that, you have several 1 and 2 loss teams, starting with Ole Miss sitting at 11.
Well, Ole Miss can do a lot to better their situation if they can pull off beating Bama this weekend.
Yeah, that becomes a must-win game for Alabama for sure. You know, it's interesting. I was looking at this. The one thing that I think could, because Ohio State and Michigan play each other, the one thing that might really goo this whole thing up, or as Tim used to say, the fly in the ointment.
Oh, yes.
What was his name? Tim, what's his last name? I can't think of his name now.
Brando?
Yes, Tim Brando.
Wow.
Who's funny.
I got one.
Yeah, thank you.
I got one.
If Michigan won that game, but it was a very close game, so it was an overtime game, and they beat Ohio State, would they drop Ohio State down below TCU? I kind of doubt it. So if you're a TCU fan, a Tennessee fan, an Oregon fan, you might be cheering for Ohio State to blow Michigan out and completely get them out of the way.
Well, as you said, Ohio State and Michigan, that could work itself out unless that scenario, the
you
fly
have some
ointment.
kind of strange deal.
Georgia.
TCU's not safe, by the way. They got 2 of 3 really tough
games.
Yeah.
A lot of people, it's interesting, and they're down there at 10 after the hammering that Clemson took at the hands of Notre Dame. It's interesting because everybody's looking at what they have left, and they're claiming that was the end of Clemson because they say Clemson doesn't have anything impressive left that could get them back.
They don't really have any impressive wins to start off with.
Right.
And then to your point, they have Louisville, Miami, and South Carolina left, and the only loss is to Notre Dame. So to your point, I don't see how they make a case whether they win the ACC or not.
Yeah, so there you go.
You know, you see some teams in the list here that you normally don't see. Utah has really come on. Of course, I mean,
it's a good football team.
4 or 5 years ago, they were unheard of. You know, they've really come on. Tulane has really come on, sitting there at 17. How about UCF sitting at 22? So you You got some folks you normally don't see in this that have made their way up.
Well, now UCF, they've been there. They remember they were
won
actually
the national championship.
But then they kind
of
they kind of went away again. But they're back.
Yeah, you remember everybody was saying they were the best team in the country, won all that one year.
Oh, big old Bielema's got
went over and hammered Auburn in the bowl game.
Yeah,
you know.
And Auburn had beat #1 Georgia, #1 Alabama, so I guess that made them number one.
And little Scott Frost got the Nebraska job because of that.
And then that was it.
Tiny Scott Frost.
You know, sometimes you can't go home.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyway, there it is, and I know that.
Have y'all noticed Scott Frost is not being mentioned for any of these openings floating around?
I saw an article today that tied him to maybe South Florida.
Really?
Just a name thrown up, nothing. You know.
Well, that might be because he was successful.
But what's important about that? What's important about that is sometimes these coaches, they can be the toast of the town. Yep. I mean, they are the hottest thing, and you got to have them. And look what they did at some school, and they're going, and then all of a sudden they get their chance for him to go back to Nebraska, and it's a disaster. And now nobody wants you.
I didn't see that coming. I thought he would be successful there.
At Nebraska? Yeah. I did too, at least more than what they were.
Oh,
I didn't think they were going to be.
I mean, it was unimaginable.
Yeah, in the top 4, but they just. No, I don't know what's happened there.
Well,
because they used to have some awesome teams that had giant linemen, and what has happened?
I don't know.
Well,
where are they going?
I'll tell you what's happened is at one time they were so impressive compared to the other colleges, and they're just not anymore. Their facilities are not better than the other people out there. They're not this, wow, look at that. So you got to get people to come to Lincoln, Nebraska. So I think they're going to have to do what a lot of teams have done, and they're going to have to get in that NIL transfer portal world and build that team.
Yeah.
That's all they can do. Because I don't think they're really going to be able to compete in the you're a freshman, come here.
Do you think Ole Miss will be interested in Scott Frost after Lane Kiffin leaves?
Watch out. Bubba's called it.
Yep. Can y'all think of and make sure I got this right. I want you to hear this, because this is somebody sent me an email this morning, played this out for me. When we talk about scenarios, LSU only has one SEC loss. Okay, they have 2 losses. Okay, one to Florida State. If Ole Miss loses to Alabama or one of their other SEC teams, LSU could go to, if they lose one of their 2, they could actually go to the SEC championship with 3 losses, knock off Georgia, and not make it to the playoff because they have 3 losses. That is a realistic scenario that we may be talking about in a couple weeks.
Oh my goodness!
A 3-loss LSU.
Look who's on hold. It's Carl's Dickie Nabmeyer to call.
He couldn't take it any longer.
Oh my gosh! Dip and Dan called, did it?
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And so I don't know if this is a new thing.
The weird part is she actually did get to go and compete in the Olympics after this.
I know.
Well, here's what
together and all.
To answer your question, Helmsy, Harden was convicted of hindering the prosecution in the aftermath of the attack, meaning you knew things you didn't tell us about.
Right.
That's what she got in trouble for. She was never accused of being, like, hey, I was part of this.
Yeah. Right.
All she ever got really convicted of was we were trying to get to the bottom of this, and you withheld information you knew. You hindered prosecution.
Right.
Meaning, so you're kind of an accessory to it for that.
Yeah.
We didn't say you did it, that you even knew they were going to do it. But you knew enough. You could have helped us get to who did it, and you wouldn't do it. And we had to go around you to get there.
Exactly.
You could have come on and said, "Look, I'll help you in the way I can."
Yeah.
You didn't do that.
Yeah.
And that's what you got in trouble for. And what was funny is and I saw this in the promo. She said that she was spared prison time. Galooly, to Bubba's point, did get prison time. So did Eckert. And it doesn't say where they are now, Bubba. If they ever got out, or they're still there. And so they were basically saying, do you want to, apologize again? And she says, how about this? Enough apologizing.
Yeah.
She said.
Her attitude about this is horrible.
She says she has her life.
Then too.
She has her life. I've got my life. We both have wonderful lives. That's all that should matter.
Yeah, and I wouldn't call her life. Maybe it is in her mind. Maybe she does have found a joy and a peace, but it does not look like she's living the wonderful life that Nancy Kerrigan is.
And the movie I, Tonya is a sympathetic look at her life. It's in theaters, has received critical acclaim.
Okay.
But her mother is portrayed really bad in it. Her mother's.
Would you like to know what the very classy Tonya Harding said about her mom saying that she wasn't the way they portray her in the movie? You ready for her response?
No, I bet it was good.
I can't say what she actually said, think about the term for a female dog, and then put it where I say blank. Okay, take a lie detector blank.
Okay.
So that was her response to her mom.
Yeah.
So,
There you go.
So that's good relationship.
Now, don't forget she had a run on celebrity boxing.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, they showed that, and that's brutal. Like
she actually knocked the girl out.
Yeah.
The one I saw.
Yeah.
Look, well, she was
She's
mean.
also
she was
been-
mean as a wheel.
But guys, here's what she claimed.
She's also been contacted about joining the Trump administration.
Rick,
What if she was the new spokesperson?
Oh my!
You know, she had a great story. She grew up in the public ranks and all this, and to reach the level she reached, because a lot of these skaters, they come from
She didn't come from affluent. She didn't have the training.
She had,
didn't
like I say, she had to go to the public ranks and learn it. It would have been a good story, except the fact she's crazy.
Yeah, it would have been a great story if her husband and a friend of his had not taken the person she had to beat for the gold medal and hit her in the knee with a steel rod.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
Rick, her statement is, and this is her story, and she's sticking to it. She heard Galooly and Eckert. I love saying Galooly. Like
Bubba does too.
Talking about taking somebody out.
Right.
To ensure that she made the Olympics. Now, it didn't pop in when she gets hit. It was 3 days later when she thought, well, you know what? Maybe that was it. Does anyone believe that at all?
No, she's absolutely lying. She knew what they were doing.
How about this? There's O'Shawn. He's toting a little weight.
Yeah.
Now,
The bodyguard?
Yeah, the bodyguard. Let's go back to
he's a good one, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's a dandy. That's when you declare some guy you know is your bodyguard. From the neighborhood
Who's just kind of overweight.
Right. Who's just kind of big.
Yeah.
Do you remember? If I remember this right, and of course, and that's up for debate. Anything I bring up now that's that far back, but didn't she also get out there and have a bad showing, and she declared that her skate was?
No. Hey, Rick came off the ice and went to the judges and said, "Hey, I got a malfunction here. Can I do that over?" And they let her. Yeah, sure did.
I remember over there with her skate.
Yeah,
talking about it and kind of crying.
They had to undo the laces.
A lot of drama, Rick. So that did happen.
Yeah.
Okay.
And by the way,
it's hard to skate with that burden on
Nancy
you.
Kerrigan.
What you did,
and I didn't realize this because I just assumed that Nancy Kerrigan, because of her performance, won it, and she didn't. She finished second, second or third.
She was on the podium, but she didn't
the Russian girl.
It was hard to skate with a knee that had been hit with a steel rod.
But
the Russian girl won it.
Yeah, but they say that Kerrigan had never performed that well in that kind of situation ever in her entire life, and probably deserved the gold medal, but didn't get it.
Right. Oh, so she persevered through it, and actually,
I
remember.
Oh yeah, they said it was one of her
this
greatest performances. That she should have. There were so many people that could not believe that she did not win. Like,
well,
hey, she should, because of the way the judges acted, they should have gave it to Kerrigan.
Well, do you think it was one of those things though, where, and I understand what you're saying, but to Bubba's point, and I kind of remember when the Russian, wasn't she like a little pixie looking thing, little tiny, little skinny thing?
Yeah, I think so.
I thought she was very athletic looking. I think.
I just remember that it was one of those things, I think, where you go, everybody, look at me trying to remember this. Everybody, when Kerrigan finished, thought, that's it, she did it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
but
she overcame.
But then what they weren't ready for is this Russian also had an incredible performance.
Yeah.
Yes.
So everybody thought. 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. I mentioned going to the break. We talked about the college football playoff. We heard from Dip and Dan yesterday, first time during this miserable Auburn season. And Dan, of course, was not very upbeat yesterday. He was down and out, down at the loading dock. And then, of course, he called Nadmeyer out a little bit as everybody's favorite Alabama fan. And Nadmeyer's dealing with something that Bama fans in the Saban era do not have to deal with much, and that's 2 losses already in the season.
Yeah.
And so we've given him some space, as we did on the Tennessee loss, but he apparently has decided now's the time.
Well, it's always better to let him have a little bit of a breathing room. And I know it's going to be tough. He's had to lick his wounds.
Yeah.
He's not used to having 2 losses in a season and not even being in the conversation right now for the national championship.
That's right.
This is uncharted water.
Yeah.
Dickie, how are you, sir?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Dickie, what do you think? Give us your immediate thoughts.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Ain't nobody going to be stealing these coordinators.
So
I can't get rid of them.
You're putting the blame on the offensive and defensive coordinators, not Saban.
I'd like to put up something on eBay for sale. Bill O'Brien, Pete
Golding for sale. Ain't nobody gonna come steal these two idiots from us.
Okay.
You know, they really haven't been on the short list of any of the openings out there. No, I heard Coach Saban. I heard Coach Saban say, "I'm on the headset. I hear the calls. I can override them." He was kind of defending them this week.
Auburn don't even want these two.
What? What did he just
You
say?
can't even get Auburn to take these two. If you went to Auburn right now and said, "Would you like to have Bill O'Brien?" They say, "Pass." Would you like to have Petey Golden? Pass.
Next.
Auburn won't even take them.
Do you think this is the worst coordinators they've had there at the same time?
Have you seen our record?
How is it dealing with losses?
Boy,
Dickie?
he's down. I ain't never heard him miss now.
I know you're not used to it. To have two of them in one season, I mean, that's just unthinkable.
Well, for the Saban era and for the Bama fan, losses are unthinkable, period. That's why we don't do it much. It's not as common. I mean, we're to the point now, the only sunshine we got at all, we wake up every morning is, well, at least I ain't an Auburn fan.
Oh, wow. Good night, Dickie.
Well, you know.
Yeah, at least you got a coach.
Man, there is that. But, I mean, how long
It may be time.
how long has it been since you felt this way, Dickie? I mean, because I know this is a new place for you.
I ain't felt this way since the Shuley years.
Oh, wow.
Wait a minute.
Taking it back.
I mean, it's almost like I woke up in the middle of the night last night dreaming that Brody Kroll was at quarterback.
Rick. I mean, Dickie.
Oh, wow. Oh, my gosh. It got some personal. Same thing.
Dickie, let me ask you this, and it is Dickie.
I meant Dickie.
It
I'm
is
sorry.
Dickie
I meant
Nadmeyer. Dickie.
Don't like him.
Yeah.
Don't like him. Don't like to be mistaken for Rick.
Yeah, he's loudmouth.
Dickie, do you see for the other Alabama fans? Do you see any way forward that you get back in the playoffs?
Well, with Bama, there's always a way forward, and I'm saying it's possible if we can get these kids to play. If Saban will quit being so soft, he's gone soft. What is he, 81 now?
Well,
wait a minute.
He just had a birthday.
70.
Do you celebrate
Early
Coach
70s.
Saban's? Do you celebrate Coach Saban's birthday? By the way.
Well, we do, and it's and everybody else does. And most people in our neighborhood have Halloween things on Halloween and things of that nature.
Right.
And we go crimson and white because that's Nick Saban's birthday. It ain't Halloween; it's Nick Saban's birthday.
Right.
There you go.
And I know Harsin got fired on his birthday, so
He
it was
sure
a
did.
little birthday present, I guess, for him.
Trick or treat.
Or you.
I got to tell you, I trade Bill O'Brien for Harsin.
Uh-oh.
All right.
Wait a minute.
Road Tide.
So, Dickie, do you hold Coach Saban responsible for any of this?
Well, it's hard when you have to replace coordinators every year because somebody takes them away from you because of their excellence. But I will tell you this, Bill Bubba Bussy, and I'm going to say it loud, I'm going to say it clear, and I'm going to say it big, and I'm going to say it bold. I'm very upset with Nick Saban.
Uh-oh.
Oh, really?
Don't turn on him.
And there it is.
It may be time for a change.
Oh, now,
Dickie,
hang on.
Dickie,
Stop it.
Nick Saban is the
Tide.
gold standard in coaching. I mean, he's done what nobody else could do in the time that it's hard to do. Surely you're not giving up on him.
You remember the Liberty Bowl?
Bear
well,
Bryant's last game?
Yeah. With the
You
corduroy
remember
hat.
Paul Bear Bryant and the big old jacket dying on the sidelines.
Cold, real
Because
cold. we
play in the Illini and the Liberty Bowl.
Yep, I remember it.
All good things come to an end, Bussy.
Sometimes you can stay too long.
Well, I noticed
it may
that,
be a little quick for
Little
that.
quick.
Yeah, I noticed that
That's an Auburn attitude. That's an Auburn attitude back there.
Dickie, I noticed
That
that
is an Auburn
Feinbaum
attitude.
Feinbaum said that maybe his run's coming to an end, and then Lane Kiffin said, "Not so fast.
Yeah,
Let's go." I got him this weekend. He's the GOAT.
Yeah.
And I mean, you got to believe it's just a stumble here.
How do
Everything's gonna
you
be
feel
corrected,
about
don't you?
How do you feel about this game? You know, Kiffin he loves giving Saban and Alabama fits.
You mean like when he told us all to get our popcorn ready? That was embarrassing.
It goes for it on 4th down like it's 20 or something.
Something about the Mississippi schools and going for it.
Now, you just going straight to Oxford, Mississippi now, or what?
Right, we're already here. I had a dust up.
Oh no!
In
With
Baton
who?
Rouge.
With who?
Oh,
James Carville.
James Carville.
No, James Carville. The lizard.
I snatched that LSU hat off that bald head, and I took him and slammed him.
You slammed James
Carville?
What?
When he hit the ground, I mean, you know what it's like? Are you standing in a big old mob, and it smells like you at the state fair? Corn dog smell everywhere. And he was trash talking a little bit, and I let him have a little.
Well, I hope it wasn't caught on video.
Well, it wasn't. They were busy filming our players trying to get off field, see if we punch somebody else.
These people.
Well, do you have a prediction for this weekend?
I'm just telling you, I'm down. I mean,
it sounds like
it's almost like you feel about not getting to go to that Artemis.
Yeah,
right. A little disappointing.
It's disappointing, and I'm telling you, I'm not hopeful. I'm afraid that Saban has lost the team.
Watch it.
I'm afraid our team is soft. And can I tell y'all something that's really kind of emotional? And Phyllis had to talk me down.
Yeah, share it.
Greg, as you know, I was about 8 in.
Oh yeah.
After the loss.
I bet.
Early after the loss, because I was already 8 in during the game.
You're talking about 8 more after the loss. I got
16.
Right. At one point, even a Cajun said, "You think you're over drinking?"
Hey, buddy, you might need to think about that.
Because I was sad to watch our team play so poorly
can't
twice
believe it.
in one season. And we ain't played good all year. Hey, we ain't been worth the crap all year. Let's just call it.
Dickie,
by Bama standards, we ain't been very good.
Dickie, let me ask you this, and this is slightly off the topic. You're already there in Oxford. Are you in your camper?
Yes, I am. I heard you're looking for one.
Well, I was wondering what kind you got.
Well, Greg would call it a show enough good one.
Oh, bear
nice
can't get
one.
Well, I knew you traveled a lot. I figured you had a good one.
Well, Greg, not only can a bear not get into it, if I don't want to, Phyllis can't get in.
Oh, it's kind of close there. Yeah.
Or get out of it, whatever the case may be.
That's true.
Whatever the case may be. If the camper's rocking, don't come knocking.
Oh,
watch it. No, please stop.
It ain't been rocking lately.
Bad mood around there.
My love life looks like the tide.
Oh, boy. On a losing streak.
Good night.
Can I tell you what breaks my heart, Greg?
What's that?
Can I tell you what breaks my heart?
What's that?
Hang on a minute. What? Greg Phillips says, "Hey, Greg."
Hey, back.
Hey. I just feel like we wasted Bryce Young.
Oh, no. Dickie, don't
He
get
getting
emotional.
choked up.
We wasted him. I mean, he's a hell of a player.
He just doesn't have the support, does he?
Yeah.
He ain't got nobody around him. It just breaks my heart.
It's a poor thing. I haven't heard him down like this.
He,
Never
I'm
heard
gonna
him.
tell you,
Dickie, we're worried
he needs
about
a
you.
win. He
Dickie,
needs a big win.
Yeah, does it help you any what's happening with Jimbo at Texas A&M? Does that help any?
It does. I love to see Jimbo fail.
Okay.
Well, you ought to be tickled to death.
Right.
Have y'all ever noticed that Jimbo Fisher looks like he picked up his A&M gear from a convenience store?
Yes.
Yeah, them hats he's got, the ones that you got hanging up in there.
You know how they got that by the door at the convenience store if you want to pull for your team?
Yeah, right next to the cowhides.
Right.
Yeah.
Road Tide.
Do you think Mississippi State has any hope against hosting Georgia?
0.
Okay.
Zip.
All right. 0.
But you know something, good Speedy? Can I tell you something about how losers act? Well, even if we get it handed to us, our little coach will say something funny.
Talk about raccoons or something. Well, Dickie, bless your heart. Maybe better days are ahead.
Yeah.
You know, we're going to come back. I just don't know if we've lost it. But let me tell you one thing, and I'll say it. I believe deep down in Nicholas Saban. And don't be surprised that when the playoff finally starts, you don't look in them top 4 and you might find Bama.
Oh.
You never know.
Yeah, you don't know.
We've done stranger things.
Yes, you have. Yes, you have.
Wow.
Well, Dickie, I don't know who's the saddest. You or Dip and Dan. Both of you been down this week.
Yeah, it's bad
was
week.
really
Tough
bad.
week. Tough
Down,
week.
doesn't he? I don't know how Dan's ever happy being an Auburn fan.
It's not easy.
Yeah. Well, at least you'll have a lot of alcohol around you at Oxford this weekend. Feel right at home.
Be able to drown your misery.
Dan. Yeah, I heard Dippin' Dan call me out. Let me tell you this, Dippin' Dan down at the loading dock. I got more football knowledge than my pinky toe, the little piggy that went wah, 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 all the way home when you got in your whole body. Road tide.
Oh, there goes Dickie.
There's the gauntlet
Man,
thrown
I've
down
never heard
again.
him that down.
I know
he is down.
Sad,
Good
isn't it?
night.
Sad.
And you say he would just say something and sit there.
Yeah, just
sometimes just like I'm just so down.
deflated.
Poor Dickie. I never thought I'd say that.
Wow. Good luck, Dickie.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If that one girl had not done what she did, this would have. This, you know how stories we want them to be a fairy tale and they don't go well.
Exactly.
One person that ruined this story from being this great comeback story was the Russian who skated outstanding as well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And kind of then it became a push, and the other girl just got a few more points.
There it is.
Yeah. So I do remember that now. But Harding's saying now she's not coming completely clean.
No.
But now that I know what they were saying, that's probably what they were playing.
Right. They were talking about taking somebody out.
If
Who would
if
go in and ask and question them on that? Hey, guys, what are y'all talking about?
If I hear in the kitchen y'all talking about taking somebody out, I might go, who y'all talking about?
Right. Especially if they're saying, because she admitted taking somebody out to help her in the Olympics. She even said that.
Yeah.
Do you remember that first time
You
we
didn't think
checked in
nothing
on her?
about it?
She was sitting in the front of her trailer with just like
Yes.
stuff all over the yard, smoking a cigarette.
Yes.
Do you remember that? I remember us doing an update on that. Do you hear it? All right, so the interview was last night. Your phone calls when you come back at 866 We Be Big. And then the movie, I, Tonya, is it in theaters now?
Yes, it's playing now.
Okay, and it's playing now. And they're saying it's actually a pretty good movie.
Critically
Now,
acclaimed, which doesn't mean.
Is she behind
careful.
that, or is this somebody telling a story and she don't want it out?
They say it's sympathetic towards her.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next. Listen to 100.3 The River. Dave, so when we talk about this story, Tonya Harding, Nancy Kerrigan, Jeff Gillooly, you're not familiar with this story at all?
Not at all, no, sir.
So how old are you?
20.
Okay. So you know the Olympics coming up and all that. Well, what happened in our country is that we had two ladies that were vying to go to represent our country, and they did in the Winter Olympics, and so Tonya Harding was a kind of a figure skater, as Greg said. They kind of came from trained at the public rinks, did not have the money, the backing.
It was an amazing story.
Kind of from a little bit a different neighborhood as opposed to a Nancy Kerrigan who had the wealthy family, all the finest training.
Nancy Kerrigan was portrayed, Rick, kind of as a princess.
Yeah.
Right.
And Tonya Harding was portrayed more as a bar brawler.
That's right.
And they were the top two skaters in the country.
They were the top two
They
skaters.
were the best two.
Going to head to the Olympics. We were going to have a strong team, all that good stuff.
Yeah, and so they were competing on who was going to get the final slot on the team, right?
Yeah, it was 1994, January 6th, 1994 at the championships to see
who was going to who it was going to be. And so you basically had the redneck versus the debutante. Okay, if I can
just sand it down.
I'm sanding it down.
I mean,
Yeah, rotate.
Yeah.
Tonya Harding, you could almost picture her out there warming up, smoking a cigarette on the ice. You know what I mean? Well, her husband at the time, Jeff Gillooly, and then somebody that was declared a bodyguard that was like somebody there, Sean Eckert, they actually attacked Nancy Kerrigan, the debutante, and hit her in her knee with a steel rod or something like that. To try to damage her knee and injure her so much she couldn't compete against Tonya, thus giving Tonya the slot. And so that became a huge controversy, as you can imagine. Now, Tonya Harding said, I didn't know anything about this, and did get to skate.
And both made the team.
I'm going back and I'm looking at this, Rick. I think they put Kerrigan on. She wasn't able to compete in the championships.
No.
They just gave her a spot and wanted her to recuperate and try to compete. They sent Michelle Kwan, who was a alternate, but they sent her to the Olympics because at one time they thought Tonya Harding could be arrested and taken off the team. So we had somebody standing by to skate if she got pulled.
So now there's a movie about Tonya Harding, the one who was part of the attack on her opposition, and then last night was an interview with Tanya Harding about the movie and about the incident, and so that's why we're talking about it today.
2-hour special on ABC.
And Rick, the girl who won, we'd kind of talked about it a little bit. It was Oksana Baul, who, in a very strange coincidence, I met one time.
Okay. So what the deal is, and if you go pull up footage from '94, you'll see Nancy Kerrigan
at the U.S. Open
after she's been attacked, going to the rink screaming why, and you just couldn't believe it. You really couldn't believe. It sounds like something from like a movie made for television. You really couldn't believe it. You couldn't believe it really happened. Right. And so that's what we're talking about. Does that kind of give you a nutshell?
Yeah, it does. And I think if the reason why Nancy Kerrigan, she didn't win the medal, you guys want to know why?
No. Here we
Rick,
go.
I think this is a setup
all
along.
Go ahead.
Huh?
Just plain and simple. She didn't have enough Bama in her man rope tied.
Didn't have enough Bama.
Don't be mad with me.
I thought. All right, so let's go. 866-WE-BE-BIG, LearBubba.com. The old Kennedy silver $50. I remember them. We had Greg and I got these, a bunch of these when we were kids. You can get one right now, too, just having a conversation with LearBubba.com. You watched the midterm elections last night. Of course, there's still some that are up in the air, as we all sort of expected. But I want to give you one of our listeners, Robert. He said, I'm new to the show in the great state of Texas. He said, thanks for the tip, guys. Being new to buying silver, it was hard for me to get my head around any good information to purchase it, and do a good job and be a pro with it. I took your advice, and I called the group at LearBubba.com. They were great to work with, answered all my questions. I didn't feel pressured, and they helped me with my first ever purchase of precious metals. I feel like I'm actually doing something positive to protect my family's finances that they've, and we've worked so hard to build up. The purchase was delivered fast, and it was complete. So if you'd like to find out more, just have the conversation. You'll get one of these Kennedy silver $50. Maybe you can be like Robert and go, you know what, this is very helpful, and I'm ready, and I feel like I'm doing something. There's no purchase necessary at all. You just need to have a conversation, and they'll give you that Kennedy silver $50. Go to LearBubba.com for more information, or you can call them at 1-800-707-4575. 25 years of experience at LearBubba.com. And you can, talk to one of their specialists now about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. All right, so a couple of stories that we're working on. Good to hear from Dickie. A little shocked that Speedy would call him my name. That was kind of embarrassing.
Yeah,
but anyway,
that just happened.
So anyway, I think we've taken the temperature yesterday with Dip and Dan, today with Nadmeyer on these rabid college football fans and kind of where they are.
Both of those guys are in the dump.
Oh boy, they are. Well, yeah, it's a different standard, but both of them are in the dumps.
Oh yeah.
And there's a lot of people.
Alabama's upset about losing 2 games. Auburn would just like to win one.
Yeah. 2 would be almost too much to ask.
Mm-hmm.
Sonny Hostin, is that how you say her name? Is it Hostin? Sonny Hostin, as you remember, has been making all kinds of comments on The View lately. One of them she claims she didn't say, except we all heard it. But
I mean, direct quote.
But there was an awkward moment when she began to talk about absentee voting and the difficulty of it, and then you start realizing she's saying she voted for her son.
Okay.
So here we go.
People, put that phone down, girl. God bless you.
It's my son. Who, by the way, wanted to make sure that his absentee ballot was that I did that. And I had trouble actually voting for him absentee ballot today. And that made me very concerned. It was the first time. I was told to put it in an orange bag on the floor. And the orange bag looked to me like a Target bag or something. And I said, isn't there a formal election box that says absentee ballots or something like that? And then she said, let me check. And then found it.
Wow.
So that concerned me.
Well,
we all know Republicans are stealing votes in New York City.
Right. Yeah, sure.
That's a big problem. Obviously, from the results.
You need to steal 10 million of them.
Yeah. Has she responded? Because I'd like to give her benefit of the doubt. Does she mean that the son filled it out and all she did was take it for him?
Yeah, I think that's what.
If that's what she's saying, then she's clear. But if she's saying that
it didn't sound good.
The way she said it sounded really, really bad, like she filled it out.
Yeah. Sounded like she ballot harvested, basically.
Yeah, but so anyway, and then she's also defending the Roaches voting for Raid comment, and she's accusing us of or I'm saying any of us that reported on of twisting her words. So Speedy went and got that
play
story.
them.
Yeah, and said she defended it. Saying that white Republican women in suburbia voting for Republicans are like roaches voting for Raid, and she said that that her words were twisted by the co-host there on The View. Is one of them named Alyssa Farah Griffin?
Yeah.
Okay,
she jumped in next to her.
Yeah, and
got me a few names.
She said I called white women roaches. No, nobody said that. Nobody said you said that. Somebody said that what you were accused of is not calling white women roaches, it's calling them stupid.
Yeah.
Saying that they're voting for Republicans, and that means they're voting for their own doom.
Yeah.
And she's trying to play games now. Just saying, well, I didn't call women roaches. Nobody thought you called them roaches. It was an analogy that everybody's mad at.
Yeah.
It's the analogy. So you have her talking about that?
Do you want the original? That's all I got.
Yeah, let's hear the original.
I read a poll just yesterday that white Republican suburban women are now going to vote Republican. Why? It's almost like roaches voting for Raid, right?
But again, and Bubba pointed this out the first time we heard it, they're Republican women.
Right.
Where do you think they're going to vote?
Yeah.
Right?
Well, what she's saying is some suburban women that vote Republican did not vote for Trump because he made them uncomfortable. And she's saying
it cost him the election.
Yeah, she's saying now they're going to return to the Republicans, and then return to the Republicans is like roaches voting for Raid, meaning if they support the Republicans, it's to their own demise.
The roach comment is not, like you said,
it's
not.
We know the roach is an analogy. We don't like the analogy. I mean, and the women don't like the analogy.
Yeah.
You're saying that white women voting for Republican is to their own demise. That's what everybody's mad about.
Now, she has defended this because she's getting a lot of pushback about it.
Yeah.
Saying that her words are being twisted.
Yeah. So I don't.
How do you twist words when you say it's like white women voting for rape? I mean, how do you twist that?
Like
her defense is my mom's white,
Right.
so why would I say that?
You're missing the point.
She doesn't even understand what people are mad at her about. She didn't even understand that. That's
and back to the absentee ballot thing. Dinesh D'Souza tweeted this out to kind of clarify why it's a problem for her to do what she did.
Okay.
Sonny Hostin basically admits to being guilty of voter fraud. Her son was away, so she voted his ballot. It doesn't matter what his intention was. People cannot vote on behalf of others.
Okay, so you can't even do it no matter who filled it all out, right?
I guess not, and that's according to Dinesh, and I assume he knows what he's
Yeah,
talking
it's like my two kids were not able to come and vote yesterday.
Yeah.
So I can't get a ballot and vote for them because I think I know what they're going to do.
Exactly. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Say, which might have been a better line. You can't have nothing. Didn't you? I thought that's where he was going, and I was going to get him a Rick and Bubba prop on that.
If she would have just had one of them dogs to fall on when they, she'd have been okay.
Yeah.
Rick, and I'd forgot some of these details. I was looking here at one of the stories that was recounting all this, that while there was a delay in the medal ceremony because the Olympic Committee had misplaced the Ukrainian national anthem.
Oh, boy.
Someone mistakenly told Kerrigan the delay in the presentation was because Oksana Baul had cried all of her makeup off and was getting a touch-up. Kerrigan, who was frustrated by the whole situation.
or even frustrated.
No, it was so bad. It had an L in it.
Yeah.
She was caught on camera saying, come on, she's going to get out there and cry again anyway. What's the difference? Which looked very undiplomatic to a worldwide audience viewing at the time.
I remember that part, too.
So Nancy Kerrigan came off, even after all this, as kind of being this rich, spoilt princess. And then you had the rough and tumble Tanya Harding, who, and you were right, in one of her performances, she broke a lace and
and had to ask for a redo.
Yeah.
Guys, the 30 for 30 is called The Price of Gold, and it is worth the watch.
So you
I'm
really
telling
good?
you, it
How
is
about I
really,
go
really
watch that
good.
today? I'm in.
The Price of Gold.
I'm in.
And it aired. I don't know when the 20th, and I guess it would have been in 2000.
Be a good hunting camp one to watch?
I don't know about that.
I guess it'd have been 2014 is when this came out because they put it out at the 20th anniversary.
I
Of all
understand.
this.
Okay.
So,
Price of Gold.
Price of Gold.
I love when I've got a new one to watch. Yeah,
And there are so many things in it that you'll think, oh, okay, I remember that now as
Yeah.
you go through it.
How about I did I watched I don't know if you've and it's old. It's not new. It's old. I think it came out. I can't remember when it came out, but they've done a part 2. Oh, now I can't think of the name of it. And it's about some Australian guy who got over like 300 pounds, and he started developing some disease that was tied with it with his health, and he tried to go and do this. Really back to the juicer, the kind of a juice fast or whatever, and I thought, well, it's just going to be about his health turning around, whatever. And somebody told us about watching it, and then the part of the story is he meets this gigantic truck driver who's 400 and something. I mean, when you look at him, he's got that old chalky gray look. I mean, he has the same disease as this guy, and he gives him the, hey, if you ever need me any help at all, and you ever decide you want me to help you because what this is doing for me. Yeah. Call me. Well, he goes back to Australia and checks his American cell phone when he came to the States, and that guy's on there. And he goes all the way back and starts helping that guy. And you know how you're sitting there waiting on the end of a movie, and he brings him a shirt that he says, if you do this and you get committed to this, one day you're going to put this shirt on. It was an Australian shirt, and it's going to fit you. Of course, and so you go through – I mean, this guy is gigantic and in such horrible, horrible health. And then they go through that whole thing of the two of them. And of course, one's further down the road than the other one. Yeah. And it really, and I thought to myself, I don't want any part of this because as a person who struggles with weight, these things aren't fun to watch.
Right.
But I got caught up in it, and because I start thinking, no way Big Phil is going to do this. You know what I mean? There ain't no way truck driving Phil, and to see the end of it. What is it? Something about Rick, you idiot. I can't think of the name of it. Something about fat, sick, and dying. Maybe that's what it was called.
What is this?
It was a documentary.
Why'd you look at me when you said that?
No, Rick, I got hung up in 600-pound life the other night. It was the most disturbing episode I've ever seen. This guy was huge, and he was naked on there a lot, and they were bathing him. It was unreal. Oh, my God. Unbelievable.
What about fat, sick, and nearly dead?
That's it.
Okay.
And there's a part 2, which is not as good because it's just him now. Everybody loves him. He's going around the world doing it.
Right.
But that first one, that original was good. Here. Tried to tell you, 6 minutes past the hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here as we start a brand new hour. There's Blazing Silverman, Rick and Bubba intern. He'll take your phone calls. We'll get to him this hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG as he bangs out a degree in common sense, a superpower now. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being a part of the Rick and Bubba Show for almost 29 years.
Wow.
How about that?
So unbelievable.
Huh?
So we talked about earlier. But
I had brown hair when this thing started. I still weigh about the same.
Right. Was I slick face when it started, or did I have the Fu Manchu?
Slick.
Yeah, and then I went slick to Fu Manchu to full beard.
Yep.
So anyway, so let's talk about some more about the elections, because I hear Speedy talking in the break. We had this conversation at home last night. Really, when this thing shakes out with very, very minor changes, if any, but minor, I think the House will go to the Republicans. The Senate, we'll see. So we're not talking about a red wave. We're not talking about, the what happened that time. What year was that when they were just coming in? We were like, man, the Republicans are winning every single race.
Well, that was Obama's first midterm.
Right.
The Republicans picked up like 40 seats.
Yeah. So nothing like that. And so you almost kind of tilt your head and go, okay, so it looks like that GOP candidates did really well where GOP people live, and the Democrats did really well where the Democrats live.
Pretty much.
So no one seemed to convince anyone of a different view of the country.
Well, look at Miami-Dade County, though.
Rick, look,
it's gubernatorial, though. I'm talking about.
Look at TV1 right there. They're showing you Pennsylvania.
Right.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spots that look like they're blue, and the rest of the entire state is red. But Fetterman wins.
I think what you saw there, though, was this is what we played that clip. I think you were gone that. I think it was yesterday. When you had the person who was from the Latino community, who's a political activist, and he's saying Latinos are realizing that the Democratic Party and our principles don't really they don't go together.
Yeah,
and so I think you saw some of that. And DeSantis, though, think about it: if you'll do that kind of job, you'll win some people over.
Yeah.
But in general, when you look at our country, it really is a country that is two different countries. Then they're completely different. And I talked to some friends last night even, and I've noticed it too. They said, and they just come from a metropolitan city in our country, and they said, that's not even the same country. In these cities, and this is the part you were talking about in this break, Speedy, and you've talked about it, Bubba, Greg, Helms, and this like this thing with Fetterman. Look, the thing that Pennsylvania would go get Fetterman, not because he's had a stroke and has lost his ability to understand what people are saying to him. You have to type it to him on a computer. I mean, that's concerning, but of much bigger concern is his worldview, the way he sees criminals, the way I can't believe if I wanted to be secure and safe in my home that I would vote for someone who not is like just soft on crime. It's like he's pro-crime. I mean, he's for he's for what's that? What was that movie where they had that once a year?
The Purge.
The
we
Purge.
were just talking about that in the break.
I can't even. I can't wrap my mind why anybody would vote for Fetterman if he never had a stroke.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just the way he sees the world.
Exactly.
But there's people that have been convinced and brainwashed. It is brainwash with propaganda and all these things tyrannical governments have done throughout time. Social media has given them a great tool. Okay. And you see how they do that in the documentary Social Dilemma, where they trap you in a world where you never see critical thinking.
Mm-hmm.
And so what's happening is they have done such a job of convincing people that to vote for anyone in the red party, to vote for anyone in these places, of anyone for this crazy bunch out there, they've almost walled themselves off in these major cities and created a country. Now, if you'll go there, you'll find it's like a third world country. I don't know why they want it. You find crime out of control. You find homelessness out of control, mainly because everywhere where people have legalized marijuana and the what is that stuff where people now just take it in a little shot? THC. What is it? What am I talking?
You're talking about THC, the active ingredient.
What am I talking about? I can't. There's a name. I actually saw one that they come. It's like in a little tube, and they just take it real quick and get a little high off of it. When this marijuana culture comes into your cities, and it's just anytime you want it, wherever you want it, you find people lose their drive to work. And when you go into these cities where the Democrats reign, you find high prices, high crime, high homelessness, nasty streets. And I don't know why anyone would say, hey, I think this is great. And so you think, well, that doesn't make sense. Well, what's the only way that can make sense to you? If you've been programmed to be terrified of the other party. The GOP is evil, wicked, and we had a guy, we played it, that said if you support the GOP, one day they're going to grab your children and kill them.
Yeah. My children may not ever grow up.
Which is kind of an interesting view from a party that believes in abortion on demand at any stage of pregnancy.
Even after you're born.
That's odd. But anyway, this is, so we really live in a country that is divided right down the middle. And you live in one country if you live in a certain part of the country, but if you go to another part of the country, you're in a completely different country. Yeah. Now, why these cities want to live in the squalor that they're living in, I understand why the ruling class wants to do it, because they can separate themselves from it.
Yeah.
But why the people that suffer under this, and I'll tell you why, is when you're thinking, hey, things are bad, you go, well, things aren't bad because of us, things are bad because of the GOP. So they caused all this? Of course they did. I'm trying to fix it. And if you keep voting, if you vote for them, it's only going to get worse. And you're like, but wait a minute, don't y'all run this city? There's not a Republican anywhere near this place. Yeah, that's why we better be glad, because if they got a hold of this thing, and what they've done, they've programmed and brainwashed people that it's not, hey, let's sit down and discuss what my political views are and how I see the role of the government, how I see taxation. No. See, we've taken it into a place now where you're told that if you don't stick with your party, to go the other way is evil, and it brings doom and destruction and death. And we're living in two countries within one. Guys, if you have not been to a metropolitan city lately, it's unrecognizable. I mean, it is so different than the way you live if you live, away from the cities in our country. It's not just when people say somebody has a different accent than me. It's a completely different country.
Yeah.
And this country is, on those two views, there's no common ground anymore.
Well, let me ask you this.
It is us versus them.
Shouldn't crime be a bipartisan issue?
Bubba, I think it should be.
No matter where you live, if it's in the city or you're way out in the country, shouldn't you be anti somebody taking your stuff or killing your family members? I mean, I don't see how this has become a political issue.
I don't either. I really don't.
The only thing I can kind of comprehend is that maybe that one of the parties thinks that they can get some votes out of it. But again, if you get votes and win, you've just won in a city where you've got criminals all over the street. Who wants to live there? You won the kingdom, but look what a mess it is.
Well, you know what? If you look, a lot of times they don't live there. They run it, but when you go find out where their house actually is, it's away from all that. And you know what else it has around it? A big old security fence and people with guns and security. But you know, this is and there was a moment for me when I realized that it was getting away, and I've never forgotten this moment. The first time that I saw the left in our country not sure where they were, when we heard that governor in Virginia, I'll never forget it. Talking about letting a birthed baby lay in another room
and be comfortable
and try to keep it comfortable till the mom and the doctors decide whether it's going to live or die. In that moment, to your point, Bubba, about saying things are not political, I said, if you remember, we all said it in microphones, I thought we all agreed that life began outside the womb.
Yeah.
I thought we all agreed on that. I didn't think that was a political football. I thought every single one of us agreed on that, and then I realized now we don't. And I thought, oh my gosh, we're
what was his name?
So there we can't even find things like where life does begin outside the womb. We don't even agree on that. We don't even agree on that anymore. And so,
well, you know what though, Rick? There was such a backlash from that.
Yeah,
that began a movement in many states to severely limit abortion.
Right.
and one of those made it to the Supreme Court and actually overturned Roe v. Wade.
Right.
Ralph something is his name. I can't think of it. But his comments about that.
Ralph Lauren? No, I'm sorry.
Ralph Northam.
Northam. That's right.
Ralph Lauren.
Rick,
They were all
his
cheering.
comments on that are directly tied to the backlash that overturned Roe v. Wade.
But we really didn't see that last night.
In a short amount of time.
Yeah, it was in 2019. Ralph Northam.
Yeah.
We'll take your phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Real Greg Burgess and Helmsy all here today.
Here we've got hospitals putting off elective surgeries. I know our doctor had sent an email out that they've extended their hours for walk-ins who think they have the flu, and I mean, it's a mess right now.
Yeah, it's like I say, our whole house has been on Tamiflu, which is kind of a wild ride. And
have you noticed any?
I haven't. I only felt weird one day, and I couldn't figure out whether that was attributed to that or just what we do for a living.
Yeah.
But my wife said that she is having weird dreams. She said I don't have all these weird dreams like you always talk about. She goes, I have a weird dream every night, and of course some of them I had to say you can't get mad at me about what you dreamed.
Yeah.
Okay, because that didn't really happen. Okay, that didn't happen.
I think you should have a pass on your dream.
I mean,
not daydreams, but
yeah. She said she had one where she woke herself up crying, and it was involved that she'd been involved in some automobile accident. And she kept telling everybody it wasn't her fault, and everybody thought it was, and started crying about it. And she said, "I woke myself up crying." And I'm like, "Wow."
Good night.
So yeah, Tamiflu. I mean, it's a wild ride, but I've seen very little impact. I mean, I don't feel weird. That one day I felt a little bit strange, but again, I feel strange here some days, and I haven't taken anything.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it was even tied to that or not. But what it's done, I will tell you this: as long as you don't have some weird experience like Bubba had that one time, and some people have had, this new strategy of the doctor declares, family member 1 has got it, and family member 2, 3, 4, and 5 all going on Tamiflu. We all going together.
Because it's an early thing. You got to get it early with Tamiflu. It doesn't matter.
So it will not. It has not spread through the house. Nobody else has gotten it, and so that's good. But and then yesterday, the one who got it returned to school, but the doctor said because we're practicing right now for the spring season, meaning it's mainly tons of conditioning, and he still kind of has a little bit of that. Doc's like, let's ride that out till Monday. You know what I mean? They don't need to go back and get to run around getting hot. Now let's run that back to Monday. And and our team has about 23, 25 players. We've had 11.
Goodness gracious!
You ever try to have practice and there's nobody there? And you know what you feel bad about? You don't think about the drills. The people who are doing the drills, they don't get to stand in line very long.
No, they don't.
They get a lot of reps.
Everybody's up.
Let's go.
So it's been a weird thing. And so Adler is gone. We were talking to his brother that was and I feel like he's drug his brother into a handle. Yeah. They've got a cousin or something getting married.
And they're doing video and audio? Or pictures, I mean?
In Minneapolis, and his brothers were standing back there saying, you realize we're headed to where it's 14.
Yeah, well, Luke is like
headed into an NFL playoff game.
Mm-hmm. He said, we'll never land. He said, there's no way. And, Mom and Dad are going too. It's Mom, Dad, Luke, Adler, and Chris.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they're flying. And it's I think they have one layover, he said. I can't remember. But yeah, they're going into he gave us the temperatures today. Guys, wasn't it -4 and the high was 4?
Yes.
Or something like that.
Something bad. Yeah. All right, now and Bubba was
airplane wings love that.
And Bubba was telling me that earlier on the kickoff hour, I heard him talking about this item that his wife has. Is this thing that takes video of your pet all the time and then
he showed us that
and then throws it treats. He showed us that.
Correct. Yes, but it also takes pictures whenever there's
what's it called? Burpo.
Furbo. Furbo, and whenever somebody comes to the room, it'll take like a picture or something. And
where are we sending that? Why would we want that?
Well, we asked him. Jody called in on the phone, and
Who?
you know that's whoever.
Jody said he'd be checking in on his wife.
That's who we called.
That's funny.
And so that kind of stirred up that conversation, and he said, "Well, you know, the camera is going to be on, so I'll see Jody." And he kind of told a story of when he was out working with an axe, and it was a little too heavy. What was it, an 8.5 or something like that? Anyway, he got real hot, and he took his shirt off, and he was laying there, and his wife was at school teaching, seeing the pictures sent to him.
All right.
And that was that whole discussion.
Well, it just seems to me, though, if somebody's at home, cut the camera off. I mean,
You would think.
because the pet's being watched by the person that's there.
Right.
It's like most.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. Your phone calls now. Blazing Silverman taking your phone calls. All 10 lines are available, so you can dial us up. Wednesday Bible study returns today at noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern. Genesis 44 today. It'll be archived soon after. Bubba, sadly, and you had kind of given me a heads up this might be coming. I did not know he was in such bad shape, but the supergroup Alabama guitarist Jeff Cook has died.
Yeah, friend of the show. Yep. We've had him on several times. Got to go fishing with him a couple of times, and Jeff was always available and always a lot of fun. And we're sad to hear this today.
Yeah, so 73, and Alabama had retired, but then they were back doing gigs again, right?
You know, I was reading some of this history here. They wrapped up a retirement tour and the farewell tour, the initial farewell tour.
Right, there's always more
in
than
2004. One. They reunited in 2011 for a charity concert benefiting tornado victims in the state of Alabama. In his time away from Alabama, Jeff released a handful of solo projects. He toured with the All-Star Good Time Band and released collaborations with Charlie Daniels and Star Trek star William Shatner.
Now that you're making up. You threw the
No, it's in there. And,
that's not true.
We got to tour Jeff's house once upon a time.
Well, weren't they recently playing?
And he had a Star Trek room when we were there.
Really?
He had a keyboard set up and these giant speakers, and the whole room was painted black, floor to. And it had stars and galaxies painted all over it. And some of it was infrared, reflective, like glow in the dark. And you cut the lights off, and it looked like you were sitting in space, and he could sit there and play. That was
how about that?
That was at the castle. Remember Cook's Castle?
I do not.
Okay. Well, we were just talking about nice houses. That was a nice one.
I never went there. That was something you did without me. That might have been AM 810.
It was earlier.
Right.
But it was Jeff was very nice to open the house up to let us do that.
But these other solo projects you talked about, well, he was on the show just about every time one of those came out.
Oh,
yeah. And I remember the time that were you with me fishing with him that time when I started catching fish and he moved the boat?
Right. We had 2 boats, I think, on the water that day.
Yeah.
And you had accused him of
accused him. It absolutely happened.
What was the term you used? He didn't put you in the gar hole, but he turned the boat around.
Yeah, I was catching fish, and he had the trolling motor, and I start getting into fish, and all of a sudden I feel the boat moving, and I'm moving, and he moves himself in the spot, and he starts catching. And I'm like, and then he basically told me that's what the guy with the boat gets to do.
Yeah. Now, he loved to fish.
Yeah, well, that was the time he told me that he plays guitar, and he's in Alabama so he can fish.
Right.
But his true love was fishing.
And then he was on the air with us one day and got an award from then Governor Siegelman. You remember it was some presentation. I can't remember what it was.
There's nothing firing. I don't even have a spark.
Yeah, it was like it was something to do with fishing. And I can't remember what it was, but it was some lifetime
Are you telling me that
award.
former Governor Siegelman gave Jeff Cook a fishing award?
Yes,
is that what you're saying?
On our show.
How do you get a fishing award?
I'm just telling you.
Did he win the Siegelman tournament? I mean, what are
I'm
you
telling
about?
you it happened. I'm telling you it happened.
Well,
I can give you one more memory of that.
Was
in the break?
Was he
to remind you?
Understood. Was he an ambassador for our bass trail or something?
Something like that.
Okay.
Something like that.
We got a good bass.
It would have been down that alley.
We got a good bass trail here.
We do. Yeah, we do.
Do we have in Alabama even one natural made lake? Even one? Are they all man made?
Yeah, I'm sure we do.
You sure about that?
Yeah, I'm sure we did.
Okay.
Somewhere along the way.
So 73 years old. But you said you'd heard he was in bad health. I
talked to Randy a couple of weeks ago, and he said that he was not doing well. So I hate to hear that, though.
Jeff Cook has gone on in at the age of 73. So I don't
battled Parkinson's.
Oh yeah. All right, so 866 We Be Big. We'll do rest of this segment. We'll take your phone calls, and we'll come back and get some more at the bottom. Joe is in Boaz, Alabama. If you want to get in, lines are available. You can get in right now. Joe, go ahead. How are you, sir?
Doing pretty good. Have a gas price update for you.
Okay.
So I live here in Boaz, driving by Walmart yesterday, the Murphy service station, $3.12.
Mm-hmm.
This morning, 10 minutes ago, $3.39. Just wanted to throw it out there. Love you guys. Been with you since you were at the stupid queue before you were even Rick and Bubba. There's gas and the original mothership.
Oh, that goes way back. Yeah. Well, thank you, man.
Yeah, it goes way back. I remember Kelly Vanilli and all the guys.
Oh yeah. So you know what he's saying? He's saying on the day we all went out to vote, it was 303.
Yeah. Now,
yeah, but
mysteriously,
now that the vote is over.
Well, we may have some runoffs, Rick. We may hold it down. Just
Just a little bit. We'll see what happens.
You know, when it comes to the financial markets in our country, a lot of times they really enjoy when we have gridlock government. You know, because if it's a gridlock, that means nobody's doing anything, and that's good for the financial markets.
Right. Yeah.
You know, there's a good chance that will move forward. Now, I don't know that inflation is going to find any relief from that, because if we keep printing money and we still have supply chain problems, that's what makes it go up. And the fact that the president will not let up on our own energy sector. I mean, you talking about having somebody pinned down, can't do nothing.
Right. Yeah.
And then he makes speeches about, why don't y'all up production and cut your prices, but I'm going to put you out of business. I mean, it's really a strange approach to trying to get what you want or what you say you want.
Yeah, I don't know why people can't learn about how to get someone to want to do something and work with you.
Rick, I'm going to put you out of business. You ain't drilling, no leases, no more drilling, period. Hey, I need you to do me a favor. I mean, what?
Yeah. I'm going to destroy the very livelihood that you've embraced for generations of your family. Now I need a favor.
That may be more deranged than the fact I can't make a sentence. You know, really.
Right. Yeah. Well, and we'll come back and we'll get your phone calls in at 866 We Be Big, and we'll talk about this. We also have this AOC quote, back to what I said a minute ago, that we literally inside this country live in two completely different countries and worlds. The things that we actually talk about in today's world, if somebody had told us we'd have these kind of conversations,
I know. Couldn't believe it.
We would think, oh, well, that's insane. We're not going to be doing that. And we do it. This fake world, there's the real world and the fake world, and they're coexisting, and it makes things very confusing. I've seen and heard things, and I'm like, you don't really believe that, do you? And people go, absolutely. You know, and I can't hear them real good because they have a mask on. But, I mean, at bottom of the hour, we'll be back. Your phone calls are next, and if you want to get in, lines are available.
Rick and Bubba.
Mobile for house dogs.
Right.
Yeah. They need to remember to turn it off.
Yeah, unless you want to throw them a treat, I would turn it off.
There's no telling what you catch on that thing.
That has brought Sergeant Pepper to work.
Yes.
Former Rick and Bubba intern.
Yes.
To do the TV for the next couple hours.
Who works in TV now.
And works in TV. I got a real job.
Yeah.
And then you were
a big deal.
You were telling me, Adler told me, and then you confirmed that getting Pep set up for today, that he's had some major surgery.
Yeah, during the Christmas break. Is it okay, Pep?
Pep, can we talk about this?
During the Christmas time, the break between Christmas and New Year, that time frame, he had a hernia surgery. And you know, I've had hernia surgery, so us hernia guys, we talk about it.
He said his too.
He said his was so big he actually had to get cut.
One, did he?
I had gallbladder and appendicitis in two separate occasions. So they go in the same area.
Yeah, watch
that
it.
helps.
I knew it was something.
Pep said his was major.
Yeah, they couldn't do it laparoscopically.
I'm sorry.
Please say that again.
Oh, so
did I say it?
You did say it, but I want to see you say it again.
So they had to cut him, huh? He had the big cut.
Yeah.
Wow.
Boy. Hey, he can't come in here.
Yeah, he can.
Yeah,
Sure
put
he can.
it on a wide
Go
shot.
wide shot, Pep.
We got
I
all
can
the
go
backups
in there if I need to.
We got the backups.
We got the backups.
Yeah, they're sitting in the floor playing cards.
Looks like they're playing rock, paper, scissors.
Greg, focus in when he walks in.
Okay. Oh, my goodness. All right. So.
No.
Pep, you got a little limp still, I see.
I do have a little bit of a limp still.
So,
yes.
so
But-
Pep,
You're carrying something.
you use the term like it was a major ordeal, right?
It was a pretty
They had
serious
to cut-
ordeal. Yeah.
So how long have you had the hernia?
I've had it several months.
How did you know you had one? Because I've never had one. I don't know what it. What are the symptoms?
Well, it was in my my groin area, and so
What?
you just kind of
me? Very personal conversation here, but
Wow, wow. So we're just going right.
Well, this
Yeah.
is not a personal conversation if we're doing it on the air.
That's my point. That's what I was saying.
Right. Good to have Donald Trump with us today.
Wow.
But what I'm saying,
I don't like the knife and growing area.
when I think of hernias, there is the hiatal hernia.
Yeah.
That's high, and my mom has a terrible
That's
one of
in your
those. And
diaphragm.
except for when you die. But most hernias,
It
it is going to be there in that lower tract.
Right.
yeah. 'cause
And
it's your
yeah, so-
intestines.
Did you have? Was it tender? Did you have a bulge or what?
It was tender.
Yeah. Yeah. That's when it happens.
So can you go back to the incident and go, this is when it happened, or?
No, I do a lot of lifting with equipment and stuff. So
There you
you
go.
never know. But
So what do they
There
put
you
the
go.
screen wire in there?
Yeah,
body
sure
building?
is.
How was the recovery?
It's been a ride.
Oh,
Yeah,
So-
the old cutting that's a
You know
long
what's-
ride there.
Yeah,
What's
man.
surprising
Getting into muscle
is-
and intestines
yeah.
and all that
Stitches.
stuff.
Oh yeah.
The worst of it hasn't. It's really been like my joints and stuff have really been crazy.
What? Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They say because like your body creates extra fluid during the recovery, and so it like inflammates and stuff in other
Swollen
areas.
down there?
Body's trying to figure out what happened.
Yeah, it's a roller coaster.
Good.
You all right?
Yeah.
Well, I had both kind. Well, I never had the
No,
cutting.
you didn't.
They
You
went
didn't
through.
have nothing like
You've
it.
never had this problem.
No, I didn't have the big cut, the open. I didn't have. Was yours really big?
Yes.
Or was it okay? Yeah. See, mine was small, but I could feel the tenderness of it. What are you laughing at?
I'm not laughing
I
at
could
you.
feel.
Did you
I
have
could feel
swelling
that.
with your recovery?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, it happens. But boy, once it heals, you feel better, don't you?
Yeah.
Huh?
How far? Or you do think now, hey, I'm good?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
feel okay?
I am on the other side.
On
of
the
it.
mend.
Yes.
Back
It's
jogging.
been about 4 weeks.
When are you? Can
How
you,
long will you
Can you
live?
pick the cameras up and all that now, or they got to wait?
I have a weight limit of 10 pounds for 8 weeks.
Ease into it.
Don't get near Bubba.
Don't want to catch me.
That's so.
Blow
wow.
that screen right out.
But I'm glad. So were you miserable? Could you actually see the hernia?
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Could you push on
sometimes
it?
you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry,
we talk.
guys.
He knows exactly.
Yeah. I'm sorry, guys. That's just. Hey, y'all had
Hey,
it?
hurts real bad when they say, when
Hurts.
the doctor says now does this sensitive? Well, because doctors have strong.
Now,
hands.
Speedy, you also had a vasectomy while having hernia surgery.
Right. Yeah. We had.
Didn't you double up on that?
After the third, we declared, all right, it's over. And so while I was out for the hernia surgery, it's like the doctors tag team. They're like, okay, I'm in, you're out. And so two different doctors, one did the vasectomy,
Now, Pep, you
and one
didn't
did
go
the
through
hernia.
all that.
No.
Okay. No. But luckily I was out. I have to sit there and watch it because I've heard about that.
No, I had it done. I
Did not
watched
look
the
at
guy
that.
do it right in front of me.
Well, that's not good.
With a nurse right there.
I don't want that.
Legs up in the air.
No,
talking
boy.
to me about sports like everything was just normal.
I love the show.
And then
stuff
that
like
first,
that.
then that first time is that when they're
Hey,
cauterizing.
man, what do you think about March Madness? Who's
when
going to
they're,
win it?
when they're cauterizing, all of a sudden there's that little hint of burning flesh in the air.
Sure,
Oh,
sure.
thanks, Rick.
Those stitches, he's just lacing them up. So what do you think about the Masters? Boy, Augusta's nice, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, Pat, we're glad you're okay, buddy.
Yeah. Jog on out of here. Show us how you can move.
Sure. Yeah.
Gonna put you on the treadmill.
Yeah.
Yeah. A little
Yeah.
extra workout.
Yeah, just be careful.
Baby step.
Baby
Baby
step.
step.
Ease, but do what the doctor says. Rick and Bubba's show. We're back. Phone troll time. Well, most of the lines are available, so you can get in right now. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Gates open. Everybody run. While you are calling and Blazing Silverman is getting you lined up, you're in charge of the show now. Talk about anything you want to. Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. At the end of 30, and that means we keep you moving quickly, and that way the line is not long and drug out, and it's not like traffic backed up or anything like that. Hey, fieldofgreens.com. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. The way I feel before I started taking fieldofgreens.com and the way I feel now, night and day. Why? Well, my body's getting the fuel it's supposed to get. I mean, I've got the energy I need. I feel great. It's almost like sometimes you get tired or whatever, or you get kind of a foggy. It's like the clarity. And just, get up, drink a shake in the morning, drink another one later in the day after trying to maybe move around, do a little better. And I'm getting the recommended 6 cups a day of veggies and fruits, and I sure can tell it. And you will too. Get yours now by going to fieldofgreens.com. Helmsy's on fire for it now. He's doing it. His skin looks fantastic. If I can say that straight man to straight man. I can really see it now since you've shaved all your hair off. So if you know what it is? It's just simple nutrition. Do we need good nutrition? We do. Field of Greens provides it. There you go. So get yours now by going to fieldofgreens.com. Use our code Bubba. We'll save you 15% off the first order, then 10% off all future orders. Fieldofgreens.com. Use the code Bubba. I just reordered yesterday. So I got two more coming. And you can find it at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button as well. Let's go to Brad in the great state of Alabama. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Brad, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds, go.
Hello there. Yeah, I went and tried to get a absentee ballot the 1st of October, and she told me I had to wait until it was 3 weeks prior to the election. So I went back over there, and I got there at 4:45, and she said, well, I was late. She never said anything about any kind of deadline. I went back over there this past Friday.
Should have got Sonny Hostin to handle it for you.
Yeah. She knows how to get it done.
Let's go to Tuscaloosa. Brady is standing by. Brady, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Morning, guys. How y'all doing?
Good.
We're great.
Hey, have y'all seen where Katy Perry passed out on stage? She said, I'm not feeling well, master, and then just passed slap out.
You know, this Katy Perry thing's weird. He said,
Katy
Perry, I'm not feeling well, master, and then she passed out. I will say this: people send me from time to time weird Katy. Greg, I'll tell you why. She's in that list of celebrities they claim is part of the occult.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, like
you don't know
she does some weird thing with her eye. People keep saying they're noticing that. I don't know. I mean, that's
she's
what
had an eye issue for a while.
That's what he's suggesting, by the way. Is there something? No, we have not seen that. Adler, have you seen that? I haven't seen. Anybody seen that?
I haven't.
The last Katy Perry thing I saw was this weird eye thing. Everybody kept saying.
Yeah, that weird glitch in her eye thing. People were talking about a bunch, but I have not seen the pass out thing yet. Here's the glitch in her eye thing,
which is really strange, by the way.
It is, but I think it's something that she does on purpose or something, where she's like trying to be funny or. She has mentioned that she mentioned one time to an American Idol contestant that she has a wonky eye.
It looks like
she's pushing it back up.
Yeah. It's getting stuck.
It's getting
like,
stuck.
If the eye could talk, it's help me.
Maybe all the eye.
Somebody help me.
It could be all that eye makeup on there weighting it down.
Like it was sticking. And she was like,
wow. Arnie in South Georgia. Arnie, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yes, sir. The first time I called Joe, I was so excited about being on there, I couldn't say nothing. So listen, that abortion thing, that ain't nothing but money. With the government, it's all about money, and with the women, it's all about birth control. And until we solve them problems right there, it's going to be here. The veterinarian's got a shot and a pill that he can give your dog the day of conception, which the day of you see them, and it does away with the pregnancy. The medical outstanding people have the same thing, but it don't give everybody all the money they want. It's all about the love is the root of all damnation is money.
Let me ask you this.
You'll never get that one back, Bob.
Last time out,
I'm
buddy.
not following how that the government is making money off this. Help me out with that.
Well, the thought is, this is my thought, that for them to love to keep those abortion agencies open, everyone that they do has got to have some kind of backlash, and I mean monetary backlash, money.
Kickback.
They probably
You mean kickback?
Yeah, exactly. Between them and the big pharmacy companies, they're the ones that controls everything. You know, they control the pharmacy, not the pharmacy, but insurance controls how many deer you kill every year. Even though DNR
Insurance
says
does?
they do. No.
Insurance does?
Yeah. Well, Rick, let's stay on one topic here, okay?
Wow.
So, but let me say this: if doesn't the government pay for some of these abortions, or isn't it costing them money?
I wouldn't say, as far as the government's concerned, it's costing them.
But you just said they're making money on it.
There's like I would bet you money. I would guarantee you there's some senator somewhere down the line that's meeting in a dark alley somewhere and picking up millions of dollars.
Well, that would be kind of hard to hide if they were doing that. But again, I don't really think you've made your point that the government's making money off this. Now, if you say that they are trying to buy, well, let me have my say on this. If you're trying to say they're buying votes by telling people, go out, do whatever you want to do, don't be responsible, we'll let you terminate your pregnancy, I will agree with that. But I don't think they're making money directly.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I can say this.
He had it
By the way,
together.
and be clear, he made up for not being able to say anything the first time.
He did. He sure did.
He made up for that.
If you've ever wondered,
but you're right. He was not nervous this time.
If you've ever
Not
kind
at
of
all.
wondered as a listener what
Probably
Dickie
should have been.
Nadmeyer sounds like,
Okay.
that ought to clue you in a little bit
right.
if you've never heard it directly.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I don't. I never hear it directly.
Right.
Yeah. Because I leave the room. Derek in Illinois. Derek, go ahead. 30 seconds. Only one timeout remains. Bubba's is gone to South Carolina. Derek, go ahead.
Hey, guys. So this is kind of a shout out to Greg. Last night we had family pictures taken. I've got a 9-year-old son, and in almost every picture he was doing slightly off. And we didn't know it until we got the proof. We got the proofs back. My wife was so mad. I took pride in it. But there's none we can really use.
What a great kid.
Oh, I love a slightly off. You're teaching people to do slightly off.
Maybe that's what
well
Katy
done.
Perry was doing.
That's true. Well done.
Did somebody holler slightly off right before she was doing
That's
that?
good. Deb, Huntsville 100.3 The River. Go.
Hey, guys. How are y'all doing this morning?
We're good.
Good. Well, I was just calling to see if any of y'all were going to be coming down to the Jacksonville State game this weekend. My son Tex plays for EKU on the O-line, and we're coming down.
Yeah.
We're looking forward to the game down there.
Greg, I think, is going.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Greg is going.
That's right.
Yeah.
Sweet. Okay,
I normally go, but I don't think I'm going to be there this weekend.
They're also recognizing the 30th anniversary of the 1992 national champion.
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah. So, so Greg will be there. I'm not going to be able to get there. I've got something that's in the way, so Greg, I guess Greg will be.
So
our
Greg,
sole-
what, you're going the week? I ain't going. What's
I
up?
know, Bubba.
Yeah.
We planned it that way.
I wouldn't read into that, Bubba, at all.
the 30th anniversary drew him out. So that's it.
That's it.
Can't
let's
believe it's been 30 years.
Eric in Columbus,
that is amazing.
Mississippi. Eric, go ahead. Listen to 96.1.
Morning, boys. How are y'all?
Good.
We're great.
I've always wondered, Rick, how come you never talk to Dickie Nadmeyer?
Don't want to talk to him. I don't want anything to do with Dickie.
They don't get along.
That's it.
He don't like me. I don't like him. How about that?
Don't like the way he looks. Don't like the way he dresses.
Don't want nothing to do with him. If you don't believe that, I mean, we had some interns here working time. They noticed I left
that's
every
right.
time.
Yeah,
they
I wondered
did.
about that.
Gosh, that was fun.
Didn't quite dawn on them. Their faces.
Yeah.
Let's go to
They
Casey.
didn't like that guy.
Casey in Alabama. Casey, go ahead.
Yes, I think it's pretty obvious Alabama's probably going to make some changes at coordinator, probably both positions. What do y'all think about Scott Frost going to Alabama?
Do you think you'll be able to see him? Can he see over the because
right.
he's so tiny?
Okay.
I don't think so. No.
Would you consider that an upgrade?
I think if Alabama fans if Alabama fans heard that Bill O'Brien is out but Scott Frost is in, I think they would be an outcry.
I heard that Dan Mullen was going to be the OC next year.
Now that could be. You may be onto something there.
Well, I mean, Saban has a history of rehabilitating coaches that went down.
That is the path back to coaching.
Yeah, it is.
You know it.
Or it might be Harsin. Who knows?
Yeah, well,
there you go.
Now,
Harsin gave him fits last year.
You want to give Alabama Harsin
in that game.
And Alabama
On
wants to
defense.
give Auburn Bill O'Brien.
Yeah, Harsin might be.
Look, we've heard of stranger things.
Right.
The Tennessee coach went there.
Yeah,
Remember?
right, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
6 we be big. Largest number of people, shortest amount of time. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close. Then we move to the next caller. And again, meaningless shout-outs and shameless plugs are an instant buzzer because this is not the platform for those. This is for us to hear comments, questions, or whatever you want to bring up. You bring them in. 2 timeouts are available. Bubba's got 1, and Helmsy's got 1. So if you get a timeout, we'll expand on your call. If not, we'll move to the next one. And if they use their timeout, then it's over. All right, so here we go. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Phone troll. Hello, Jeb. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
I'm good.
Oh, Jeb. All right, so no Jeb. What happened to Jeb?
Jeb's out.
Let's go to Skylar. Skylar, I'm glad you brought this up. This was sent to me yesterday, and I forgot all about it. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I just wondering if we could get your Illuminati expert, Greg, on this. I mean, I'm a little worried about it. I get the tacos all the time, you know.
Did you see, Greg, Charlie Daniels saw the Taco Bell commercials?
I saw the headline. I didn't get to read it.
And Charlie Daniels has put out an op-ed or a letter to Taco Bell.
He's serious about it.
Be very careful when you're dealing with the Illuminati. This is very serious. I'm paraphrasing, but that was the bottom line.
Mm-hmm.
So Charlie ain't
Charlie
laughing.
Daniels says, "You guys, this is here it is." So here it is. Charlie Daniels warns Taco Bell the Illuminati is not a frivolous subject.
Yeah, that's Fox News now. That's not some bizarre website.
So, Greg,
Charlie claims you're shaking hands with danger.
That's right.
You know who said to
I
me
tell you,
yesterday?
those were funny commercials. And the minute I saw them, I thought of Greg.
Yeah.
Because Greg is our ranking Illuminati expert.
No,
here on the
Bubba.
show.
Which led to
anything from Freemason up. That's Greg.
This
all the
one
way to Bohemian Grove.
This won't surprise y'all at all because we know how scared he is and how he can get his head. I got when you get a text that just says "call me."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Call me.
Call me.
And I go back to the person. I'll tell you who it is in a minute. Hey, man, you got an emergency? I'm in a bind for about 1:45. Not an emergency, but please call me. So I call him. Hey, man, what's Greg's take on this? And I said, what are you talking about? You haven't seen it? And all of a sudden, another text comes in with the letter. Charlie Daniels, Illuminati. Guess who it was? JT.
Oh, yeah.
Rick, you realize you and Charlie are speaking at an event together this year.
Gridiron?
Yes.
That's right.
He is speaking at Gridiron.
Oh, I'll
Ask him.
Talk to him about it.
Rick, in the commercial, they refer to it as the Bellanomy. Bellanomy. I can't say it now. I was ready, and then it got away from me while I was on deck.
God love you. Hey, what?
Bell Illuminati.
Greg, do you agree?
To be honest, I haven't paid that much attention to the commercial.
Get you look.
And,
they go in there like it's one of these secret meetings of the Illuminati.
Oh, there's the all-seeing
They're
eye.
talking about Taco Bell.
Here, Greg, there's the all-seeing
Illuminati. Illuminati.
They are throwing some
Bell
symbols in
Illuminati.
there.
Do you agree? Don't be dabbling with this.
You know, I'm going to have to go with Charlie on this now that I'm looking at it.
You've seen it.
Yeah.
You've seen the commercial, right?
No, I've never paid no attention. I usually.
It's Greg. It is everything you talk about. There's
I'm just now. They were
pyramids,
just now
there's-
praying it. That's what I'm saying. We're just now playing it. I'm like, I may have to go on Charlie's side here.
You did see the all-seeing
Look,
eye.
it's all fun and games, Rick, but don't get carried away now.
Yeah, Greg, what's the thing about the Illuminati? And now are the Masons tied to all this?
Rick,
Oh, if
don't
you-
start controversy.
You work
on
your
that.
way up.
All right, I'm gonna stay out. But you're just saying, in general, I agree with what Charlie's saying.
Yes.
Taco Bell, you dancing with danger.
Shaking hands with danger, 4 fingers and a thumb. And that's a signal. And you all know what that means. Everybody knows it.
We continue.
Greg, how come that bunch that's so secretive they don't have windows in their meeting place? That's what
I know.
don't get.
I'll tell you why.
Why?
You ever been in there?
Uh-uh.
Yeah.
Sure have.
Strange paintings.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's. We continue. Let's go.
You know what's funny though? I have this place and I have all these strange secret paintings, but I rent it out to high school reunions. Have you ever noticed that? I mean, I'm so secretive, but yet if you pay the right price, I'll let you use the area.
But there's certain rooms you can't go in.
Well, yeah, but the ones you can are spooky enough.
Dennis in the great state of Tennessee.
Dennis,
welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today?
Hey, I'm good, guys. How y'all doing?
we're great.
Good.
Hey, that's awesome. Hey, I want to know if y'all heard that political correctness has come to the company that owns Dixie Stampede in Dollywood and Pigeon Forge. Have y'all heard
yes.
that?
Yeah, we covered it yesterday.
We did that story. The Dolly Parton Stampede, which to me, what a terrible pun that is.
And plus, how creative was that? I mean, we're going to replace the Dixie Stampede. I got an idea.
Guys,
It's at Dollywood.
You wouldn't believe this. They said after that name was changed, the Raiders actually hired T. Martin. 9 minutes to the top. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. We always enjoy chatting with you. And all right, so a couple of things. Talking about this fake, bizarre world we live in. I mean, you literally can leave one state, one community, and go into what feels like a completely different world where nothing is sincere, nothing is real. It's all a bunch of propaganda and feel-goodism and just bizarro. AOC, who, of course, won again in a landslide, I really am concerned about those constituents. I really am. Yeah. I mean, those people that vote for her in a major way in these, it's the burbs, isn't it, over there around Brooklyn and all that area, isn't that where she, I don't know where it is, but
they love some AOC over there.
But
love socialism.
But remember, Bubba, when you just get so woke, you're so open-minded that your brain falls out, you can be caught in your own trap. AOC has had to apologize. Now you think of all the things she needs to apologize for. Do you know what she is going to apologize for?
Yeah, I know, but I want to hear her say it.
She doesn't have pronouns in her Instagram bio.
Oh, no.
There's no so here she is.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. They used to be on there. Let me go in and check and see if I can add them. Sorry about that. They used to be there. I guess they fell off, but I'll put them on right now.
I got no sense to know.
Such a liar. They used to be there. They fell off.
Uh-huh.
But
you mean right before the election?
I guess the same people that vote for her go, okay, thanks.
Do you see how many followers she has?
She's a she/her. How about that?
Do you see how many?
That says all you need to know about why the elections go the way they do.
Yeah,
right
exactly.
there. Right here. Look at that.
8.6 million. Yeah.
That's a big number, man.
That's a huge number, if it's a real number. But even if it was half, I'd still.
Well,
be
if you got 1 million bots in there, you still got 7.6.
But no, let me make sure I'm right. So she goes by she, her.
Mm-hmm. What do you go by, Greg?
He, him, her.
He, him, her.
What is that?
I don't go by.
Can you believe we're no? Listen, guys. Let me stop everything.
I've never really.
I'm trying not to.
I'm pretty obvious.
I don't even care.
I'm trying not to elevate.
Care.
I'm trying to live a much more laid back, less intense.
Interesting.
And everything, whatever.
He, hey, her.
Ease. Let me say something for just a minute. Can you believe we're having this dumb conversation?
Stupid.
This is the fact
it's
that
asinine.
The fact that we put on a serious tone like this is a serious conversation.
Oh yes,
about pronouns. Are you kidding me?
You don't get to choose your own pronouns. That's just not the way. Just like I don't get to choose my own adjectives, like handsome and strong. Like you don't get to choose your own pronouns. That's just
Would
not
you
how
choose
it
those?
works.
Would you choose those?
I would choose handsome and strong. I would if I could, but I can't.
Right.
And if you guys want to know, my pronouns are dude/man.
/man. Greg, I just looked at yours. Yours are bad /
Oh, that's right. That's my pronoun. That's what I'm referred to as.
Mine are hey you and biggin.
Hey, big.
on the pronoun thing, I am at a restaurant with my family.
Think about what we're talking about.
I'm at a restaurant with my family.
Unbelievable.
And the waitress says, talking about my daughter, do they want any more water?
No, she did not.
I'm not making
Have you
this
kept
up.
that from me on purpose?
Did you
go? Am I missing a child?
And
you act like there's more than one.
Yeah, here. I'm like, first of all, that's plural. What are we talking about? Do they want any more water? And I'm like, you talking about the kid with the pink bows in their hair and the butterfly unicorn dress on and the pink Crocs? Is that who you're talking about? By the way, she picked that out. She picks what she wants to wear, and she picks her favorite color, and guess what? It's pink. Is that who you're talking about? Then yes, they want some more. Give me a break.
Did that really happen?
That 100% happened.
In this state?
In this state of Alabama.
Were you in the metro area?
No. I was very close to where
Don't
we're
tell
at
me
right
you
now.
weren't in Shelby County, were you?
I was close to this place where we are right now.
Okay, so
you do realize,
Rick, I've heard some curl your toenails
in Shelby County.
Yeah.
Hey, listen. There's things like when you go register for apps, creating an account or whatever. You know, you got to have your information so you can go pick up whatever at the restaurant or order it. There's actually some of these apps actually have pronoun preferences.
I don't want to talk about it. I wish I brought it up. Okay,
Who even?
I actually had some fun, in Shelby County, Alabama yesterday. I always, sometimes you think to yourself, I'd like to be noticed. So what I did when I was walking up to my polling place to vote, I screamed out, "Look out, I'm a Democrat." And man, everybody looked at me. Because we've never seen one in that part of Shelby County. All right, so now John Kerry. What in e-world? And he seems to be upset about it, Bubba. So we have this guy that we have a $15 million bounty on as a narcotics terrorist. Is that correct?
No, this is the dictator in Venezuela,
Nicolas Maduro. And John Kerry, we have a $15 million bounty on him, and he's chumming around with it.
Well, Rick, $15 million is nothing to John Kerry. Remember?
Oh, well, that's true.
The widows he marries, that's chump change. But how about? I mean, there's a wanted poster out for this guy, and John Kerry's just up there chumming it up with it.
They're yucking it up at the climate change dip.
Well, they agree on it, clean energy.
Yeah, but he's like a terrorist. I mean, we have a bounty on this person. And John Kerry, and Bubba, he doesn't look happy about it. Maybe we have to give him that.
He looks kind
They're
of sad.
laughing.
Did you see him do a shame to him?
I did see that.
Oh, shame.
But hey,
You're in narcotics and you're terrorists.
What was that?
You narco terrorist. Shame on you.
What was that shame?
Did you see it?
Yeah, you did the.
Talk about shaking hands with danger.
I forgot about shame.
I did too.
I'm surprised that hadn't been outlawed by now.
You can't really hear what they're saying. It's
United Nations climate change. Can you imagine being at that?
Kid night.
Well, there it is.
He might as well shake hands with Scarface. So the guy is just a drug dealer, and
John Kerry realizes he's being videoed, so that's why he does his shame.
Oh,
shame
I
thing,
see. So we just told a terrorist, shame on you for your terrorist acts.
Yeah. Shame on you.
Probably
buddy.
shouldn't laugh with him and giggle with him.
By the way, Nicolas Maduro's pronoun, murderer.
yes,
Murderer/killer.
axe/murderer.
Right.
Yeah.
So, wow.
He's good, Rick. That'll hardly be covered. You know.
Well, that's
luckily we mentioned it.
Yeah. Brittany Griner, not good news there. The Russians are doubling down. Brittany Griner has been moved to a notorious Russian penal colony where prisoners have complained of slavery-like conditions. They moved her over to a little bit, Bubba, she's going to be breaking rocks.
I don't know that I'd be a big fan of going to Russia. I mean, they just jerk you out of line for any reason, especially now.
Right.
Yeah. Her timing was really bad.
Yeah, real bad to be bringing your what was it? Did she have
some of the CBD
or something smoking stuff?
Or
right.
Maybe I don't know what it was. It was something like that.
Right. Yeah, now
cannabis
right.
oil. That's what it was.
Can it be?
Cannabis.
Can it be?
Cannabis.
Can it be as bad for you as cigarettes? Yes.
Yes.
We did that story this week. So anyway. So she's now been. I mean, that's what we used to call it breaking rocks. If you went to one of these where they made you do all this kind of make license plates.
Can you imagine the Russian version of it?
Oh,
no, that's going to be good.
You mean the people that invented the term gulag?
That makes Angola look like a vacation spot. Yeah.
Oh.
Makes Leavenworth look like nothing.
Yeah. Wow. I had a line there, but I'm glad I didn't use it.
I looked up more on Maduro, and he has a lot of human rights abuses against him, crimes against humanity, killings, torture, all kinds of stuff. So.
Yep. Well,
John Kerry said, "Shame on you."
Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, it changed everything. It cured it all.
It just changed the racial dynamic of the entire country. Hey, you know what? We're trying to advance the African American community, and we just seem to have hit just a roadblock. We couldn't get past it. But when they changed the Dixie Stampede to Dolly Parton Stampede, things just started opening up.
Yeah,
it just kind of came out of nowhere. Fathers returned to their families. It just turned everything around. We continue. 866. We be big. An anonymous caller. Anonymous, go ahead.
Good morning, fellas. How are y'all today?
We're great.
I actually just hung up when I flipped y'all back on. I heard y'all talking about it. I actually just hung up with the corporate office in Montgomery, Alabama for Taco Bell, and they transferred me to the main office, to their main corporate office, complaining about that organization of why would y'all associate yourselves with a Satan organization? And they said that they have had a lot of complaints about it, and they're going to pull it.
Well, look, I think
I don't know
it's
if I'd went that far.
Yeah,
Charlie Daniels, Greg.
I think
Charlie's got everybody.
4 fingers and a thumb, Greg. Shake, shake.
You know, it's obvious it's a parody and a takeoff, and I thought it was pretty funny.
It's no different than Hidden Treasure. What's the series? Nicolas Cage,
National Treasure.
Yeah,
same.
Hidden Treasure's the one about we have the women back there working on the space program.
That's Hidden Figures.
Well, see there,
same thing.
Well, no, there's actually you don't know about this movie. There's one movie where there's a group of African American women that people don't know about. They're really good at finding treasures.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
And they go, it's two different things. You had Hidden Figures. Now this time they're actually treasure.
They
hunters.
get a treasure map and they break it down.
It's Hidden Treasure.
Yeah.
And they weren't going to release it till they changed the name of the Dixie Stampede.
You know, Hidden Figures is pretty good. Of course, half of it probably didn't.
Greg,
happen.
don't ruin it for me. I love that
I watched
movie.
it. It was a good movie.
Here we go.
It's a great movie. You need to see
Greg,
it.
It is fantastic.
Let's call a hands off on Greg on that movie,
Yeah.
so we
No,
can
it's too
enjoy.
late. He claims Kevin Costner, the guy, never pulled the sign down.
No.
With the sledgehammer, bat, or whatever he had.
He's right.
They may have just
I
said
know.
somebody sent a memo and said, "Look, let's fix this bathroom thing." That's probably what happened.
We'll be
But
back.
that's not near as good in the movie.
We take your phone calls next. More to come.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Collective can here today too.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
It's funny. Coca-Cola came by today and gave us the can that has the Alabama national championship on it.
The big 1-7.
And of course, one of us asked the uncomfortable question: somewhere in a third world country, there's a kid drinking a Georgia championship Coca-Cola. But anyway, because they got to have them ready to go. Here, but it says Alabama won the game, which we all know, despite the theft of a coach's playbook.
Yeah, I saw that.
Did you see that? Alabama defensive line coach Carl Dunbar realized Saturday, 2 days before the big game, that his backpack containing 2 cell phones, a passport, laptop, cash, and the playbook was I was just waiting for any commentary there.
I'm not saying anything.
was missing from a conference room in the team's Atlanta hotel. Some of the items were later found in a bathroom on the 3rd floor of the hotel, but the playbook was nowhere to be found, meaning it was gone. It says the book still, as of Friday, had not been recovered, but it says, as we all know, Alabama won the game anyway. And it says Alabama's head coach Nick Saban now 11-0 when competing against teams coached by his former assistants. Somebody said 12-0. These numbers are all over the road.
I thought 16-0.
Hey, they've won a lot.
Yeah. I never
against
heard
his former assistants.
Yeah, I thought it was 12. I'd never heard 16, but they're saying.
Oh, I've heard all kinds of numbers.
I heard 80. And
Lane Kiffin said he's going to change that.
So anyway, somebody stole the playbook, but it didn't matter. I tend to think that first of all, you still got to block and tackle no matter who has the playbook, but and it certainly can help if you know what somebody's strategy is going to be. But I think this is more likely to end up on eBay. Here's the playbook from the national championship game that somebody would try to sell it or keep it as a.
He was a defensive coach, right?
Defensive line.
Defensive line.
He's
coach.
only been there for a couple of years.
All right, so your Saturday night coaches.
You just don't hear that a lot.
Coaches meeting.
Yeah,
Saban's running things.
Everybody got your book.
Hey guys, look. Hey, y'all go to page 3 real quick. Hey, where's your playbook?
Hey Dunbar, what do
somebody
you
stole it.
Hey Dunbar, where's your book? You didn't bring your playbook? Well, I don't have it. Where's your playbook? It's been stolen. You still got the cash, don't you? No, I mean no, it's no, the cash is gone too.
Playbook was stolen. Do it.
I don't have it stolen.
I left it in the room.
Right.
Sure. Night.
So, but yeah, I'm sure. So they said they still won. Did you see this other thing too? That they had a guy and he got with a television station to do it. That a California man has confessed to a 1993 murder, and they call it a riveting TV moment. And the man was crying and claimed that he murdered a teenager in Northern California nearly 25 years ago. They said Brian Keith Hawkins, 44, walked into the station, said he wanted to confess to the 1993 killing of Frank McAllister. The outlet reported this. He said that, and the reason why. Now listen to this. This is important. Says he has a faith now in God. So he is seeking forgiveness and wants to repent of doing this and let everybody know that he did it. And will.
Wow.
It said the station agreed to the interview, but stated it would not air until after he turned himself in, and that the police confirmed the confession. He said, "I know the wrong can't be changed, but this is the closest I can come to doing the right thing." And it says that that 25 years ago, he and someone else set up a phony drug deal to rob McAllister of money that he brought to buy meth. He said they robbed him. Minutes now past the hour. No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. We're glad that you are here. The gang, as you heard, introduced, coming out of the tunnel, all ready for another hour. So we have more, Bubba, to unpack this hour. We'll get into more phone calls coming up as well. But have you been following this ongoing feud of Isaiah Thomas and Michael Jordan?
Well,
it's been going on for decades.
I know in some of these documentaries we saw, I think Magic had a running feud with him too.
Yep.
And Detroit, the Pistons, they were the bad boys there for a while.
Mm-hmm.
But I know with the new Michael Jordan documentary that come out, there was some hard feelings about that, not only with him but with Scottie Pippen, because they felt like that it was all based on Michael Jordan's point of view or opinion, and it wasn't reflective of the actual situation.
Right. So this, in the documentary, you remember Last Dance, Michael Jordan.
Last Dance.
I don't know why we're just now getting to this, because that documentary's been out for a while.
Isaiah needs to calm down.
But somebody asked him about it when they were in Dubai. I guess they're doing some NBA exhibition games there.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, and so he was caught off guard, he said, when he watched Jordan's documentary, because he called him an a-hole. And he said, but when you watch the documentary, I'm quoting Isaiah Thomas now, it looks like there were many times that Michael Jordan, who's also very competitive, came across as an a-hole in the production. And he's like, I don't know why I get this label, but he doesn't label himself the same way. And he says, now, if you remember, this happened when the Pistons refused to shake hands with any of the Bulls players after being swept in 1991.
Yeah, didn't they leave the court early on one of the games?
They did. And Jordan later denies that his feud with Thomas kept the point guard out of the Dream Team. Remember, people thought that Jordan blackballed him and said, I ain't coming if Thomas is on the team, so they didn't put him on the team.
Right.
And Thomas said in the documentary he qualified to be part of the team and is suspicious over the reasons why he wasn't chosen.
So he's been butthurt about that the whole time.
He
right?
has.
Yeah.
And he says, I'm like, wait a minute, when I saw this, time out. And he said, until I get a public apology, this beef is going to go on for a long, long time. And then he said, because I'm from the west side of Chicago. So I guess he's like, I got to have a public apology for Michael Jordan, or we're never gonna work it out.
I have a feeling Michael Jordan doesn't care. I just got a feeling.
Probably not.
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty good guess that you're right on that one. I don't think that's going to happen. But I didn't know.
But they deny that they blackballed him on that team, right? They're just saying that they didn't need another guard, or they had it. Wasn't John Stockton on there or something? And
right. Yeah.
Does the coach get to decide who's on there? How do they pick that anyway? The Olympic Committee do that?
I will tell you this after watching the documentary, and because I remember this. When you look at the people who did the documentary, I'm being fair, okay? And documentaries can really set their stuff up. But they did go and talk to some people, and they did have some stuff. I found myself believing that he was blackballed and not believing that he wasn't.
Right. I think Michael Jordan would say, I'm not coming on this team if you put people on here that I don't like? Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Sure.
I think he could do that.
And would he qualify as that person? Yeah.
I think he would.
According to them.
Michael, you going to be on the team if Isaiah's on here? I mean, that's what
we need to ask
Charles
Barkley.
Would tell us.
We need to ask Barkley.
Matter of fact, wasn't Charles asked about it in the documentary? And that Charles,
what did he say?
Well, of course he said, but the Michael Jordan blackballed him.
Well, let's ask him again when we see it.
Look, MJ didn't want nothing to do with Isaiah Thomas.
Didn't Barkley get in a fight with him one time?
I didn't like him either. So anyway,
you do your Chime in, Speedy.
Chime in, man of 1,000 voices.
I tell you what. I said, as you want some?
I don't know who that is.
I don't know. Even the dialogue didn't fit what we're talking. Charles wasn't fighting Isaiah.
Yeah, I did one time.
How about this? I don't like Isaiah Thomas.
I think I got it now.
What was the center's name for the Pistons?
Lambeer.
Everybody
Everybody
got in a fight with him.
Yeah.
Larry Bird got in a fight.
Most
with
hated
him.
guy ever.
I don't like Isaiah Thomas. I wouldn't want to be on his team.
Charles, do you like Lambeer?
No.
Charles didn't even like that guy from. He pushed one of those players on one of those teams they were beating by 50 points, shoved him up in the stand.
Yeah.
Get out of my way.
Speedy, that's terrible.
Speedy, that's terrible.
Hey, man, that's
terrible.
Say it.
Terrible.
Right now, you got your tongue involved.
That's what you do.
That's terrible.
That was terrible.
Just stop him. Just stop him.
Hey, Rick,
Yeah.
where's Speedy?
Hey, Rick. Hey, Rick, where's Speedy?
That's it. He's got it.
I don't even know who that is.
Oh, thank you, Speedy.
I think I now understand why they asked Bear for predictions.
Oh, yes.
On
There
ESPN.
you go.
I think I know now.
Also, Bubba, it looks like we have the video of this. It looks like, do we? Yes. We got the mug shot, video 7. So it looks like that they now, court records are revealing the name of the suspect charged with chunking cans of alcohol at Ted Cruz at the Houston Astros game. Did you
Hit him with a White Claw.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
This was in the parade.
Yeah.
During
the
victory parade.
Yeah.
Somebody.
Now, why is Ted Cruz in the victory parade?
It's in
Texas.
Texas.
Greg.
It's Texas, Greg.
But is this not for the team?
It is. But
He didn't play for the team.
He's a senator.
Well,
there.
so what?
did that hit him in the head?
I'd have
It
threw
looked
one
like
too.
it got him. But here's the guy who threw
You
it.
be
Right.
throwing at Ted Cruz, Greg. You get your mug
It
shot.
does look like it
It
got
may
him
have
in the
nipped him.
Did that hit his head?
Did it change? This is instant replay. Did it change directions? Did it tip?
The guy
Did it
got his
change?
arm
might have
up.
got his hand in the
Oh,
way.
he's a little late though.
like
If you
that.
look there.
That's what to protect him.
So Cruz.
Let's see.
So
Roll it.
Cruz
Coming
actually
down.
tipped
I didn't
it.
see Cruz.
Cruz
play
see
in-
his finger tip
Oh
it?
yeah, he
Yeah.
got it right there.
It's like
He
in the
deflected it last.
It's like in the Alabama game.
That's it.
And the guy did get a hand on it, I think, too.
So it does not hit his head.
I don't think it hit his head.
Yeah.
Well,
I think that's his. It's
Feel
hit.
like we're watching the Zapruder film back and
Yes,
forth.
Yes,
Yeah.
good job, this guy in the glasses.
I want to say prior to this, he
and then
knocked
he starts
another one
pointing
down.
the guy out.
He hit another one too. I thought
really?
there was more than one being thrown.
Now I can't believe the all-loving, all-caring, kind, and nice, and agree to disagree Democrats would use this kind of violence.
I couldn't play the actual video that I found that Speedy sent me actually because the person, other people all around that were filming were screaming and throwing up fingers and stuff at poor old Ted Cruz.
Yeah. Well, I thought they were all loving and kind and sweet and precious.
Well, I guess this may have been in Houston, which it's a big lib area.
It is a big
so.
lib area. It really is. I
And-
tell you, and-
That's Beto O'Rourke country there.
yeah.
And then somebody was like, "Go back to the Munsters where you came from." Ted."
Grandpa.
I added that.
Grandpa Munster.
He does look like Grandpa.
Just like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just. But anyway, this guy's in trouble. They've identified him now, which
They always find out who throws those things.
In the other picture, is he not wearing a mask? What is this Astro pictures of him down here? Is that
Yeah, it
him?
looks
Nice
like it.
nose ring.
Yeah.
Well,
You're right.
again, Rick,
Good gracious.
clearly a Democrat.
I know.
Yeah.
There's two places in Texas, and I know there may be more, but Houston and Austin have really gone lib.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's two different countries and two different states. So anyway, so they have arrested this guy because I don't think you can throw objects at people as they come by in a parade that could hurt them, and
Normally not.
normally not. So we'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. You got phone calls you can get in too. We got other things to cover. 866 We Be Big Wide Open, and Blazing Silverman will take those from you as we work through the rest of the stories today that are out there, and you'll be part of that, of course. Also, check our website, Rick and Bubba. Spell out the word and.com for all the information about the show. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He, along with this other person, stabbed him to death, leaving his body in the woods. So, and he'd been reported missing, obviously, and they never found anything until a hiker discovered, sadly, the body. And and said that they never could figure out who was involved, and now he has admitted it was him. How about that? What about when you walk? What about when you walk in to the news person, and you're like, "Hey, I got some guy here that says he wants to go.
He wants to come clean.
That we want to go live, and he's going to confess to this murder."
Wow.
Wise that they would go ahead and record it, and then not air it until after they could. And it says that the other person that was with him, which was a female, Culver, had been arrested, but that he had never been arrested for being part of it.
Wow. Rick, in some good news, Fiat Chrysler will move more heavy-duty production to Michigan from Mexico, adding 2,500 jobs and invest a fresh $1 billion, according to Reuters.
Now, what is this about? What's this tied to?
Well, they're moving some of their manufacturing of Ram heavy-duty trucks back to the U.S. from Mexico.
Yeah, didn't Trump say they need to move it out of that blankety-blank?
Yeah, something like that.
No, so
the announcement today is two actions made possible in part by the passage of the U.S. tax reform legislation, an additional investment in the U.S. manufacturing operations, and special payment to recognize employees for their continued effort toward success of the company would be coming. That's good.
Yeah, so that, again, we see what we've been saying all along, and you certainly can take issue with Trump on things. One thing, though, you have to be is honest about all of it. These things that are being done with the new tax plan and what's being done is affecting the economy in a very positive way.
Yeah.
Especially with manufacturers coming back to our country.
And wages going up. How about that?
As opposed to I'm going to another country where doing business makes more sense. And, to me, that doesn't sound like a very hard to understand concept.
No.
If you set up an environment where people can do business, I think they would prefer to stay in this country.
Yeah, some of the people that are
that
counter,
doesn't seem a hard concept.
That are counter to all this, I don't understand what they're thinking, how they think we're going to make it.
Well,
I mean, every day now we're getting some very positive story about the economy every day.
Well, back before this, it was very confusing, which anybody who has a worldview based on emotion is always going to be confusing. But the famous throw a rock, hide your hand.
Yep.
When I would watch all of these far left politicians who created the environment that would run the manufacturer off, then be mad at the manufacturer for leaving, and they're the ones who ran them off. And then
kind of hard to figure out.
And then if it's just powerful liberals who support liberal candidates, they too would move their company into these same places while being pointing fingers at the other companies who are doing what they are doing.
Crazy.
And then take the same tax loopholes that they say shouldn't be there. And also say that we need to pay more taxes, but yet they don't pay more. I don't, and that goes back to the great life truth. And any of you listen, if you haven't heard it, you may not live out what you say, but you always live out what you believe. You can say one thing, do another, but what you actually do is what you really believe. If somebody says that they're devoted to you and you look there with somebody else, they didn't mean that. No. They said it, but they didn't mean it. You know what I mean? Bottom of the hour. Minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, as we make our way back. All right, so we do enjoy this. Your America of America. Crime is on the rise, no matter what Joy Behar or Whoopi Goldberg may tell you, or the president. If you're in the inner cities right now where they've gone soft on crime and they hate the police, boy, it is running wild.
It's the purge, man.
It is the purge. But you kind of enjoy when you see one of these thugs kind of get what's coming to them. And this is a 17-year-old thug who is going to try to steal a Louis Vuitton $18,000 worth of these handbags that women love.
Good gracious.
And when he starts trying to run out with them, he doesn't realize that there's a glass door there, and buddy, he busts it pretty good. So first of all, he's in here. Here he is. He's grabbed the bags. He's gonna steal them. For some reason, I guess he thinks it's open or it's gonna push open, and it's a sliding glass door.
He's out cold.
Yeah, it's more of a window. It
doesn't even look like a door.
Yeah, I think he thinks he got confused. Over here, you see that glass door.
Yeah.
And then he runs basically into a window, and it's not even a door. He just runs right into the window.
Oh, it is a window.
Yeah,
I thought it was a door.
No, he's running into a window, like an idiot.
You're going to hear from the shopkeeper here in a second, just to kind of bring it home. Like, this is a real person that has worked for this job, and
Right.
this livelihood here.
There's more people stealing.
Yes.
There's all kinds of stealing.
We put our blood and sweat into our businesses, and then for somebody to just be so brazen to walk into our business and think they can take what we literally work our whole life for, you're taking away our livelihood.
And there you go.
Yeah. Was that when one connected, they've had to put these chains on them? Was she trying to pull that off the shelf and it wouldn't go?
That's good.
Yes.
Right.
The security tether there, yeah.
Have y'all ever done like something
I
similar
like
to
the
that?
term security tether.
Shoplift?
Yes.
No, run into glass.
Have I ever shoplifted?
Run into glass. I'll never forget.
Speedy, I fell in Pine Straw this week. Remember?
I would always be playing in the neighborhood with other kids, some sport. And whenever dinner was ready, my dad could whistle, and it would echo for streets over. You could hear the whistle. And if he ever whistled for the second time, you knew your tail better get home or you're about to get in trouble.
Yes.
You didn't want to hear the third.
Yeah.
And I had heard the second one, and I said, guys, I got to go. So one more play, man. We got to, so I'm like, I'm gone. And so I come around the corner, and I hit the sliding glass door. I'm talking about, bam, both doors. I thought one side was open because I was going to come flying in the house like I'm home. I hit that. I hit back 2 feet.
That's terrible. Now, I noticed.
Give me a big old knot on my forehead.
Yes, it surprises you so much.
Yes.
It does really surprise you. I noticed that you made sure and kind of really were very trying to say, well, we were playing sports. Y'all were dancing, weren't you?
What if we were?
Were you and your buddies?
How many times, though, in neighborhood ball, backyard, whatever, that you would always have to go, and it was, man, one more play. One more. And they would, come on, man.
Yeah.
It's fourth down.
Yeah.
No,
it's a tie. It's a tie game.
You guys don't understand. I have to go.
Yeah, I got to
terrible
go,
feeling.
man. It's the second whistle.
Yeah.
So it didn't knock me out, and it didn't break the glass. I'm surprised it didn't do either. But this one, he's knocked out cold here. I'm talking about he's like dead arm.
He ain't moving.
I'm glad too.
He stayed dazed until the time he was arrested. By the way.
Kid.
Yeah, I think I would have had to go over there and just accidentally step on him while I was trying to get over to help him. But just what the shop owner said.
Yeah.
When people, it goes back, and they just bust their tail. They work so hard, and they're trying to make their margins work and make a living. All this stuff in here costs them money. They didn't get it for free, and until they sell it, it's on them. Okay, they're trying to get their money back. They've already paid for it, and then you steal it from them. And it's just so, and what's happened is these people have got this attitude of ain't gonna hurt nobody. They got all they need, and of course they have no idea they got no idea what it takes to run a business and actually make it.
Yeah.
And
look, so what? You get away with it, ill-gotten gains. You don't gain from it. You don't. It'll end up being like a brick around your neck, and you don't even realize it when you have other bad things happen to you that look, you don't prosper that way.
No.
Just like this guy. You know, he had that purse for about 20 seconds, and what did he get? Big knot on the head and a court date.
Right. If he had come to that shop owner, and said, I'm ready to go to work, and I'll get after and I'll work my tail off. I'll work extra hours. I'll do whatever. I want to start making some income. He probably could have gone that way.
Yeah.
And bought a bag for his girlfriend with money he earned. And hopefully it was for his girlfriend, not for himself. But
you never know.
But I know he's probably going to
check his pronouns.
Yeah.
By the way, I just saw an update. Right now they're saying 48-48 in the Senate.
Yeah.
I mean, we're down. Hey guys, we're getting to the wire. 48-48. So it looks like the Republicans will get the House. That forecast looks pretty good, maybe by 5 seats. But
it'll be raise your thing.
The Senate
300 something.
Yeah, the Senate is
neck and neck again.
It's going to go to the wire.
Yep. And you're going to have recounts. It looks like Georgia will have to do a runoff because neither candidate has the 50+1. There was a candidate in there that got like 1%. So they're going to do the exact same election again without that guy in it.
Right.
I mean,
somebody wants to grab that 1%.
That's crazy.
No, it really is.
So you have to do this all over again 4 weeks from now.
Right. The you were talking about this thing about stealing, and I do think if we, take time to try to educate, young people on how the system really works, and this wasn't anything heinous, but it was a great teaching opportunity, and I got a call from a neighbor of mine one time at the farm that there was a young teenager that was fishing in the pond and had climbed over our fence that clearly said, private property, and went out there and he was catching the fish, and he got me on the phone and he said, "Do you know this boy, and did you give him permission to be inside your property?" And I said no. And so I was able to get on the phone with him. He said, "I'm going to hand the phone to you." And I understand being a kid and you're trying to climb a fence and go fish in a pond, and that's certainly not, you shouldn't be imprisoned or anything. But I took the opportunity on something mild like this to try to educate him on why I wouldn't want him to do that, or why he probably should have asked. Because his attitude was, well, I mean, hey, man, what's it going to hurt? And I said, here's what the part you don't understand. I said, when I bought this property, I said it wasn't free, so I had to pay for that. I said, I pay taxes on it every year. You don't pay for those, okay? And then I said, I actually had to restock this pond because half of it was dry, and I had to spend a lot of money to even get this pond operational. Yep. You didn't help with that. And I said, then I had to stock the pond, and I said, with fish that weren't free. You didn't pay for that. I feed a supplemental feed the fish, so we'll have a healthy environment. You didn't pay for that. We lime the pond, and there's things that have to be done that maintain the pond. You don't pay for that. And I said, and then my family, I've paid this money and done all this work so that my family or friends or people that may ask for permission are allowed to come down and catch some fish. And I said, but then you decided that you would just climb my fence, and all this money I've spent, you just take it from me. Yeah. You're going to let me pay for everything, and then you're going to come reap the harvest without committing anything to it. And I said, so when I say it like that, how does it sound? And he said, well, that don't sound right. And I said, no, it's not right. I said, now, if you want to ask permission, and I might say no, because we may be coming down to fish since we pay all these things I told you. It really should be our decision on who fishes here, who doesn't. Right. And we might want to come fish and them not be sore-lipped because you've come in here and fished just whenever you want to. And he seemed to get it.
Rick and Bubba.
Great. How are you, Sam?
Well, I everybody is, I don't know. I know we've talked about it in the kickoff hour today about the Vikings' miraculous win yesterday in the playoffs. I didn't see it because, I'm supporting the troops. But I've seen the highlights, and I've seen what happened. and it's really unbelievable. And I've come up with a theory that you've been saying, for a lot involving professional sports, and we do know there's been, what happened with baseball with the Black Sox, and we know that people have been convicted of shaving points in basketball. And you say sometimes it seems that when sports need something, like maybe they're hurting with their ratings,
right,
that they'll
right.
start doing things that's better for all of us, and some of us have to be sacrificed for the good of the whole.
Right.
There's
it seems like every baseball goes to Game 7.
Yeah, They're watching that defensive back for the Saints. Everybody's trying to figure out what he was doing, but I think really you've said it long ago. Now, this is good for you because it appears you're in the script for a positive. This is clearly rigged for the Vikings to be the first team ever to play the Super Bowl in their own stadium, which is brand new. And, Bubba, you are now benefiting from the very conspiracy you've tried to bring attention to.
Rick, I didn't watch a whole lot of NFL this year, and everybody was on me, hey, the Vikings, and I go, well, you got to know the Vikings, it's
right.
And look, that's still in play. I will say this, that play, that finish will carry the Vikings franchise and their fans over to next year. So this next week when they get to Philadelphia and they can't make a first down,
right,
out in a blizzard somewhere, we'll live off this, and that's okay. That's okay. Rick, think about this, and Greg pointed this out. I've complained that the Vikings, and I don't know why I was a Viking fan when I was a kid. Who knows? But they played every dynasty during their peak in a Super Bowl.
Right.
The Chiefs, the Dolphins, the Raiders, and the Steelers. You got 4 Super Bowl losses. Did I say all? Let's see, Raiders, Steelers. Yeah, 4 of them, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
There's just been so many, Rick. It's hard to count. Really.
Right. But every time they've gone to the Super Bowl, they played a team that was absolutely killing everybody.
Oh, yeah. And if they were fortunate enough to win in Philadelphia, they will have that luxury more than likely against the Patriots again, too. So I don't know that you want that. I don't know. Might as well take your beating in Philadelphia and live off that play and get ready for next year.
Well, there's the positive that I've just laid out, that this script thing is real and you're the hero of the script. That's positive.
Well, it's
then there's the negative.
You don't look, as a Viking fan, you never can get too excited. You look at what you've accomplished and go, it's great, but next week there's always a pothole out there.
Well, and there was the side of me that hit this too. Then there's the other side, which is more realistic to the Viking fan experience. All the Vikings are doing is playing with your emotions so they can destroy you in even a bigger way.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
It's very possible.
But so you've lived both. You've lived it all. So I mean, there's nothing. You're fine. I mean, you're good.
Live on Purple Rain.
That's right. And so
that stadium looks pretty cool. I would like to see that stadium sometime.
Well, you may get to for the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'd like to go and see the stadium sometime.
The good news
I don't know. I've heard and I've seen pictures. Apparently, there's a restaurant there, and when the team comes out of the locker room, they literally walk right through the middle of the restaurant.
Well, the good news is
that'd be cool. Wouldn't it?
If you want to go to, if they make it to the Super Bowl and you want to go see the new stadium, they're probably less expensive than trying to see the national championship game in college.
Probably. Yeah, you'll get a better.
Who knows?
You're probably right.
And it may be warmer there. I don't know.
Well. So Adler was in Minnesota.
I know. We'll have to find out.
Isn't that weird?
It looked a little rough. Outside the stadium, it looked like it was 10 degrees. You see the snow. You saw the highlights. Snow plows. It was foggy.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
It was a mess.
We for those of us that were watching it, you heard the Fox broadcast, but I have the Vikings radio call. And they go ballistic.
Yeah.
I mean, they really do.
Well, let's hear it, Speed. Let's relive it.
Yeah.
But like you're talking about.
It's 35 minutes now past the hour. Phone troll music. You know what that means? Release the audience. Let them in. Open the gates, and let's chant with you. 866 We Be Big. Blazing Silverman. He is ready to go. Look at him. Draw back in there like a flip. I'm ready. And he'll get you lined up. You can make a comment, ask a question, take the show in whatever direction you want to go. No meaningless shout-outs. No shameless plugs. Those will get instant buzzer. But you bringing up topics, yes. You asking questions, why, yes. You making comments, yes. All at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And if you move right now, you will get in. And because of the buzzer, the line will start moving. Ooh. All right, so we got to talk about buyraycon.com/Bubba. Just talked to somebody about Raycons yesterday. Nothing worse than the mall in the months leading up to Christmas, kids screaming, 11 minutes to find parking, 10 Karens Karening. Karen's always got something to say. You don't have a badge, go. Stuff like that. But why don't you just simply go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. These wireless earbuds, headphones, speakers offer premium sound, useful features, almost custom, comfortable fit, up to 54 hours of battery life. They start at about half the price of other premium audio brands. Plus, Raycon makes gifting easy with holiday gift guides for everyone in your life. Or you can knock that out right now. Go. Do it all at once. Get 30% off the holiday bundles. Done. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Use the code EARLYBF to get 20% off site-wide, or as I said, 30% off if it's a holiday bundle. EARLYBF. That's the code. Don't miss that. And the URL is buyraycon.com/Bubba. You're going to save big. And if you own a company, these are great ideas to give the employees. Knock that out, too, at buyraycon.com/Bubba. To the phones we go. And there's room for you if you want to get in. We'll start with Daniel in Clanton, Alabama, listening to 104.7 WZZK. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Daniel, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
how about it?
Come on, Daniel. Thank you for the call. And I can see Daniel waving goodbye. All right, Daniel, go ahead.
Well, I was real disappointed here that Bubba had to axe the Artemis trip.
Yeah.
But in any case that it could come back alive, Adler can't go, so you got to replace him. Has anybody thought about giving Willie and Wanda a call?
Oh.
That would be a big
We
day.
ain't never been nowhere. Let me tell you,
Apparently, we ain't going to get to go nowhere.
I know. Bubba, do you think you'll ever see Artemis?
No, probably not.
No way?
No, not till at least 2030.
Stare at your Artemis patch on your arm.
Yeah, I got the wardrobe now. Ready to go. Got the meatball here.
Did you make that shirt?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I did.
Do you feel good about it?
Did you sew it on there?
That you did that?
You got this shit made up.
Somebody made it for you.
I really wanted you to say somebody.
Somebody made it for me. I didn't
but
make
you-
it.
No,
But you had
designed
it.
it.
You went to somebody.
You have a
You
customized
had your
shirt.
patches.
Yes, and I wanted it on this brand of shirt.
Were you
So you
gonna?
took-
I know.
Interesting.
This is gonna break my heart.
Interesting.
Were you gonna wear that to the launch?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, man.
With
Buddy,
his
I'm
jacket.
I got a matching jacket.
Buddy, I'm
With
sorry.
a name tag says Captain Bussy.
I didn't know you went and got you a shirt made.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I-
wow.
Rick, he may wear a space helmet.
You okay, Speedy? I wish I didn't.
No, I wish. So you went. Wait a minute. You took a blank shirt with two patches and said, "I'd like these on. Here's where I want them."
I told them to order me a shirt like I wanted. Our merchandise people did it. Kelly did it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Right before the store
But
went
who put the patches on?
Kelly.
Didn't they? Okay.
Yeah. They're the pros. They know how to
That's
do
back
it.
when
all
is
that
that back when the
in-house.
store was working?
Right. Back we had a store.
By the way,
we think about putting them in the store.
nobody panic. The Rick and Bubba store is going to come back online. We've had it. It's going to be fine.
We think.
Yeah, they're providers. Somebody's holding it hostage.
Of course,
or something.
so y'all want to go ahead and start working at it. I got it. We got a new CD. Could be out it any day. Just hang on.
Yeah.
Mike, welcome to Rick and
You
Bubba.
know, you really can't have nothing.
You can't even have a store.
Can't have a thing.
30 seconds. Go ahead, Mike.
Nada.
Hey, guys. Happy November. How's it going?
Thank you.
buddy. Buddy.
Hey, is the election done? Is the count over with? I mean, 'cause
No.
we can tell who won the Powerball within 15 minutes and what store it was bought at. And a little note on yesterday's show between Hillary and Nancy. I would take Hillary because if you wanted to go to dinner with someone else,
she'll kidnap her and bring her to you, and if things go south, she'll kill for you.
All right.
He put a lot of thought into it.
He really did.
I mean, you know what? That wasn't supposed to be a. What's that game you play, Helms, where you have to pick something? What do you call it?
What the Helms?
No, questions from the audience.
Well, it was an
QFTAs.
either or what do you call it?
Would you rather?
Would you rather? It didn't. It didn't start
Either
out
or.
to be a would you rather segment, but it turned into one.
It did.
Yeah, it really did. And
That's
really, what
funny.
an ugly situation you were in.
Yeah, it was tough.
Anybody want to take a shot? You can't see it, Bubba.
No way.
Athena. Aletha.
Surprisingly,
Alpha?
I can see good long distance.
Okay.
It's up close. I can't see.
Alpha.
Aletha.
Aletha. All right.
Aletha.
Aletha, go ahead.
There it is.
30 seconds. Aletha, you're on.
For the first time, I didn't vote a straight Democrat ticket, thanks to Bubba. His logic and his explaining of things is just wonderful. You're just so sweet. I could just eat you up.
Careful.
Oh, easy. Now, Althea, he was just trying to help
Thank
your
you.
vote. I
You're
mean,
very sweet.
Let's not get carried away
Gotta
with that.
see his patches.
Are you saying that
Man in
Bubba,
uniform.
that Bubba kind of, you found yourself kind of agreeing with Bubba for, there was just something about the way he is?
Yeah. I like the way he explains. You know, he doesn't go really far to the right. Believe me, he goes to the right. But he explains things logically.
Right.
And
Thank you.
he makes it make sense.
At least
And
you got
for the
one.
first
You're very
time,
kind.
But what's the part that makes
Very
you want
smart
to
lady.
want to eat him up? That's that you mean just
Is there an attraction
he's so
there?
cute?
Doesn't everybody?
You know, I'm not used to these calls. Usually it's Greg getting this.
So you voted Republican yesterday for the first time ever, or just a little bit of both?
ticket.
I voted
Split
for
ticket.
Kay Ivey.
So split ticket.
So went with Kay Ivey.
I gave Kay Ivey another shot.
Well,
Okay,
I mean,
well, maybe
that-
there was
you really
some
didn't have anywhere else to go. But
But it's a step in the right direction.
It is a step.
yeah, it was. Yeah. No,
Thank
she
you,
didn't go
ma'am,
straight
for
to-
sharing your heart
Amen.
on that. We appreciate it.
Amen. One time out remains.
How about Amendment 12?
Brandy,
don't
30
know if I
seconds,
remember.
go.
Hey, y'all, monkey grass.
Thank you for the call.
Been listening like 20 years now, and this is my first time to call.
Well,
my
thank you.
question is there anywhere I can listen where I hear nothing between your segments? Like no stupid, easy listening songs, no nothing.
Not live. You can do the podcast archives, and like I say, you're going to get some live commercials in there. But it goes when the segment ends, the next segment starts right back up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense. I do catch those on days where I miss the live show, but man, I hate during the live show I got to hear some dumb David Bowie song or something when y'all are off.
Oh, is that one of the stations that like carry?
Yeah, some of them do.
Some
Some
stations
they
try to
do.
play music in the break.
They do.
Yeah. Okay.
She would have to have like a time warp to listen live and not have that.
Something.
Yeah, you know, I would say just kick back, enjoy the music for a minute. We'll be right
Yeah,
back.
what's
Can
wrong
I
with
tell
a
you
good
what?
hit?
Can I tell you the thing I wasn't prepared for? I thought this was going to be a complaint about commercials,
Right.
And it's not. It's a complaint about music in the
Yeah.
break.
Well, we always get those, and
you're
that's
not-
why it's always. We were just talking about.
I
that.
want
we
to hear
were-
good vibration.
Well, yeah. Well, I better be.
Feel
quiet,
it,
but,
feel it,
but
feel
you,
it, feel it.
Well,
it
when
was
you-
a decision you and I made that really changed it changed the direction of this show's life.
Well,
Really did.
music can
Here
be.
he goes.
Well, this is not negative. It's just the truth. It can be divisive. If you like a certain type of music, you probably don't like other type music.
Well, she just said it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Just heard her say it.
and so
She's not big
when
on
you
David
when
Bowie.
you commit to playing a song, sometimes you're going to run people off.
Yep.
I mean, that's not negative toward the stations that do it. It's just a fact.
What if you feel the vibration?
It's just what happened.
Feel it, feel it.
Pretty much wore him
I
out.
mean, pretty much.
Look at that.
I know. For a
Yeah,
minute,
pretty much
you
how it
hear
went.
what you're saying, and you say, "Oh my gosh, I sound like that."
Lee is in Clanton, Alabama.
Hoodie wins.
Lee, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning, Miggins. Good
Hey.
Andrews.
Hey, thanks for the call. Appreciate that very much. Go ahead.
Me and my wife are expecting a child here next year, and I'm absolutely terrified to raise my kid in this economy, in this world. I mean, I went to my local Winn-Dixie, paid $7 for mayonnaise. I mean,
Yeah.
Well,
who pays $7 for mayonnaise?
Well, look, don't feel that way because our parents, bought Cokes for a nickel. So you're always going to have that effect. But look at it this way: your child may grow up to be a great leader to help change some of this.
Yeah, and you ran out of time on the troll, and I don't know if you're a person of faith or not, but we believe that's the truth, and we are clearly told to be fruitful and multiply. And those of us that know the story and we know what the truth is and we're under the authority of God, we don't raise our children in fear.
No.
We don't.
And I understand why it can be that way, but you got to rise above it.
Well, yeah.
You really do.
Yeah, that's the reason why Jesus said in John 16:33 that in this world you will have tribulation. He didn't really hide that from us.
No.
He just said, but when my people are in it, you be at peace because I've overcome the world.
Yep.
And you're raising,
and he wants you to have an abundant life too.
Raise up your children to be disciples of Christ. And when you have that kind of mentality, what the world's doing is really irrelevant because you'll have a supernatural peace that'll be in their lives always. Yep. And you realize what you're doing and why you're doing it. There's nothing better than that. And so just keep that in mind. But we understand. 14 minutes to the top. More of your phone calls coming up, and anything that we may have missed in the stacks today. When the Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The color guy never can really help himself.
They never can let the play-by-play guy finish it.
Right.
They just can't stand it. They get. Do you want to come back? It's 15 now.
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's come back.
Let's
come back and do that.
Let's break.
Because I actually got an email from a guy the other day, and he's right. When we let these breaks go on, and I've had it happen to me listening to other shows, then they have to come back and they have to make a hard break. It sounds like you get 2 minutes of programming and you get 12 minutes worth of commercials. You know why? Because you do. You know what I mean? So, hitting these breaks is important for it to sound right to everybody who may just be catching you on the one after you come back going over. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Now we have, speaking of play-by-play, we have the Minnesota play-by-play of the miraculous ending of the Vikings playoff game. Are we ready? We got it? All right,
It's third down. 3 receivers right, Thielen and left.
Listen, he's down.
Lattimore 12 yards from Adam. Case on a deep drop, steps up in the pocket. He'll fire to the right side, caught by Diggs. Stay in got loose. Oh, my God. 30. No way. Touchdown. Are you kidding me? It's a Minneapolis miracle. Stephon Diggs and the Minnesota Vikings have walked up on the New Orleans Saints. It's a 61-yard Minneapolis miracle. I can't believe what I just saw, Paul Allen. What an unbelievable play.
Of course, color guy can't just let the play guy finish. But that makes it great. At one point, if you listen, the color guy's doing nothing but screaming.
He screams, "Please stay in bounds."
Well, you hear boy, he just starts hollering.
Yeah. Has anybody checked? Is Stephon Diggs still in the end zone posing?
Yeah, possibly. You're right.
Did you see him get up there?
Yeah, Strahan with a good one. He said he reminded him of Rod Tidwell and Jerry Maguire. You remember when he scored and he kept doing twists? I mean, he wouldn't leave.
Now, here's Joe Buck's call on Fox, if you heard that. Listen to the difference.
Steps into it. Pass is caught. Diggs! Sideline! Touchdown! Unbelievable! Vikings win it!
How about Troy? Didn't say anything. Sat quiet, let the play-by-play guy finish.
You talking about the pro?
Yeah. Yeah, but he's not a homer like the Viking guy. They couldn't. They were just ecstatic.
They became fans, is what they became.
Well, yeah, they are fans.
Yeah.
You know, that's their team.
Yep. Homers.
Troy still hadn't spoke.
Drew Brees is in shock.
Yeah, they're letting it breathe.
Letting it breathe. Let that crowd go nuts.
And it's a little different approach, TV and radio.
Absolutely. No doubt. You got the pictures and
You see Marcus Williams here. He has a shot.
who'd already made a huge interception earlier, they said.
He comes in. He's got him dialed in, and he just all he's got to do is make a play.
You know, I'm happy for
Just
Keenum.
wrap him up. What are you doing?
Heads up, wrap up.
Well, I was,
Put
and
him on the ground, and time runs out.
let me tell you this, because I didn't see it when it happened. So I was when y'all started texting, I started looking for the replays. I'm gonna tell you one thing. I thoroughly, and not just a little bit, I thoroughly enjoy Deion Sanders. Him on NFL Channel is just. I mean,
It's pure
so,
Deion, isn't it?
It's so fun. I mean, he is a blast.
Can we play it?
Well, I don't remember. It was long. Him unpacking it. And
I just want to live it for a while.
He
Speedy,
was.
because it doesn't come off.
He was just saying that bottom line is, they discussed kind of what I was thinking. Because when I saw it, I said I really believe the rule changes and targeting and there's so many different ways you can't tackle now. I think it may have them all just weirded out. I mean, I think the kid was kind of like, all right, I sure don't want to get a penalty.
Yeah, but in that case, just set your feet and let him land and tackle.
Well, that's what
the game's over.
Deion said.
Hold him up.
Deion said,
don't even make a play on the ball. You ain't got to let him land and tackle it.
Deion's point was he was trying not to make a mistake as opposed to make a play.
I get.
And he said, you got to go up and make that tackle and then let the chips fall where they may. What can't happen is what happened.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the only thing that can't happen right there.
I get not going for the ball and risk interception.
Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah.
But keep him in bounds. There's no time. Let him land and get him on the ground. The game's over.
I kid you not, and I told Rick this earlier. I heard a national sports show coming in, and they said this word, Greg, you'll love it. Why wasn't the Saints in prevent defense?
And then fans would dog you for being in
And
prevent.
we always hear.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Wednesday Bible study back today. That'll happen here in a little bit if you're listening live. Noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern on our YouTube channel. Genesis chapter 44 today as we are in our 11th month walking through every word of the book of Genesis, the beginning. And we'll continue that today, and it'll be available for you to watch or listen to on your own time if you so desire on our YouTube channel, and audio only on our podcast archives. If you ever want to go back and catch past Wednesday Bible studies, I'm talking about 8 years worth of them, you can go back on various topics and books of the Bible by going to burgessministries.com and just click on listen and then look for the men's Bible study there. All right, to the phones we go. Chris is in Kentucky. Chris, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
I'm good. How are y'all?
I'm fired up and ready.
All right. I was calling. I love your show. Love the podcast. Love the Bible study.
Thank you.
But I listen to the podcast all the time, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but the commercials are like really quiet. You can't hardly hear them, and I want y'all to know that.
I listen to our podcast archives, and I'm not saying that it's on your end.
He's right, by the way.
Is he? Okay. Because I hear him fine.
He's right. It's not the ones that they plug in. It's the live reads. There's something that I've got to figure out. And I'm gonna need Greg and Speedy's help. The last few, the volume has been. You're doing the exact same thing here. We're doing the exact same level in there, but when you do a live read, it's real low. I don't.
That doesn't
even
make sense.
It doesn't make sense, but he is right, by the way.
Okay, so I guess I've never listened long enough with my stuff and listened to catch one of those.
Are the meters lower?
Well, and yes, they are. Well,
where's your meters at?
But it's the same. He's doing the exact same thing, and it's up the exact same way in there. I don't understand it.
It does that sometimes in commercials.
But I'm running it as high as I'm redlining it in there, and I can't
go in and make it.
Yeah, don't. Yeah, we'll figure.
I think that. So let me see if I'm talking shop now. I'm just interested now.
Sure.
So what you're saying is, I know there's recorded commercials, very few of them, but they get dropped in from Blaze, and I've heard those. Those sound fine.
Those are fine.
Sound fine. And then if I'm doing one during the programming of the show, it sounds fine. I've heard that.
Correct.
But when I do those like that we do in the breaks for YouTube, and the audio part we drop in.
Specifically today, Allegiance Gold.
Those, okay.
Now, what Adler's doing with YouTube's fine, because his is a separate deal.
Understood.
But it's what we're recording in there.
But y'all think y'all know the answer, Speedy and Greg?
But here's where I don't understand that, is why is it...
I don't know why it does it.
Why just, because he's using the same mic, same channel, everything is the same, So why would I have to? I know how to adjust it like you're talking about, but why are we having to do that?
I don't know, because it's the same way in post-production when we're cutting commercials. So you have to just highlight it, grab it, and turn the wheel off. Just don't turn it up on there because you can't take away distortion. But we can handle it in the Adobe.
How about that?
All right.
I love Shop Talk.
Yeah.
Janice, Bubba, you've done it again. Janice in Athens says she voted for Republicans the first time.
And she wanted to eat him up.
Janice, do you credit Bubba with your vote as well?
Gobble him up.
Janice?
Hello?
Oh, boy.
This is Denise.
I'm sorry.
Hello?
Denise, do you credit Bubba with your Republican vote as well?
No.
Okay. So why did you vote Republican for the first time?
Well, I voted straight. This is the first time I voted straight Republican ticket ever.
Wow.
And
because of Bubba.
Yes.
Just eat him up.
Yes.
Great.
Well, I just feel like, there's change needed, and we need to get some good people
Wow. There you
in
go.
office, people that have good morals, ethics, values.
Well, you just eliminated
All
most
right.
of them.
There we go. Did we just say on politics we wanted good ethics and moral values?
I don't know who she voted for then.
Right.
Oh, there's a few of them out there.
Yeah, right.
Maybe.
She wrote in Bill Bubba Bussy. Gobble him up.
Hashtag gobble him up.
It's going to be all the rest of the week.
Brian in Mississippi. Brian, go ahead.
What's today? Tuesday?
Yeah, lucky grass.
Thank you. Greg, look, line 4, Dr. Burke says she voted Republican.
Thank you. And yes, I'd like to gobble him up.
So, Brian, go ahead. I'm sorry. That's a little inside joke there.
My adjectives are smart and sexy, by the way.
That's funny.
I just wanted you guys to know, if you go to YouTube and you do a search for Fetterman's acceptance speech, you got to be careful, because I watched about 5 minutes of Bobcat Goldthwait stand-up this morning before I realized it was not him.
I can't understand a word he said.
I hate to tell you on the podcast, they're not going to be able to hear that.
Did you get that?
He watched some of Bobcat Goldthwait stand-up, and he finally realized it wasn't him.
Can we... So, you know,
what do you think we need to meet with the cell companies or the phone makers?
I don't know. We're doing a talk show. Our other talk, I actually talked to someone seriously that we know in the industry, and he was telling me that he's been told by the company he works for, who also does a talk show. He said that I'm going to start doing my talk show, and it's just going to be archives. I'll record it, and they'll play it at my normal time, but it's going to be like voice tracking. I said, you're going to voice track a talk show? And I said, so you won't take any phone calls? And he said, well, the people he works for said, have you heard the quality of calls lately?
Yeah, I know.
We'd rather you just do a talk show that's just got you talking about different topics, get some interviews, play some clips. We don't really want you taking calls because they sound so bad.
Wow. I don't like that.
I don't know, but
and I will miss that. I don't want to lose that element. of it.
You remember when we've had phone trouble in the past? We would go and we would take basically video phone calls, or Zoom now would take the place of.
Yeah.
We may get to the point you just take Zoom calls.
Of course, a lot of them are.
Yeah, but you know, I have to say, I think Zoom may be at times offering better quality. No, not worse.
It's not.
Greg, not worse than cell phones. I disagree. Every now and then, I agree. Every now and then, if you go too long,
and you hang up.
What now?
Hang up. You know how it does.
Are you
making
talking
fun of
about
it? You go right in the middle of
right,
it.
Right, you're right.
Good point.
You're right.
I like to gobble him up.
It would only be calls from our home city, but we could go back to that idea we had before. We just put a mic outside and I'll pot it up.
Yeah, right. People used to do that.
Open mic.
People walk up in the parking lot and go, I got a question. I'll tell you one thing about Fetterman.
That's not a bad idea, Rick.
I like that a lot.
That is not a bad idea. So, you know.
Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, have a great day. And Lord willing, we'll talk to you tomorrow. You got more Rick and Bubba the way you're taking the content today. Enjoy it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.